Good morning, everybody. This is Beyond Authentic Health and Beauty. My name is Lisa. You are joining me on a Thursday morning if you're watching this live. I've got my coffee. I hope you've got yours. Let's start the show. No, that's not what I wanted. This one. I've got to say a very good morning to Nanette, who is joining us this morning all the way from that there America. Let me just turn this down on my end so you don't get the echo. There you are. Good morning to you, Nanette. I hope you are well. Nanette says, good morning, everyone. We are live on the YouTube. So this is, as I say, Thursday morning here in the UK. So if you don't know what this show, what this stream is, this is called Coffee and Makeup, where in fact, we drink coffee and I put makeup on my face. So what ends up on my face is entirely down to all of you in the chat. Good morning, Neil. You say good morning, everyone. Randomly up early for once. Oh, it's lovely to see you, my friend. It really is. I hope you are well. Quick little update. The bladder is really annoying me today. The pee tube is really, it's constantly itching. It feels blooming annoying. Basically, it's where they took the catheter out, because the catheter, I didn't even know this, but the catheters are serrated. There's like a jaggedy bit on them. They're not horrendously jaggedy, but it's designed to obviously keep it in place so that as you're moving around, it doesn't just go whoop, and pop out. So because of that, it means when they took it out, because it was quite, oh, the notifications have just gone out. That's lovely. Because they are quite, it was quite a large catheter that I had to have in. As it got yanked out, it really did do a number on my pee tube. So yes, so that's the thing. So that's actually the most annoying thing that's happening at the moment. I'm going to take my glasses off, because that way, A, I can see you, B, you can see my eyes. And also, I can't really do my eyes when I'm wearing my specs, can I? So it seems a bit pointless. I've got all three doggos on the sofa. Well, two on the sofa. One's just trying to come up. Come on then, Alfie. Come on then. Do you need a handwritten invitation? Come on then. Well, now Ruby's got down. Eddie's got down so that Alfie can get up. Get up then. Good Lord. Right, you're going to say hello to everybody? No, she says, no, I'm just going to sit on your lap, Mum. Gosh, but yes, Renata's here. Good morning, Renata. Hello, my darling. Ed is here. Hello, all, says Ed. Hello, my darling. You're not feeling great today, Nanette. Oh, I'm sorry you're hurting today. I'm sorry about that. You love your pee updates. Thank you, Neil. You've had your appointment. You'll let me know later. Fabulous. Yeah, give us a WhatsApp. Yes, Renata, good morning, my sweets. And Ed is here. I like clicking on your messages when you come through. So yes, so that's the update, really. You know, everything is going fine in the healing thing. I do feel like something is happening with the bladder at the moment. Everything feels a bit tickly. Does that make sense? So it could well be that the clots are forming, or it could well be something like that is going on, but there's definitely something happening. It just feels discomfort. It's not pain, it's just discomfort. But, you know, oh God, thank you, Ruby. Just knocked me coffee everywhere. But as I said at Slimming World yesterday, currently, as we sit here right now, there is no cancer, or there is no cancer to be seen. So I will take that and I will run with that while I can. Good morning, Major. Hello, my sweet. I hope you are well, Anita. What work meetings are you avoiding today by being with us? Lizzie J, hello, my sweet. Hello, sweetie. I hope you're feeling okay. Love and hugs. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. I'm feeling good, actually. I'm feeling okay, my sweet. I really am. I'm feeling okay. I've still got your eyebrow gel stuff here to send to you. Also, I'm going to message you because I've got a couple of palettes. And I didn't want to be like, oh, do you want some secondhand crappy old makeup? It's not crappy old makeup, but if you've want a couple of palettes, I've got some that I'm sorting out at the moment, so I can send you a couple of lightly used palettes if you want a couple of extras. So then, what are we going to be doing today? Well, apart from me like wanting to scratch and peel off the surface and really give a good itch down the urethra, which obviously is something I can't do. But apart from that, I'm doing okay. Thank you, Renata. No meetings today, just avoiding large spreadsheets. Oh God, I know. Well, I would say I know the feeling, but the shop's temporarily paused, so I don't know the feeling. Blessings to you. Thank you, Renata. And prayers were sent to the goddesses and gods. Thank you. I've got to say, I feel very humbled because I did have many, many magical practitioners, very many spiritual people, and some non-spiritual people as well, all offering prayers, offering wishes, offering things for deity. It was absolutely incredible. So thank you. No worries, Lizzie. I'll drop you a message and send you a couple of pictures of some of the bits. So then today, I thought that I would look at some makeup that isn't really forgotten in my collection, but it's stuff that I don't tend to reach for all that often. And I'm gonna slurp my coffee. Bear with. Oh, I'm so thirsty today because I'm still having to drink a lot to keep the blood keep the blood flushed. So I'm still having to do all of that. But yeah, so what I thought I would gosh, I hope this isn't Rufus's cold. No, the eye masks were great. Thank you. I actually put one of the heated eye masks on the night after my surgery. Neat. It was lovely. So yes, thank you. By the way, I love these earrings. They are from Blue Chalice Arts on Etsy. Our lovely Holland sent me these. They're sort of a purpley bluey color. I keep catching them in the light, and I keep going, oh yeah, and then you just see these little half crescent moons. They're lovely. So yeah, go and check out Holland's Etsy shop. So Blue Chalice Arts. I don't know whether any of the Spaniards can put the link in on the thing, on the doodah, on the what's it, the thingy bob. I'm good with this technology crap, aren't I? But yes, so I thought I would do a full face of Revolution today. So I've got the table set up next to me. I've got different foundations. Technically, I've got one foundation actually because I threw the others away because I didn't like them. So I've got one for serum, but I've got a couple of different primers to use with that. I've got different blushes, different sculpting elements. So I've got a cream sculpting, contouring. That's the word I'm looking for. I've got a cream contouring. I've got some powder contour. I've got a bunch of different lipsticks. I've got different palettes. I've got 5 different concealers. You name it. So we're really going to do it today. We're going to have a proper different go. Your Dexic. I can't even say it's late at night, can I? Your dyslexic brain read, get ready with Gowron. Noch nech. Why? What's it say? What does it say? What did I actually put? Oh, please don't tell me I put something ridiculous. Oh, also, I've just realised I haven't got the doodahs on the doodah. Hang on a second. Let me do the doodahs because Anita will surely have a go at me if I don't do the doodahs, because you can guarantee we'll end up with a whole bunch of trolls popping in if I don't do the doodahs. Right, hold on a second. I'm doing the doodahs and then I'll go and double check what Ed said. Hang on, 5 minutes, slow mode, doing the doodahs, doing the do. Betty Boo, when you are through. What was that song? Betty Boo. Doing the do with Betty Boo. I can't remember what it was, something like that. Anyway, let's have a look. It's supposed to say interactive, get ready with me, full face of Revolution coffee and makeup. Oh, right. I think you must have read get ready with me as Gowron, the leader of the Klingon High Council. But yeah, that's fine. And it's quite geeky that I know that. Oops. But anyway, all the things are on now, neat. All the gubbins. So if you are liking this video today, we've got 10 on the live. If you're liking this video already, please hit that thumbs up button. It's an amazing thing to do to help out small creators. If you would like to become a weirdling, then all you need to do is basically hit that subscribe button. If you hit the subscribe button, you automatically become a weirdling. If you don't know what a weirdling is, it is a student of weird. No, what the hell am I saying? I'm on the wrong channel. Hit that subscribe button. You become a member of the coffee club. The coffee morning. Oh, I can't even speak. That's what I was getting at. That is what I was getting at. My ADHD brain is having issues with the physical itchy healingness of what's going on at the moment. Because all I can think about is ow, oh, ow, itchy, oh, ow, itchy, ow, oh, itchy, ow, oh, itchy. That's all. That's literally all my brain is doing in like a narrative going round and round and round. Amanda Greenslade, good morning. Hi, Amanda. I hope you are well. Look at that, 1111. It's the acronym. Yeah, Gowron. Yep. You did it before the live. Thank you, Nanette. Always rely on you, my darling. But yeah, give it a good old thumbs up if you haven't already. And the thing I've got to say is, do please double check your bell. Can you do it now while I'm on the live? Just double check, see where your bell is. It's just down on the down here somewhere, I think it is. Just have a look, see whether it's clicked to all, because it should be. Like, if you've done it, it should still be. But increasingly, YouTube it reverts back to custom, and then you don't get notifications. So if you haven't got a notification recently, double check that. If you do want to get notifications of when I upload videos, so on Tuesday, we uploaded the beef stroganoff recipe that Rufus did. So that was lovely, a really lovely meal. And I really enjoyed editing that, actually, because it was a nice one to do. I love the fact that Rufus is now feeling a lot more confident on camera. So I think that's coming across in the way that he's on film and the way that he's interacting. He's a lot more him. So a lot of his dad jokes and his silly voices and things, he's just like being him now on camera, which I'm loving. So that's really cool. So yeah, so that video went up. I've got another video. I've got a makeup video going up for Monday. We may well have another recipe coming up for next week as well. We're trying to work out the recipes to really make them as good as we possibly can. And yeah, so there's all of that going on. On the other channel, I've just done a reaction. Oh my God, I've just filmed a reaction on the other channel. I've got to edit it down for the first ever episode of Charmed. So if you want to see a real witch react to Charmed, then yeah, just give me a week. It should be up there later this week over on the Witchy channel. So yeah, but that should be going up. It was interesting, very interesting. Thank you, Nanette. Nanette says your bell is dinged to all. In regards to Weedlings, I had to laugh at your description of the death card, which portrayed Ophelia from Hamlet, one of the most famous of all the Raphaelite paintings. I don't know. I'm a cultural ignoramus. You know this, Renata. Pop culture, I'm very good at. But like when I went to school, I went to a thoroughly modern school, and our thoroughly modern school had integrated humanities, which integrated an awful lot of history and other stuff that would have been done within the humanities field, all got integrated into one. It was a double lesson, so it was actually technically two, because I got two Bs in humanities. But it was, yeah. So we didn't learn a lot about that, and our art was very modern. So we learned batik, we learned sort of modern techniques, but we didn't really look at art history in any sort of context. So when it comes down to sort of art styles, I know I like the Impressionist movement because I love Monet. I just love Monet. I know, right? I'm so basic. But when it comes down to the rest of it, like again, Neil is a very big fan of the pre-Raphaelite art as well. And Neil put a couple of posts on and sent me a couple of messages. I cannot tell you anything about the artwork that's in that pre-Raphaelite tarot deck, apart from the fact that it looks pretty and I like it. I am not going to use that deck instantly though, because I want to double check the cards. Because if how can I put it? If a tarot deck is using pre-existing artwork, I want to make sure the connotations with that artwork before I use it in as a tarot deck, because I might not agree with those connotations. Do you know what I mean? So I want to double check all of that. But anyway, that's for the other channel. I'm not going to sing it, Ed. I'm not going to sing it. Nope. I'm working on some strategies for ADHD brain. And one of them is not to get directed, but also directed down into singing random songs. I'm trying to stay on focus, apart from talking about pre-Raphaelite artwork. But yes, so then we are going to be doing some makeup today. So this is the interactive Get Ready With Me. So what ends up on my face is entirely down to all of you here live. Now, if you are watching this on replay, hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the channel. It's lovely to have you here watching whatever time of day or night, if you're watching this on the replay. So thank you so much for joining. If you are part of the replay crew, let's have, is there an emoji that's like a picture frame, like an artwork or an easel? I know there's a palette, like an artist palette, but I think there might be like an ornate picture frame. If there is, if you are here on the replay crew, please pop the picture frame emoji in the chat to let me know that you are here as part of the replay crew. If you're here live, where are you coming in from today? Where are you from? What are you drinking? What is in your coffee cup? Let's do the coffee club check-in first. So the coffee morning check-in. So my coffee today is I hate to admit this, but I think it might actually be Nescafe. I think it's a Nescafe, some kind of barista blend that they did. It was cheap in Morrison's. It was reduced, and it's okay. But the reason I'm liking it today, which one's this one? Hang on, let me just double check the taste so I know which one I'm talking about. Yeah, this has got the Skinny Food Company cinnamon flavor shot thing, syrup thing in it. So yeah, a little bit of a squish of that. So it's got a slight hint of cinnamon in it. My other coffee, my other hand. I keep saying that. Nobody knows the reference unless you watch Simply Now Logical. My other coffee in the cold drink cup. This one has the, oh, it's so lovely. It's a peanut butter flavor syrup. A peanut butter flavor syrup. Oh, delicious. So yeah, so I have my 2 coffees ready to roll today. I also have some water, some squash. Now this is Porn Star Martini, and I'm probably going to get demonetized for saying that word, but it is the P-Star Martini syrup from Skinny Syrup Company. Again, not sponsored in any way, shape or form, because no. But this one has it's like a non-alcoholic mixer, basically, is what it's like. But what I do with it, I just put it with water, and it tastes just like a P-Star Martini, but it's got that flavor to it. But obviously it's got no alcohol, and it's just like a squash. So it is really, really, really tasty. So, and that was from B&M, and it's like $3.99, $2.99, $3.99 in B&M. So yes, got to stay hydrated. So make sure you are staying hydrated, everyone. Right then, so I haven't done my my normal skincare yet today. So I don't know. Should we just do that quickly while I'm on? There it is. Oh, hang on. I've got to lean. And the minute I move, Ruby's leg is going to kick out from where I'm sat. There we go. Oh. Right then. This is still in here because I'm a lazy bitch, basically. And because it's just easier to keep all of my skincare together. And it's all currently sat in here. This is like the skincare I'm using because this is the one I took to hospital. So it's all currently just sat in here waiting, because it's easier just to grab this whole kit out than it is to have it in bits and pieces around everywhere. You love art. You went to art school, so you love talking about it. Feel free to ask me for references regarding the images if you want to do a dive into how they don't match up with the tarot card meaning. Absolutely. That would be amazing, Neil. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, absolutely amazing. We'll have to do that. That could be a whole podcast or a whole special episode. I really want to look at some of the things, the artworks for some of the tarot decks. and how they do or don't make. In fact, it'll be really interesting, you know, especially if we just went through the majors to see if we could pick some other pre-Raphaelite art that might fit a little bit closer. I don't know. I thought it was pretty. I love the fact that it's pretty. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. There's all sorts. I've got all sorts of ideas for new video series and all sorts going on at the moment. But yes, so you'll notice that I'm not using my Lacura skincare for today because I've been using that for the last month for a video, and I'm about ready to film that, but I'm running very low. Oh, excuse me. Very low on my serum, and I can't get any more. Aldi, just look at me fapping with my hair. It's because I want to put my hair back, but it's very triggering if I do that. So I'm trying not to. So yeah, so that's why I don't have my Lacura skincare at the moment. It's because I've used it all up and I can't get replacements because Lacura being sold at Aldi on their special special editions, special line, whatever it's called, special buys. Once they're out of stock, you can't get them. So it is infuriating. So anyway, I'm using this, which I think I got in a rocker box today. It's the Luna Vitamin C Hyaluronic Acid Serum. It's good. Yeah, it's good. You know me. Every single skincare routine regime that I do, I will always have some hyaluronic acid in because I do find that it helps. Now, one thing I will say, I don't know whether it's because of obviously in the last, 3 months, I've had 2 bouts of chemo, and that will have an effect on my body. And it definitely has had an effect on my overall system. But my skin is drying out, something chronic at the moment. It really, really is. It's the Plum Hyaluronic Acid Serum. Not the rose one, but it's Plum. I've literally got this much left here at the bottom. So the actual glass container is up to there, the base of it, and then there's that much. There's about 1 centimeter left, so there's probably about 3 uses left. Because I've been using it for the last, I'll say about the last 6 weeks. That one, and it's a very, very good hyaluronic acid serum. It really did help. But my skin is going quite dry at the moment. Again, being in and out of hospital and having the treatment that I've had, as minor as it was, I think it has had an effect. So yeah. Right then, the next step, I'm going to use so I'm using the Tightening and Resplendent eye mask by Symbiosis. So this again has a hyaluronic acid element to it. So I'm just going to pop this around my eyes. While I'm doing this, what do you all prefer skincare wise? Like, I know Ed's been trying out the Q10 serums and that by Aldi. How has that been working out for you, Ed? Have you found that that's had an improvement on your skin? Is it still having a reaction? Let us know how that's going on. But also, everyone, like, do you find like, how can I put this? So with all the years of Rockerbox and living in not living in beauty, latest in beauty and Glossybox and all of that, I haven't had a regular, like, all-in-one brand, or even this is the serum I use, this is the so-and-so I use. I haven't had like my ride and dies, because I've got many different hyaluronic acid serums. I've got many different vitamin C serums. So for me, when I use one up, I'll start using a different one. And so because of that, sometimes it's a bit hard to see whether one particular brand is having an amazing response and another brand might not be. Ed, oh, you like Bobbi Brown skincare, says Nanette. Isn't that really expensive though? Like over here, that's quite expensive. I don't know what it's like in the States, but wow, you're very bougie, Nanette, is all I can say for that. Ed, it's okay, not as tingling as before, but you've still got a dandruffy beard. Go and see your doctor about that, because that could be down to, hormones, but it could also be down to a touch of psoriasis, because Rufus got that, like a little bit in his ear and a little bit sort of here. So yeah, he had sort of little touches of dry skin bits. Hello, Eddie. Are you good? No? Oh, sit there. I was just talking to the boy. Hello. Yes, thank you. Don't lick my face with the serums on. Um, so yeah. Do you find you think it's good to change it up after a while? Your skin gets used to one brand. Yeah, you see, that's kind of true. But also, I've seen a lot of skincare people say not to do that. They say that basically to like, if you find a brand and a product that you like, to kind of stick with it, because the reason that you don't notice that your skin improves beyond a certain point is because your skin is at its best point. So I don't know what I feel about that, because I do feel like at the moment, again, with being a bit poorly and with being a bit sort of out of it really, I haven't been on my skincare routine. I haven't been doing that regime day in, day in, day out, like day and night. So there's been a lot. Oh, it's expensive over there too. Yeah. So there's been a few days where I haven't done it, or I've crashed out and I've not done my night serums or my night creams. So I think that's had a massive effect as well. Of course you can, Annette. You never have to ask a question. Just ask the question. You don't have to ask if you can ask, if that makes sense. Just ask your question, my darling. So yeah, so I guess, you know, the serums on. Look at this, look. You wouldn't think I've cleansed, toned and moisturized, and I'm using the last of my vegan rose toner. Thank you. Can you believe I've literally, like, the rose toner that I poo-pooed when I first got one, I'm now on my third little bottle, the mini ones, and I am down to like about this much from the bottom. Oh my God, I love it. I've got some Pixie toner, and I've been using some of the La Cura tone as well, the dupe for the Pixie one. So yeah, it's been okay. It's been okay. Skincare, exactly. Oh, well, we all know that, don't we, Major? We all know that from the Glossy Box days. When we've got one of those moisturizers in Glossy Box, it's like, was it Avant or Avida? No, Avant. And it was like, this is £95. And you're going, is it? And you put it on and you go, no, it's like pound shop stuff. It's not worth it. Absolutely. Is that the vegan toner? Yeah, the vegan, or whatever it is. Is it called Happy by Vegan or something? I don't know what it is. I can't remember. It's not this. I was like, it's this one, but this is the Sanctuary body wash that you sent me for in hospital, which, because I was only in overnight, I didn't get to use, but I did. I think I used it as a face wash. Face wash. Right. So I've done my serum and I've done my eye creamy bit. I'm just going to jump then to my everyday. Shall I use this extra lifting active gel cream? Oh, go on. We'll use some of this as well. The Skin Laboratories extra lifting active gel cream. It's got 3D hyaluronic acid and argyle locks and argan oil in it. So yeah, we'll use some of this as well. I'm going to put it here. I'm going to put it around the eye bits and down on my smile lines. And then we'll just rub it in. I know, right? Let's do all the skincare. Just because. Oh, what's that? Which one of, oh, go on then. Which one of these coffee creamers sound the best? I like coffee creamers. Go on then, Annette. What are your options? What have I've got? Do you know what I've got? And I actually, bizarrely, I bought it as a coffee creamer. I then hated it as a coffee creamer, but I like it on its own. And that's a chai tea. The Skinny Syrup Company do a chai tea coffee creamer or creamer. So if you don't know, if you're in the UK, like, coffee creamers are something really new over here. Basically, all it is, it's like flavored syrup with a whitening powder in. So like almost like coffee powder, like milk powder, but it isn't, because it's non-dairy. And then you shake it. Not that hand, actually. No. You give it a shake like that. There we go. Not these. No. So you give it a shake, and it goes really, really thick and white. Oh, I'm getting myself into trouble again, aren't I? But you do. You give it a shake, and it goes basically thick and white, and then you put it into your tea or your coffee. And it's in place of milk, but it's got like your sweeteners and everything and your flavoring all in it. So I've tried various ones. They do a hazelnut one and they do a caramel one, which is delicious. And they're both in B&M at like £2.99 or something, or £1.99. Or you can buy it on their website for like £4, £5. So why would you? You just go B&M, pick it up cheap. But anyway, yeah. So I really like those, and that chai tea one I really like just on its own with some hot water. It's lovely as like a tea. Oh, so the next options are M&M, cafe mocha, peppermint mocha. Oh, I would go for, I think the M&M one sounds nice, and the cafe mocha. That's like a mocha is like a chocolatey coffee flavor. So I would go for those two. I would go for those two. Absolutely. That sounds really nice. I know, right? Shake it to get it thick. Exactly. And milky. What do you tug? A boat. I don't know. What's that, Neil? Ed, in regards to beards, I use a few different beard cleansers. I knew you would. The best one I have is called Kalamazoo by Lush. It's a cream that you massage in and leave on, then wash off. There you are, Ed. There's some good advice from the lovely Neil. Right, so I've got that on. The one thing I will say, if anybody has tried this Skin Labo one, go on their website. I don't know what it is. Skinlabo.com. You can get stuff really, really cheap. So like this is probably like 50 quid. But they always do a thing where you sign up for their email and they go, do you want to test these products? This product is only $4.99 or whatever you pay. So yeah, try it, because try it. Just try it. You might like it, you might not. But this has got a really heavy scent to it. It smells really florally. But yeah, anyway, there you go. That's that one. Oh, now Neil, now I know what you're talking about. Neil says the Kalamazoo is pineapple based and has natural enzymes that get rid of the dry skin in the beard, plus but also moisturizes the skin and softens the facial hair. Yeah, pineapple enzyme is something that's used in a lot of skincare these days. I think that, oh my god, the Huda Beauty range, they were one of the first ones. I say first ones, they were one of the major ones to kind of release it in the last few years, the papaya and the pineapple enzyme. But now a lot of brands are using those. I've got, in fact, La Cura, Aldi do a pineapple enzyme one as well. Oh, okay, Major, what did you get? You may or may not have done a Colourpop order due to free shipping to the UK. I looked at that, but to be honest with you, I looked at it and I looked all through their website, and there were a few palettes and a few of their Super Shock shadows. I was like, oh, but then I was just like, I've got so many, I literally don't need any more. I had the same offer come through from KVD as well. They did an offer recently, and I was like, oh, let's go and have a look. Nothing. Hang on. And now I've also just realised, I said this was going to be a full face of Revolution. I don't actually have any of the Revolution skincare. So yeah, anyway, this is the Dr. Botanicals hemp moisturizer that I am in mourning about, because this is my favorite moisturizer of all time, of forever and ever, of all time ever. And I think it's been discontinued because it's not on their website. And I have got a few more of these, but I did have to buy some more from Depop. Somebody had 3, and I think I've got probably 4 plus this one, and then that's it. And if you have known me for a while, if you followed me on this channel for a while, you will know that this is beyond doubt my favorite moisturizer of all time, forever. I am bereft at the idea that I only have probably a 6-month supply, if that, and then it's gone. So I am going to be searching for another good quality daily moisturizer that I can use, that doesn't affect my skin, that doesn't leave my skin greasy, that will sink in and plump and hydrate the skin in a really nice way, whilst also calming my skin. The CBD in this has really been calming, so it's really like calmed my skin. It really has. And now that that isn't available anymore, I am bereft. Anyway, let's have a look. You'll check it out, the thing. Cool. Oh, okay. Glow Recipe were the first to do pineapple enzymes. Then Huda did it. Then Oldie did. Ah, I thought so, but I thought it was going to be. I thought that skin. Oh God, the name just escaped me. Then what is it called? What's Huda's skincare range? I keep wanting to say Skin Up, but that's the that's the Mickey Tech one that the Welsh brothers did, isn't it? You ordered some Super Shock shadows as you want to try them, and a palette. What palette did you order? You're going to do a cup of both coffees. Good idea, Nanette. If in doubt, have both. Number 7 hyaluronic day cream is very nice and very hydrating, sinks in quick. Thank you for that. I'm not a great fan of number 7. I'm not a great fan of number 7. There's something about their formulas that I find, I don't know, it feels a bit thick for me. I might see if I can get a tester for it, but I'm not a major fan of number 7. And I like the CBD element. That's, I think, something that my skin's really reacted to. Anyway, now we've got all of this lovely stuff on my face. Let's get going with some makeup. Good morning, little Miss Budget. How are you, Ness, my darling? I hope you're well. How's your mum doing? Let us all know in the chat how everything is. Look at me, I'm trying to zhush my hair already. It's because I can't get used to the short hair. I'm loving it, but I keep wanting to faff with it. Oh, you see, you like it. You wouldn't say the day cream is thick, but hey ho. Right, okay. I might give it a try. I'm not going to promise. I might give it a try. I am looking for a light CBD-ish day cream. Anyway, let's talk about makeup today. So, primers. I have 3 primers in front of me. They're all by Revolution. I've got one that I've never used. I've just never used it. You'll see, or at least I might have used it once, but I don't. It's not part of something I regularly need, if that makes sense. Oh, that's great news. What's that? It's somebody's birthday soon, isn't it, Lisa? Maybe start a birthday list. I don't know whose birthday it is. Ness, you're good, and Mum no longer needs a catheter, so that is good. And she's getting there with the walking. That's amazing, Ness. Oh, I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased. That is good news. That is absolutely great news. Yes, it really, really, really is. So, right, primers. So I've got this, which, believe it or not, is a Revolution one. I don't know whether it's going to, oh yeah, you can just about see where it was printed, Revolution. This is the illuminating primer. So that's one option. I've got the Beam Dream Glow by Revolution. And that's this one, which is like a really glowy, a bit like my Jackie Black Glow Drops, but not quite as good. But yeah, so this is like a version of that. And then I've got this that I don't remember ever using, but I might have used 1 or 2 pumps out of. It's the Conceal and Define Infinite Mattifying Priming Water. I don't know. I don't know what it's supposed to do. It says it's a priming water. I don't know what that's for. I don't know how you use it. I guess you just go spray, spray, spray. I don't know. So these are going to be our 3 options for primers. So option 1, illuminating primer. Option 2, Beam Dream primer. So another illuminating, but I think it, so basically it goes a little, no, hang on, it goes like this, right? Here we go, like this. This is what it goes like. So we've got very illuminating, a little bit illuminating, matte. Okay, so that's going to be the option. So very illuminating, illuminating, or matte. So if you want to vote in the what's it, then we're going to vote now. So if you haven't been here before with us on a live, what we do, I give you the options. In this case, very illuminating, illuminating, and matte, and you get to choose. So how you do that is by voting in the chat. I could put up a poll and all of that, but to be honest with you, I can't be bothered. So we put it in the chat because that way I can see it very easily, and I'm not then sat here typing and faffing, because obviously this is I wouldn't say a one-woman show, because I've got the moderators. The lovely Anita is on standby in case we get any trolls. So I do have support, but in terms of all the, there's no tech team or anything else here. So it's easier just to put it in the chat. So then we're going to go with illuminating, no, very illuminating, illuminating, or matte. So if you want to vote and work out what goes on my skin, now's your option. Oh, sorry, you just saw an ADHD reaction, because as I pressed that, my mic was muted, and I was like, oh, has my mic been muted this whole time? Goes my brain. And then the other part of my brain immediately jumps in with, of course not, because you're talking to people on the live and they're reacting. And then the other part of my brain went, but how do I know? And it's like, no, of course it hasn't, because. Right then, so we've got, oh wow, everybody, no to mattifying, you like the glow, thank you. Very is a CT dupe. Is it a Charlotte Tilbury dupe? Oh, could well be, actually. Yes, I think so. So we've got super illuminating, illuminating, very illuminating, illuminating, illuminating. So the middle one seems to have won. Okie dokie. I thought you were all going to do me in with the priming water, actually, to be fair. I actually did. But okay, so this was just the Revolution Illuminating Primer. It used to have it in gold writing. I don't know whether you can see. I don't know whether I know you can see it just on the top here, but it says there Illuminating Primer, and on the back it says all the normal stuff. It says something. This smooth primer something radiance. I can't work it out. But anyway, this is what it looks like. So it's just your standard sort of primer, really. So I'm going to apply it with my fingers, and we will see how that goes. So then, it doesn't look very illuminating, does it? Like my Checker Black drops, they've got much more sort of pearlescence to them. Oh, but having said that, I mean, geez, that's really weird. That's really weird. It's not micro glitters. Now, I'm not saying this is the first time I've used it, because it isn't, but I do tend to mix my primer in with my foundation. And obviously, I haven't used most of these products for a very, very long time. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I don't even know whether any of these products are still available. The way Revolution tends to work, they probably have been long ago abandoned by the company, because they tend to bring out like fast fashion makeup stuff, which is why I haven't really bought a lot of Revolution recently. But it feels really nice, actually. It's sunk in really nicely. It feels on my skin, it feels like a decent primer, or a decent, like even a decent moisturizer, to be fair. You were thinking that's a lot to squeeze onto your forehead. Now it is glowing. Well, to be fair, to be fair, I do use quite a lot of primer, because I've got a big head. But, it's sunk in nicely. It's still a little bit tacky, but every part of my face is now covered and ready for the makeup. But so you say it's glowing. It kind of looks like a healthy glow. I quite like that. I do quite like that. Right. In terms of foundation, the only Revolution foundation that I still have is the little super serumy one. Now this is super runny, as we know, because it is a serum based foundation. So I am just going to use this on its own. I'm going to pop these on the back of my hand. I do have a damp sponge here, so I'm going to go ahead and use that. I have not been impressed with their foundations of late. Now, again, I used to use their conceal and define, right? I used to use it a lot, and I don't know whether the formula changed or whether my skin changed or whether I just sort of got older, but I now find it far too thick and far too full coverage for me personally. Now, I don't know whether anybody else has found that, but they have like come out with a couple of other foundations recently, and I don't know whether to give them a try or not, because I'm so used to my, you know, my gorgeous Maybelline Dream Radiant foundation, which is my absolute go-to. It's my favorite. Because I'm so used to that one, I kind of think if I'm going to spend some money on foundation, I'll just use the ones that I know that I like and that I know work for me. But I'm also a little bit curious about some of their new products. So would you like to see me do a small revolution haul and to get some of their more recent products and give you my opinions and let you know what I think? Because, as I say, it would be a pure buying this for the video haul. So I won't be getting a bunch of stuff, but I might get, like, say, I don't know, 25 quid's worth. So I might get a palette, maybe some foundation, maybe a new primer if they've got one, and then call it a day, because I don't really need any of the other sort of steps really. But I could certainly do that. If that sounds like something you would like to see me do, let me know in the chat. If you're here on the live, if you're here on the replay, let me know down in the comment section. Anita, there we go. You think my skincare and choice has changed over the years, as my skincare is much more targeted these days, and now you prefer lighter coverage because your skin has improved? Probably, to be fair, I think you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. I think it is. Am I heading towards a goth face? This foundation looks very, very pale. It does look a bit pale. Let me just change. I've got my blue lighting on though, so let me just change this one to, there we go. So that's my slightly more warmer lighting. So this is what it looks like in a bit more like sort of real life, to be fair. I mean, it doesn't look too pale. It looks a little bit pale, but that's because I am quite pale, especially once I deal with the redness. Once that's gone, then yeah. But hopefully once everything's all blended in together, it will make sense. Oh, go away. Oh, there we go. I just had a message come up from O2 saying they are doing some work in the area and it might affect my signal. The thing is, we're bouncing off the Wi-Fi. It doesn't really matter, does it? So yeah, so the foundation's on. I do quite like this Simi foundation, but as I say, if you want to see me try some of the new Rev products, let me know down in the chat, especially if there's something you've seen and you think, oh, I wonder what Lisa would think about that, or, you know, if there's something you think, oh, you know, you don't particularly want to try but you're curious, let me know, because I will give it a go if that's what you want. If not, I'll just save me money and keep using the products I like. Yeah, it makes no difference to me, to be honest with you. But yes, right. So we have foundation on. It does look a little bit pale, but don't worry too much about that. We're going to be doing something next. So I've got my sculpting contouring elements here. And this is where we are going to give a little bit of a vote for all of you here on the live. It's like a blendy blend, but this is a vote. And there are two different options really. We've got a basic contour and highlight, but I'm just going to use the contour shade in this. And then I'll be using a separate bronzer. So powder products or cream products. So let me know. This is the Revolution Pro HD Cream Contour Palette. Let me know if you want to see me do all my contouring and bronzing using creams or whether you want to see me doing it with the contour. Let me know down in the chat. No, let me know now on the votes. Let me know. Sorry, I should have made that clear, shouldn't I? Powder or cream? Powder or cream? Powder or cream? What do you think we should do? I just saw Anita's comment. You're right, I am doing it in a slightly different order today. Major says cream. Renata says cream. Ed says veggie skewers and a pint of coffee. Is that a mega pint? I know, right? Cheeky. Cream says Little Miss Budget. Okay, so most of you are going for cream options. I have reverted back to doing my face and then do my eyes just for today, just because I don't know why. I don't know why. Sometimes I do it this way around. Sometimes I do the eyes first. But yeah, we'll try this one. So you've all said the cream, so we're going to use this palette, and I have my beauty sponge. So we've got sort of a warmer shade and a much cooler shade here. So I'm going to use this cooler shade as a bronzer. No, as a contour. That's the one. Hopefully the creams are gentler than powders. They tend to be. They do tend to be. So all I'm doing is I'm using the bum end, and I'm picking it up on the sponge. So I'm picking up a fair amount. As you can see, that's quite a lot. But don't worry, I'm not going in too ham. Thank you, Amanda. Amanda says cream as well. Everyone's saying cream. Ed's just trying to distract me. It's not working, Ed. Not working. I would like it if you would do a video on different types of skincare similar to Bobbi Brown that's cheaper. I can't, because I've never used Bobbi Brown, Nanette. So because of that, I've got nothing to compare it to. I can recommend some skincare that I like. I love pretty much, I would say 95% of the Dr. Botanicals range that I've ever tried, I have absolutely loved. So I would recommend pretty much anything from that collection. Be very careful, be very mindful. You know, if you're looking for a hyaluronic acid, use a hyaluronic, you know, use that. Be careful with your actives. You know, if you can't use a B3 niacinamide, then don't use something with that in, you know, all of that. But I found Dr. Botanicals to be very, very good for me personally. I also like Dr. Seabar in terms of hyaluronic acids. And currently I've been reasonably impressed with the La Cura range from Aldi. I don't know whether that's available in the US, but generally speaking, those are the brands that I tend to stick to. But as I was saying earlier, when we're talking about skincare, because I've picked up so many different items from so many different skincare boxes and beauty boxes, my collection's all over the place. So I would just use what I've got. And to be honest with you, to be absolutely honest with you, I think as long as you are using some kind of serum that is targeted for your skin problems. So in my case, it's fine lines and wrinkles, mainly on my forehead. So I use that. I use the hyaluronic acid mainly up here and then put it all over my face. So I will use the hyaluronic acid for that. I do use a vitamin C, a vitamin C brightening, because I found over time, again, it helps my face look a little bit brighter, which helps make my face look a little bit younger. So I tend to have a hyaluronic acid serum and a vitamin C serum. At the moment, I'm using one that's combined. I will then go in for an eye serum or eye mask or eye cream, something around the fine lines, around the crow's feet, something specific for that. And then I will go in with a overall daily moisturizer. So it's something that I can use every day that sinks in. If I'm leaving the house, even if I'm just going outside in the garden, I'll use a moisturizer that's got a little bit of SPF. If I'm going out in the garden for any length of time, I've got a separate spray SPF that I will use on top, and I can use that on top of my makeup. So that is what I would recommend. And largely, to be honest with you, in my experience over the last 4 or 5 years of getting into makeup and skincare, I would say it doesn't matter the brand, if that makes sense. It really doesn't matter. I've used very, very expensive 95, you know, £110 RRP products, and I've used cheaper, like drugstore products. The one thing I would say, the really cheap Poundland, Dollar Tree stuff, I would avoid, because there's a lot of, it feels nice on your skin because it's whacked full of silicones. So I would avoid a lot of that. But what I would say is that as long as you're paying a reasonable price, so anything sort of $5 upwards, £5 upwards, for me, in my experience, that sort of level, $8.99, $12.99, £15, those sort of price points have all worked out fine for me. They've been just as good. A £15 moisturizer has worked out just as good as a £150 moisturizer from Avant or whatever. You know what I mean? So in all honesty, some is very good at very high prices. Some is very good at very low prices. It's so individualistic. It's really, really difficult to make recommendations, but work out what your skin needs. So if you've got dry skin, look at what is causing the dry skin. Could it be that you've just got naturally dry skin? Could it be you're having some sort of reaction to a food? Or could it be, you know, you're not using any kind of creams at night, something like that? And build steps in. If you've got greasy skin or oily skin and you want to control that, use a different sort of serum and a different regime. So all of that works very, very, very differently depending on what you need. So I would say, if in doubt, go to, I don't know whether like an Ulta or a Sephora or a large CVS or whatever the drugstores are in the States. Go to one of those large companies and basically take their advice within reason, but ask their advice and just say, you know, I've got problem skin, or I've got, you know, my skincare issue is aging or spots or redness or whatever it is, whatever your particular skincare problem is. Then do a little bit of research online, so you're not just going and buying snake oil from them, and then go in and basically say, right, I've read online that for redness I need something with like niacinamide, and so what I'm looking for is do, and that's what I'm looking. And so then they will basically say, right, okay, these are the ranges, what do you need? You know, they'll go through all of that with you. But if you're not able to do that, then just do some research online, work out what it is that your skin issue is, and then look at choosing individual items for that particular problem, if that makes sense. If that makes sense. Right, okay. Back to cream products. So this is the contour. So I am squeezing my, I hope that helps, Nanette. If you've all got any recommendations, can you pop it in the chat? Major says, I agree. I've got some very expensive skincare, which I love, but I equally love my ordinary products too, which are very cheap. Exactly. I saw that Ness is panicking a little bit because of the 1920s video. Where are we? There you go. You've still got to film that look. And oh my God, that period of makeup was weird. Yeah, because there wasn't any. It was before all of the everything we know now. It wasn't really till the 30s and 40s, post-war, that makeup really, really took off. Apart from the, you know, fuck me red that the soldiers liked their wives to wear, and some of the soldiers wore it. Oh yes, be careful with actives, says the Major. I had a lovely dry spot on my cheek this week because of Sunday Riley retinol. Be very careful with actives. If you're not used to it, go very, very, very carefully. You don't know what you can't use. Unfortunately, Nanette, largely you're only going to find it out by using a product that your skin doesn't like. That's largely the only way. So if you're able to get testers, minis, sample sizes, things like that, if it's a new skincare, opt for the smaller options. I know you've always heard me go, meh, 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 but if it's something you're trying for the first time, a sample, Feel Unique sample service, things like that, where you can get little mini samples, try, They're crap if you're wanting to do a full face or if you're wanting to test something over time, but you'll know whether you have a reaction to it or not. So yeah, so try that. They did use cold cream as a primer, Major. Yes, they did. Cold cream. Yep. Yep. Your Bobbi Brown skincare is a thick cream as a primer. Okay. Little Miss Budget, I would want to see that its makeup as heavy and thick as in the mid-late 60s to get the Twiggy looking similar. The makeup was massive and generally the quality was so bad. Wow. There's somebody, there is somebody from the era telling you. Cold cream, loads and loads of powder. Yeah. You're used to actors as you use retinol all the time, but I use too much and your skin said nope. Exactly. You still have some cold cream. Wow. I know what I need for wrinkles. I know what I need, something for wrinkles on my forehead, around the nose and mouth, and I have sensitive skin. Okay, but well, take all that to a skincare department store where somebody knows what they're doing, and ask them for their advice. That's what I would do. But to be honest with you, you don't need a full range from one company, and you'll be better off just using bits that you've got and adding it in when things run out, to be honest. The 20s was not heavy in makeup at all, Renata, and they didn't really use a lot of powder. They just rubbed it into the skin. Okay. Your keyboard's playing up, Renata. No worries. No worries. Right, let's do the contour, shall we? Oh, look, it looks like an Amber Heard bruise. I know, right? So don't worry, it will look like that. It will blend in a minute. So I'm just layering it up on this side as well. I'm going to go back in and get some more of the contour shade. It looks really dark, doesn't it? But it won't do once it's all blended in. And this is that grey skin tone shade, as I keep saying. So because shadows are on the greyer side, this is why I'm using that one. So I'm just using this to contour. I'm going to do a little bit here on the double chin. And just take that down, bounce it, bounce it, bounce it. There we go, there we go, there we go. That'll deal with that. And then I'm using the side of the sponge, and I'm just going to slightly blend that and shape that a little bit, just like so. And now I'm using the back end because, again, most of that product has come off. So, again, using that grey tone to get the shadows, because our skin is not, the shadows, our contour is grey. That is what creates that look. So if you're using a warm tone product like a bronzer, it isn't going to have that same natural sort of shadow effect. You contour your chin with rouge. Okay, again, if it works for you, Renata, then great. You've got quite, I would say, you've got quite a sort of, it doesn't reflect on the photo, but you've got quite almost an olivey skin tone, haven't you? Like a very subtle olive skin tone. So that might work really well for you, because again, that the red in the rouge, the blush, that will actually offset some of the green a little bit, maybe. I don't know how that would work with the color wheel, but certainly if it's working for you, then use it. I do try. What's the thought on putting blusher under eyes? This is a new trend. There is this element where you put blusher from here and round the eyes. Oh God, that's the front door just letterbox went. So that's a thing that is happening. But also, I think, in fact, Ness, have a look on Nikki Tutorial's channel, because she did a video recently of, I think it was 1920s makeup, how the 1920s makeup would really look. And that, again, was like pink blush all under here. So, yeah, have a little look at that. But anyway, that's you can see now it's all blended in, apart from there's like a line there for some reason. So I need to just blend with a bouncy sponge. In terms of the actual contour, that's created a bit more. Is that just the contour? Is that just the shape of my skin? It may well be, actually. It's me trying to like buff it out. Yeah, that's just my shape, my face. That's just the shape of my face. That's a natural contour. Okay, Nanette, well, if that's the case, then if you've got loads of your Bobbi Brown skincare left, if it's working for you, don't change it up. If, however, something isn't working, if something is like when you put it on, you just think, ooh, leave it out for a few days, see what your skin does, see how your skin reacts, and then maybe bring it back. So yeah, try all of that. Try all of that, I guess. Right, so done a bit of contouring around here. I am going to use, again, I'm using the same sponge. I'm going to use this one here, this middle one. You can see it's a warmer tone, so that's my shadow tone. This is my warmer tone, and I'm going to use this again with that sponge, and I'm going to bronze around the perimeter of my face. So again, with cream products, I mean, it looks bonkers now, right? But to be fair, it doesn't look that much more bonkers than when I put my powder on. Now, there is a trend I've seen doing the rounds where people put cream products on and they set the cream products with powder products in the same color. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing that. I'm not going to be doing that. That is a little bit too much for me. But I'm taking the bronze all the way down to sort of to here and matching it in with my sort of the top of my temples is the word I was looking for. Sorry, forgot my words then. Now I'm going to use the side of the brush of the sponge, not the side that I use with the contour, but a clean side. And I'm just going to use that to bounce and just blend out the bronzer. So as you can see, once you blend it out, and because I haven't put any powder down on the foundation yet, it's all kind of blending in together quite nicely. So you can see it doesn't look too bonkers now. It has got that blended. You do that. You set your blush with a similar blush. It works okay. That is something that happens now. Your dog wants your coffee. That's it, you see, because that's your M&M one. Powder over foundation was how makeup was fixed in my youth many centuries ago. I put a plain powder, put my translucent powder on to set it, but I don't put a I don't use blush to set my blush if I'm using creams, and I don't use a bronzer to set my bronzer. I just use like my translucent powder. That's really nice, Nat. Neat. You were at work on Monday and had a meeting with a customer, and she said to me, "Can I just say your makeup always looks lovely?" How nice. That's a really nice compliment. Absolutely. That's really nice. Oh, bless you. Right, now I do have no, I don't. I don't actually have. I lied. I don't have any cream blush here from Revolution, largely because I've never really liked Revolution's cream blushes. I've tried one of them, I think, and thought it was a bit meh. But anyway, so that is where we're up to now. So I have a bit of contour. I'm actually going to go back in and just deepen up my contour ever so slightly, just to get a bit more of that shadow effect, because I am going to go back in and use my setting powder in a second. So, it was a high-end makeup day. You see, I always do that. If it doesn't matter for me whether it's a high-end makeup day or whether it's a, oh, did I just Yes, I did. That's really clever, Lise. Well done. Okay, we're going to forget that little patch there because I've just used the wrong product on it, but never mind. I always find if I take a little bit of extra time, whatever the makeup is, like high end or low end, if I feel like, look at me, I'm strutting my funky stuff with my makeup today, then I get comments. Especially there's a woman who works on the customer service center in Asda where we go, and her makeup is always like, she always has amazing makeup looks. She really does turn it out. And that is something that I often will say to her, oh, I love your makeup today, or I love that green, or I love this. And so we've quite often stopped and sort of gone, oh, I love it. And she's gone, oh, I like your green today. So it's you know, JSC. She goes, oh, I've got that one. Like the other day I said to her something, I said, oh, I love that blue. And she was like, oh yeah, it's the Blue Blood palette. I said, I thought it was. I said, I looked at it, I could see that it looked really, really nice. I know, right? So then I'm using my fluffy Eco Tools brush, and I'm using my Revolution translucent setting powder. I've not used this one for ages. I'm not giving any vote on this because it's just the only Revolution setting powder that I have. And we're just going to put a fine dusting. Let me tap it off. There we go. It's slightly more fine dusting with a hair, and just set all of my powder products in place. Now, even though this is a translucent powder, tap, 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 now, tap, tap, tap. Even though this is a translucent powder, it does still give a little bit of a white cast, only a little bit. It does kind of lighten things a little bit. So I do have to kind of buff it in and then really buff it back out again. But there we go. Look, and now you can see, even though the foundation before looked quite pale, once I've got all my contouring in and everything is then sort of, everything is then blended and then set, it actually looks, I think it looks okay. It looks quite, I wouldn't say natural, but it does look kind of, you know, it looks much better. You can see there's a little bit of contouring going on. There's a little bit of bronzing going on, but actually, like overall, I don't look like I'm trying to do the Kardashian method. You know what I mean? If that came from, well, nice if it came from another woman. From a man, you would have your nerves go tingle and not positively. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. That's exactly what Nick just said. I know what you mean. But yes, it was a woman who also likes makeup, so I took it as a compliment. That's really good. So how comes the change in order? Was it a conscious choice? A little bit, to be fair, because I thought I would, because I knew that the cream option was going to be an option. For me, like, if I'm going to set my, if I'm going to do, how can I put this? Like, doing the face like this and starting with this blank canvas to then go on to the eyes, that just means that everything is kind of got a bit more time to gel into place. Does that make sense? Now, because I knew that the option, hang on, let me sit comfortably. Because I knew that I picked out the cream palette, if I do my face with the creams, and I kind of, I would have gone either way, but because I was looking at the cream palette, I thought, well, if that is what we end up using, and I kind of suspected that it would be, then I prefer having that down first, because it gives all of the creams now time to blend. My skin warms everything up and everything will just kind of settle into place, so that when I do my eyes, if I need to go back in with some powder products and really finalize the look, then I can do that. Whereas if you go in with creams after you've done your eyes, you don't have that same time to let everything settle in. So because I was kind of expecting, because to be honest, I've forgotten that I'd picked this up. So I thought this was my only contour option. So as soon as I brought it out, I was like, right, we're going to need to do foundation first to deal with this. Does that make sense? So it kind of was conscious and kind of unconscious. I tell you what has been unconscious is the fact that I've now set my face and I haven't got contour on, concealer on. So we're going to do that. We'll do concealer at the end, because I'll do my eyes, and then if there's any cleanup we need to do, I can do that, and then the concealer, and then the final final. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. Oh, hang on, you sent me a message on Insta. Hang on what account? Oh, there we go. What about this? Relieves dry skin, anti-aging, anti-wrinkles. I'll have a look. Hang on, you sent me an Amazon link. Pure hemp seed oil. Oh God, no, that's pure oil. No. Oh God, no, I wouldn't recommend that. That is pure oil. It might work as a mask, but in terms of it might work as a mask, but in terms of everyday skincare, that would be really, really heavy, to be honest with the internet. You always do your eyes first and then creams, but yeah, I see your point. It's just I used to do my foundation first all the time. But then I'd have to do the cleanup. But it's just habit, to be honest with you. But I do prefer, if I'm using creams, I do prefer to give them a little bit longer to kind of fully develop. Like, I don't know whether you can see, but like the shadows here are starting to develop. They're not. They're there, but it's kind of giving me. Does it make sense? They're developing. Does that make sense? Like, you can see it more. Anyway, let's move on to eyes. I think. Is that what we're going to do next? Yeah, we'll do eyes next. Right. Okay. So I haven't got all of my Revolution palettes because, as you know, I have quite a few. Do I even have a cream highlight? No. Oh, yes, I've got the palette. Of course I have. Right. So sorry, everyone, I'm a bit sixes and sevens, aren't I? Oh, and I have got a cream highlight. Jesus, right. Before we do eyeshadow palettes, let's look at eyeshadow primers or eye primers. So I've got this one here, which I believe is an eye primer. Give me 1 second. Get me old lady specs on. Eye primer, yeah. So I've got this one that came in the advent calendar. I don't know when I did a Revolution advent calendar. It might have been a while ago, or it might have been in that I Heart Revolution box thing. I don't remember. It's going to be quite old, but all of these are going to be quite old because I've not got any Revolution products in a while. So this is option number 1. Still smells fine. And so, yeah, that is option number 1. It's just got onto there. So a slightly pinky tone. This is the Prime and Lock eye primer. And this is designed to be an eye primer. So let's have a little look at this one. So this, again, this is actually a much thicker formula and a big fat doe foot. And then there's this, which, oh, okay. Is this an eye primer? It says eye primer. Okay. And right. So I've never used 2 of these. But okay. I don't know what the difference is. I've got no idea. So then, Nikki had the wrong information given to her for her 20s look. But also, I guess it depends on where you were in the 20s, whether you were like, whether it was, you know, in the States or in the UK. Thank you, Nanette. It was just, it was like my darling, but thank you for that. Right then, so eye primers. I don't know what these are. I could use my eye elements in core, the one that I normally use, but I'm not going to because I've got these. So we're going to use one of these. So this, I think, is the most recent one, the Prime and Lock. I think this is still available. And then we've got these 2 others. So we're literally going to go 1, 2, 3. I don't know where these other 2 have come from. I've got no idea, but they're apparently eye primers by Revolution. So 1, 2, 3. Let's vote in the chat and see what happens, because I've got no idea. So then, whichever one you want me to use, we'll use that as an eye primer. Oh, drink me coffee. Let's have a look at what people think. 1 says Renata, 2 says the Major, 2 says Little Miss Budget, 1 says Renata, or again. Okay, so we've only got 3 votes. So with 3 votes, number 2 gets it. If you want me to use something else, everybody, if you haven't voted already, put your vote in 1, 2, or 3. 1, 2, or 3. And we'll see what we end up with. But I think we're going to call it now. We'll call it now. So 3. Nanette is asking, can anyone recommend a good palette with black eyeshadow in? Yes, James Charles X Morphe, currently on the Morphe website. If you use the code bollocks, I can't remember. No, don't type that in. If you use the, have a look online, especially if you use something like Honey, you can get it for a lot less money. I put it on and it was working out at £16. So that would be about $20, if that. So heartily recommend. That's a good palette. It's got a good sized chunky black eyeshadow in, as well as all the others, and that's really good. So recommend that one. Revolution Blackout palette, I'd recommend. The Bloodlust palette by James Starr, Jesus, by Jeffree Star. That one has oh no, you see, now the other 2, Neil and Nanette have just said number 1. So even though I'd called it, because I was still chatting, we're going to use number 1. Yeah, the Revolution Blackout palette, same as Little Miss Budget just said, but also Jeffree Star, the Bloodlust palette has a black with purple sparkles. That is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. But as Little Miss Budget said, the Revolution Blackout palette, I totally recommend. I would say it's one of my favorite black and white palettes, to be honest with you. A very good monochromatic black, white, grey, bits of silver, a couple of bits of shimmers. Very, very good. Right then, the lock, prime and lock. Can somebody check on Revolution's site and see whether this is still available? Because I seem to remember this being reasonably good for a concealer type formula. It's not a concealer. It is designed to be an eye primer, which means it isn't going to have that moisturizing element, because for a lot of people, what you may find is that your eyelids are quite oily. Now, this is a natural part of being a human being. We tend to have oil. The ColourPop palette you bought is a coral color scheme, so out of your comfort zone. That sounds really good, Nate. That sounds really, really good. I'm really pleased that you're stepping slightly out of your comfort zone. But I really like ColourPop. You know, the ones I've got from them, I've really, really enjoyed. Yeah, I really have. Really, really have. Right. Anyway, before this sets, I'm just going to use my finger and just spread it across my lid and up onto my onto the eye space between my lid, my mobile lid, and my eyebrow, if you like. So yeah, I think this one is still available. I seem to remember it being quite good. I haven't used it in the longest time, so I can only sort of go on what I remember, really, to be brutally honest with you. But I do think it was reasonably good. But yeah, the reason I don't use a concealer on my eyes is because concealers are designed to add a little bit of moisture back in, and they are designed to sort of help deal with the lines. So you've worn your Juvia's Space palette too. Fabulous. That's really cool. Oh, that's really cool. Did you put looks on? You should put looks on. Oh, I so wish you had a channel, Nee. I so wish you had a channel. I'd love to see you doing some looks with it. I really would. But anyway, there we go. That is my eyes primed. So we are primed and ready to go. So what are we going to put on our face today? What are we going to put on my face today, I should say? Well, I've got 5 palettes here. So you put the blue-green on your lid and took it off. No! Why? I bet you were like, no, it's too bright. It's a Lisa look. So what do we think then about these palettes? So I've got 1 by I Heart Revolution, 2 by Makeup Obsession, and 2 by Normal Revolution. So the I Heart Revolution one, I pulled this one out because I've also got the Cookies and Dreams, I think it was called. So you're not putting looks up after Kirsty said you need to work on your blending. But you see, she said you need to work on your blending. I said that your blending was good. I liked your look, to be honest with you. I actually thought that that looked really good. I think you should put looks up. And if people say, if people have some positive or some, you know, some useful criticism, then just take it. It may well be in a couple of places. She might have been able to zoom in more than I did, but it could be in a couple of places it did need a bit of blending work, in which case take it as a compliment and move it on. You have it in your makeup. That's why I picked it for you, Lisa. What's that? The Prime and Lock. I like it. I like it. So this is the Cookies and Cream palette by I Heart Revolution. This I have had for maybe 3 years. Still smells amazing. And this is sort of quite a mid-tone neutral sort of color, really. It's got some sort of mauves, a couple of sort of, you know, transition shades, some blues. Oh, look, there you all are. Hello, everyone. Hi. So yeah, it's got a lot of different options really there, but in terms of a slightly more cool tone with the blues and the like, there's a nice little purple shade here. In fact, go on, we'll do a couple of swatches. I'll swatch you the purple, I'll swatch you the dark blue, the shimmer white, and that blue. I don't know why I did 2 blues, but we did. So here we go then. This is what this one looks like. That's the violet. Oh, going over all that cream and stuff that I had on my fingers, on my hand rather. That's going over all those creams. Never mind. There you are. That's the shimmer. Look at that. See, Rev do some really good shimmers, don't they? And then that's the blue. So that is the first option. We've got, do I have my makeup wipes? I've just realized that, oh no, I can go one better. Hyaluronic acid and reusable cotton. Hyaluronic acid, what? Micellar water and thingy. The only problem with I Heart is it can be patchy or less pigmented. Absolutely, they really can. The I Heart Revolution ones can be really, really patchy, in all honest. But this one has, it's been through what, 3 declutters and it's still here. So obviously I like it a bit. I don't use it very often. That's why it's in this video, the forgotten makeup. But it just smells really lovely. So yeah, so there's that one. The next one will go for the Forever Flawless Tin collection. This is the Ice palette, and it is a dupe for the Jeffree Star Blue Blood. Again, I really, really like this palette. It's slightly more on the aqua side than the Blue Blood one. It's got a few more of the slightly more greeny shades like this one, which they are just, see, this is when I think Revolution recently have gone downhill, because these palettes I really, really, really like. And I rate, and especially this. I mean, this palette I still think is one of, again, should we do another shimmer? Let's do a gold shimmer. I still think this palette is up there as a dupe for the Blue Blood. And again, if you want to see me do a comparison, let me know, because I can do that, because I think both of these are still available. Look at that. Look at those colors. So that's the Blue Blood. It is very blue, absolutely. So that's the no, sorry, it's not Blue Blood, is it? That's the Ice palette by Revolution. Again, this now is at £12 because they increased these from 10 to 12. But £12 for a palette like that, I think is very, very good value. So yeah, so again, another option. The next one I've got is the Makeup Obsession Neon Jungle. Now, I don't think I have used this on camera ever. And I don't think I've used it an awful lot in real life, in person. It just doesn't, like look at the way I can tell, you'll all laugh at this, but look at this. That Ice one is a Forever Flawless palette. Yes, this is Forever Flawless. This is just part of the Makeup Obsession range. Look at the 3 middle colors, the pink and the blues. Now, you know how much I love my pink purple blends. There's no damage to those at all. In fact, this sort of grey purple one, look, this There's just nothing. It doesn't even look like I've swatched them. So we'll swatch these two. I've got this lovely brown, and we'll do a shimmer. I don't know what color that one is. I think I've swatched some, but not all of the shades in this palette. So we'll do the purple, that bluey teal, brown. It's nice. And then that is sort of, oh wow, it's like a, it's like an off bronze. Look at that. That's a gorgeous shade, this one. Look at that. It's like a greeny bronze, sort of a greeny gold, but it looks like aged patina bronze. Does that make sense? Look at that. So that's the In the Neon Jungle palette. So that's one of the options for today. Two more to go. I've got the Forever Flawless Birds of Paradise. Now, I have used this recently on a look, as you can see, as you will know, because I think we did it on the, wasn't this an option when we did the neon goth look? I don't think we used this, but again, it's one of those palettes. It's got so many bright colors, so many different options, that it's one that, to be honest with you, I tend to pick up all the time and then just put back, because unless I'm looking for a really bright neon look, it's not one that I tend to reach for, which is a shame, because I mean, look at these greens, like that lovely green, this pink. It was the pastel goth look one, yeah. Did we actually end up using this one? I can't remember whether we did or whether you all voted for it or not. And then we'll do the pink shimmer. So again, the green, bright pink, bright orange, pink shimmer. So these colors, like, this is, for me, this is when Revolution was still at the top of its game. It really was. It was like, these were good quality palettes. Again, £12, good quality palette. And the last one is the Rady Daydream palette. Now, this was a collab with that famous YouTube person, Rady. I don't know. And again, it's quite similar, actually, looking at it. And I hadn't even, because again, I very rarely get these out, I hadn't realized how similar it is to the Neon Jungle one. I hadn't realized how similar it was, actually. Similar sort of shades, you know, that pink is very similar, the blue's a bit similar, but the Rady Daydream palette has a few more options on it. So this sort of almost a apricot color, that looks quite nice. We'll swatch that one. This green we'll swatch, this darker green, and we'll swatch this russety red color. So, and go on, we'll swatch one of the shimmers. What shimmer shall we do? Let's do we haven't done a blue shimmer. Let's do the blue from this palette. So here we go, we've got 5 to swatch, so I'll come in a little bit. So the peach, green's a bit meh. That teal is lovely. Look at that. That's gorgeous. This is the russet sort of brick color. And then the shimmer blue we'll put on the end here. Wow. Look at that blue. Look at that. So those are the 5 palettes that I've got for today's options, everyone. So very different kind of looks, although everyone seems to have quite a bit of blue in it today. So I didn't know that coming in. I just grabbed some palettes that I don't often use. Maybe it's because I don't often do blue looks, but there's blues in every single palette, which is interesting from my subconscious. So there you go. These are going to be the options then. So 1 is the cookies and cream. There we go, cookies and cream. 2 was the ice palette. Lots of blues. 3 was the Neon Jungle palette. So we've got browns, a couple of blues, all sorts of randoms. 4 was the Bird of Paradise Forever Flawless. Love the colours in this. But again, it's not one I tend to reach for. And then the Rady Daydream, is that right? Rady Daydream, yeah. It's got this sort of, look at that. I always have to double check what it's called because it just looks so weird to me. But anyway, that's their signature. Sorry, Rady, if you're watching this. I don't know who you are, but sorry. And then the Rady Daydream palette is number 5. So then 5 different palettes, 5 different options, all of them made by Revolution, and all of them around, well, £15 or less, I would say, because I'm sure these ones are now, the Makeup Obsession ones are, they were 10, they might be 12 or even 15 now because, you know, inflation. But £15 or less, I think they're all great palettes. They're just not ones that I use very often. So if you want to now vote to pick your palette that you want me to use on my face, we'll do that. Missed that, say again. Right, one last time, just for Neat. Number 1, Cookies and Cream, right? The I Heart Rev, 3 years old plus, still going relatively strong, smells lovely. That one is number 1. Number 2 is the Ice palette. Number 3, Neon Jungle. 4, Birds of Paradise. And 5, Rady Daydream. Get ready with your votes, or we're going to put it to the vote right now. Okie dokie, let's have a look at what people are saying in the chat. Let me just put these in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, so then let's have a look. What are people voting for? Renata says 4, Birds of Paradise. Ed says 4 or 5. Major says 4. Nanette says 2 or 4. 4's got it then. So we're doing a bright, colourful Bird of Paradise inspired look. Okay, so then this is what we're going to go for. So you can't say either or, you have to choose one. Okay, yep, but okay. Amanda, you're the only one that voted for 2. I mean, Nanette also voted for 2, to be fair. 2 or 4 said Nanette. But 4 or 5, we're going with it because that's what everybody else has voted for. So we're going for number 4. So then, I guess, how bold do we go? How bold do we go? How adventurous are we all feeling today? I mean, you know, you're just sat there. You got me on, doing the cooking, doing a bit of cleaning, putting the washing on, working hard in the office. Whatever it is you're doing, it's not going to be down to you to wear this today. But I've got to say, I am wearing, I don't know whether you could see, I'm wearing quite a nice, bright, bold Ghostbusters top. So, you know, bold looks don't really scare me today, even though it's on a black t-shirt. So yeah, bold looks don't scare me. So we can match in with color schemes, or we can go really bright and outlandish. What do you think? What do you want to do today? So we could do, I tell you what, we'll do a look inspired by, let's have a look at the palette. So we'll do a green budgerigar look. Okay, so that'll be option 1, budgerigar. So what budgerigar will be is it will be the yellow, the orangey, the yellow and the greens, maybe with a couple of the oranges put in as well. So it's like a green budgie. Then we'll do the second option will be I don't know. I tell you what, shall we just pop, how shall we do this? How shall we pick the colors? Right. So it's called Birds of Paradise. So yeah, we'll go green budgie. So the greens and the yellow. We'll go I don't know. I can't think. The washing up and mopping, I'd hoover, but it's crapped out and dyed. Okay. The budgie colours don't go with the top. They don't have to go with the top. Budgie or flamingo. Flamingos are the pinks and the orange. Okay. This is what we'll do. Budgie, parrot, flamingo, right? These are going to be the birds. So budgie, the yellow and greens. Flamingo will be the pinks and the purples. And parrot will be the blue and the greens. So yeah, that's it, right? So budgie, greens and the yellows, so keeping in that sort of pale but the greens and yellow sort of colors. Flamingo, pinks and purples, maybe with this little red shimmer on it as well, I don't know yet. And the parrot will be using the blues and then maybe dipping into the purple or dipping into the orange as well. So blues and orange for parrot, flamingo, pink and purple, and budgie is green and yellow. So put your vote in and we will choose the birds. I don't know what I'm saying. This was not what I was. I wanted to use the cookies and cream, but that's fine. I'll use that tomorrow. This is the great fun of this being an interactive look. I always end up really having to think on my feet about the colors that we're using. Flamingo, 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 flamingo. Ness said parrot. Everyone else has said flamingo. So then, I love how the major said budgie or flamingo when earlier she was like, you can only pick one, but then you said flamingo. Right then, pink and purples we're going for. Do you know, I did a really lovely look the other day. I don't know whether I took a picture of it. It was baby pink, baby blue, and a really soft baby purple in the middle. It was really, really beautiful. I loved it. I put like a white shimmer on my mobile lid and a little bit of white in the highlight, and that was it. It was so light and floaty, so springtime. It was really, really lovely. I know, right? Major says you should know by now it never works out how you want to on a Thursday. Exactly. Oh, you said that as suggestions for themes. Okie doke. Right then, so let's have a look using my Spectrum brushes as always, because I love these brushes. So I think we're going to use the shade Cockatoo, which is this white one down here. And we're going to put a little bit of that on the inside corner, just here. I wonder if I can bring you a little bit closer. Hang on a second. There we go. Oops. Of course, when you do that, Lise, remember that you've got a makeup palette in your hands and don't go digging all the colours everywhere. Right. Okay. That's grand. That's grand. That's grand. Never mind. Right. There we go. A little bit closer. If you love Spectrum brushes, why don't you get one of their mystery boxes, as they always seem to be full of brushes? I didn't know they, well, I do know they did them because I've seen them, but I haven't actually seen any makeup brushes, seen any mystery boxes come up. So if you ever see them coming up, drop me a message and let me know, because I would get a mystery box from Spectrum. So I'm just kind of setting the eye primer a little bit in the corner with this white. I'm not going to use too much of that, but I am going to use it afterwards to, you know, it will just bounce the light from the inner corner. And I've got my color swish, so this is what we're going to be using today. Renata says you're starving here but cannot drag yourself away from the PC. Oh, bless you. And too lazy to fire up the mobile. Oh, bless you. I don't know what to suggest then, really. Turn up the volume and then nip to the kitchen. Oh, but you want to see the creation, don't you? That's what it is. You want to see the hot mess that ends up on my face. Right, I'm using the shade Vacay. So that's this one here. Now I'm going to try and keep it more pink than purple because we're talking flamingo. So I'm going to try, and again, this is going onto a wet eye base, so it's going to be quite stuck in place. So in fact, I tell you what, because of that, I'm actually going to use a different brush, and I'm going to go in with this pale purple shade first. It's called Island, this one just here, because this is going to stick quite firm. And I want to be able to go over and to blend out the pinks for the flamingo look. Thank you. I will have a look at that. In fact, hang on a second. Oh, they currently got some. Right. Oh. Hang on, can I? No, I can do that. Right, I've hit it with a star. So I've starred it, so I can come back to that in a sec. Right, okay, so this is me purple, and I'm just going to place this on the outer corner again, because I've got that eye primer down. Anywhere that you use that you put the color down, first of all, it's going to really lock that in place. They currently have mystery boxes on sale. Any reviews you've seen, they are chock full of brushes. Oh, brush sets, even better. I will definitely have to have a look and maybe invest for my birthday coming up. So yeah, that's definitely a thing. Right, there we go. Just adding that purple in. Now, it might be a bit weird adding in the darker shade before the lighter ones, but again, sometimes you've just got to trust the process, right? So normally we add the lighter colors and go down to the darker, but because I've got a very wet eye base and it is still very tacky, I know that it's going to grip those shadows. I also just realized how bad my nails have got overnight. That's weird. But anyway, so because of that, I've gone in with that purple first. Now I am going to go directly over the top of that with this pink, so the vacay shade. So I'm going to come in slightly to halfway in, and I'm just going to place that like so. And you can see there's a little bit of fallout down onto the lid, which I'm not going to worry about too much. However, because I am using very, very, very pigmented shades, I am going to use my Puff Puff. Oopsie, there we go. Just a Puff Puff from Amazon. And I'm using my setting powder that you saw me use before, and I'm going to do the thing that we never do on this channel, which is bake. But this isn't baking for the sake of baking. This is just to protect my base. So just going to place that all there like so, and there like so. And this will all get brushed off at some point. Oh, Yaz is here. Good morning, Yaz. You can't stay long as you'll be switching to the JD trial soon. It starts in 1 hour, Yaz, the JD trial, because I will be finishing up to go over and watch that. So I will be putting a link in to Emily D. Baker, the Badass Lawyer, which is where I watch it. I love her legal commentary. And yeah, I absolutely adore her. So I will be watching it as well at 1:50, I think it is. Is that right? I think it's 1:50. Are you going to tell me now it's in like a few minutes, aren't you? Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Let me have a quick look. So, no, don't want to search on my channel because I am not Emily D. Baker, the Badass Lawyer. So when I found Emily D. Baker, the Badass Lawyer, she had 60,000 subs. She's now at 530 odd thousand, and literally the vast majority of that, I would say at least 400,000 of that has come during the Johnny Depp trial. It's absolute, no, at least 200,000 of that. It's absolutely bonkers. She's doing such a good job. But I also follow the DUI guy on as well. Yeah, 1350, an hour's time. So yeah, I also follow the DUI guy as well, and I follow Runkle of the Bailey, Lauren Lumber, all of these YouTubers. I love them. Yeah, as the Major says there, thanks for the Insta message, Reader Bots. Yeah, thank you for that. I was aware Neil had messaged as well about it. Why is that not coming up? There we go. But yeah, they did like that video. You're right, Yaz, they really did. I've been addicted to it as well. So then, while I do my eyes and we blend, yeah, they are back with a vengeance at the moment. I know, right? While I do my eyes and blend, what do you think then, Yaz? Has anyone else been watching the trial? Neat, you must have been watching it whilst you've been off, whilst you've been at work. But like, has anyone else been watching the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial? Again, going in with that vacay shade, and I'm just placing it on there, and then I'm going to blend the hell out of it because this currently looks like a 5-year-old is doing my eyes. I have been amazed at this trial. I thoroughly loved the TMZ guy, who basically is a TMZ producer, who basically said, without saying, that the video that got sent to TMZ, that got leaked by TMZ, that TMZ own the copyright for, which is of Johnny Depp when he's drunk slamming cupboards. We think, oh, wasn't he just? We think that was the day after, or the day that his mum died. That seemed to be the thing. And because he was so upset, it got filmed. Amber filmed it on her phone, and then that mysteriously got leaked to TMZ. And basically what TMZ had said was, or what this ex-producer guy had said was, if the video has been given to them by the principal, in other words, if it's been given, say if I film something and send it to TMZ, that'll be on their website in 15 minutes. If it has to go through a fact checker and go through, say if someone else sends the video, or if I film it and then Rufus sends it and there's no guarantee that he's allowed to send it, then it will take a while extra because they've got to do all the fact checking, they've got to make sure that there's no other cases and blah, blah, blah. And it is absolutely fascinating because it basically shows, without saying, Amber Heard, I'm using that white shade, that cockatoo, just to soften that inside corner. Without basically saying that Amber Heard sent it, he's saying that Amber Heard sent it because it was up within half an hour. And that was just fascinating. So I also really liked the specialist that they had on yesterday, where they were talking about the Photoshop, the photos. So she's got all these photos of bruises and whatever else on her face, allegedly. And in one photo or two photos, she says they were taken in different lighting, one in the day and one, or like she put the lights around the mirror. And she literally says, on this one, you can see, and it's like this, right? This is how it looks. God, this is how it looks, right? It's literally like, hang on. So it's like, right, that difference. And she reckons that she says, as you can see, one's got lights on and one hasn't. But it's the exact same photo. Like literally, the Roncal of the Bailey, who's another YouTuber I watch from LawTube, he basically superimposed the pictures on top of each other and went, it's the same photo. Like the little flyaway hairs are in the exact same place. Now, if you're filming something and you go click and you turn on the lights, you're going to be moved. So you might be in a very similar position, but it'll be moved. Oh my God. So this guy basically went on and proved it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So he proved that these photos were edited, that they'd been through some editing software, but he couldn't do the color comparison and the chroma key and all of that stuff. Not the chroma key, but the chroma comparisons. He wasn't allowed to give evidence about that. So he was only allowed to give evidence saying that these had been through an editing software, not to say how they'd been edited, which was, again, fascinating, absolutely fascinating to watch how the legal system kind of constrained him and how they kind of got around it a little bit. So I'm just adding in this pink vacay shade to really build up the sort of flamingo element to it, to really bring up on the outside edge that hot pink. So hopefully you can see the slight gradient goes on and then we get that hot pink on the outside edge. But he was absolutely amazing, like an amazing witness. Right, going in with the shade Adventure, which is this deep purple here, and I'm not using too much, just a little bit, and I'm going to place that on the lower part of my crease line and on the lower lid, so just there on that mobile lid, just to kind of deepen that up, because we haven't got any other reds in this palette. I am just slightly deepening that up, but I am going to go in with this hot orange as well. Now this might sound a little bit weird, but I'm going to put this on and I'm going to just put a little bit of this just further along the crease, just to bring in that sort of hot, you know, sort of with flamingos, they've got that pinky color, that sort of pinky orangey brightness. So that now I'm actually quite liking, where you've got the sort of, you've got that hot orangey pink there, and it leads out to that really bright pink right on the corner. You think they're both trashy and fucked up human beings in a toxic relationship. While you do think Amber Heard is the most manipulative and vile, you have to remember that JD is a great actor and he's not blameless. I agree that they are both, it was a very toxic relationship. However, I genuinely believe, I don't believe that JD wasn't blameless. I believe that he was an alcoholic and a drug addict, and he was going through those issues and those concerns. And whilst that doesn't forgive him for his actions, it does give a bit of causality and a bit of reasoning to it. But I think he was struggling to get sober and struggling to get clean in an environment with somebody who was using him. And I think the fact that she filmed a lot of their interactions and kept it and then released stuff to the media, released stuff, the fact that she kept stuff for so long, the fact that she, on the day she got her temporary restraining order, her TRO, she had this mark on her cheek. That night she was photographed out with friends and there wasn't a mark on her cheek. The day before there wasn't a mark. The fact that she did all this, it doesn't make sense to me. And the fact that when she's given evidence and when she's on the stand herself, I don't believe a word she says. Like I've been in, not physically abusive, but in mentally abusive relationships in the past, not for very long, because I won't allow myself to be treated like a bag of shit. But I have been there. I have experienced a little bit of that. And when I think about those times, when I think about, you know, being with somebody who was using me and was there for what I could give him and for what he got from being my partner, rather than being my partner, he was there for the bells and whistles. At the time, I was just about to go on tour, but I was certainly within Leeds. I was very, 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 very well known, could get into all the bars and clubs for free, got all sorts of perks for being on the scene, basically, and for being a minor, for being known within a small, a big fish in a small pot, a very small pond. So being a big fish in a small fish bowl, put it that way. And he was with me for all of that. He wasn't with me for me. He wanted to get all the gubbins. And so even now, when I think about that and when I talk about it, it still makes me pause, because he really was quite a shit, really. And so I for a split second, I fell for that. And when I think about it, it does make me pause, and it does make me sad, and I do have emotional reactions so far on. However, she doesn't have that, and when she's talking, she seems very fake. And so from that perspective, I just think it's like I don't believe her. And whilst I do believe that we should err on the side of trusting victims of DV and other forms of things like that, I think in this case she wasn't the victim, and I just think she's despicable. But anyway, oh, Kirsty's here. Good afternoon, Kirsty. You get home, turn on the TV, and see Miss Lisa doing an awesome impression of Rich Lux. No, I haven't got triangles. How dare you? It's because we're baking, Kirsty. We did my face first today, just for some reason. But yeah. Do you watch Rich Lux? I can't stand him. I really can't stand him. He just annoys the hell out of me. Right, going in with that white, just to in the inner corner again, just to blend that out. Going in with that adventure shade, that deep purple, into the outer corner. Yes, her laughing and joking while Jonny was on the stand yesterday was very telling. I think she forgets she's on camera 24/7. Absolutely. No, it wasn't a boyfriend, Nanette. It was her ex-wife. Amber's ex-wife, basically, is the one that she attacked. And the woman yesterday on the stand that said she saw her attacking him, sorry, she saw Amber attacking her wife, that woman was the arresting officer. She was the arresting cop. So yeah, fascinating. But she wasn't allowed to say that because they weren't allowed to bring up the fact that the arrest happened. So just fascinating. It really is. But yeah, I do think like We don't bake on this channel apart from in the kitchen. No, I know we're not baking. This is just protecting. This is just protecting the face. So it's not technically baking because we're not doing it for any highlighting purposes. We're just protecting the face. Right, so I'm adding in that hot orange just underneath and along that crease line just to bring that color back in. I didn't put enough of that purple. So again, using the same brush, I didn't put enough of that purple in. So I'm just taking that along the crease line like so. There we go. And a little bit more on this corner just here. So we ended up going for the flamingo look today. So I think we're kind of getting there on the eyes. I'm just cleaning this brush off as much as I possibly can with this color switch because, there we go, I'm going to use this one to blend with a little bit more of that white. Tap the white off. So there's a hint of the white. In fact, there's probably not enough there. There we go, a bit better. And I'm just going to blend that outer edge just up a little bit with that white, just to soften it ever so slightly. And again, especially on this eye, I seem to have done a slightly different shape on this eye. Touch in with the pink. And blend that pink into that purple on the outer edge, because I didn't do that either. Like so. Back in with the white. I don't know if you can hear the birds in the background. We've got 2 trees next to our shed, and we've got magpie nests in them, which is just lovely. We've got a bird feeding table out. We've got well, what have they got on the table today? They've got seeds, they've got their bowl of water, they've got seeds, a bowl of water, they've got their peanuts in a peanut shaped hanging uppy thing, acorn shaped hanging uppy thing rather, and they've got is it raspberry and apple or blackberry and apple suet block. So they are quite happy, oh excuse me, out there at the moment. So again, just taking this on the inner corners up. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, Neil says, guess the theme, Kirsty. You have to tell us all about the cutest handmade needle felt figures you've ever come across from a Cornwall-based mother-daughter business called woolfairies.co.uk. That sounds really cute. I wish I could still needle felt. I miss my needle felting. I really do. I wish my wrists were strong enough to needle felt. They're just not at the moment. Hopefully at some point I'll be able to get back to needle felting. Even with the 10 needle dabber, even with that, it just my wrist just killed me. I am making some more jewelry bits, by the way. I am going back to doing a few bits and pieces with that. Probably going to be doing one-off necklace things and one-off earring things like the one that I took to hospital, which will be a whole other video on the other channel. So yeah, do have a little poke around with that one when that goes up. Right, so I've got 2 choices really in terms of shimmers. I think, you know, we've got a pink and we've got a gold. I think I'm going to use both. So the pink one we're going to place all over the lid, including over that purple and over that hot pink. This is it's a really wet. I don't know whether you can look. If I can you see it moving? Now look, you can see my imprint on it. Look at that. It's a very wet, which means oily formula, but look at that, it's like putty. What birds do we get? We have got, so see, we haven't got any crows. We've got a wood pigeon, which we've seen for years, just the one that has been coming for years and years and years. We've got some starlings, some blackbirds, some finches, we get a couple of robins, magpies. We haven't got any crows in the back garden, which I am devastated about, because I love me some crows. They are my spirit animal. They are my favorite bird. And certainly if oh, what's that? Kirsty's saying, oh, Kirsty's saying, getting some 80s vibe, but loving the color combo. Thank you very much. The Major, you have a bird nesting in the trees at the back garden, and every morning when your cat goes out, the daddy bird comes down and gets really nasty and loud with her, so she hides in the outhouse. Oh, bless. I know the cat's only doing what the cat naturally does, but the bird doesn't know that. But oh, it's like the next door's got cats, and they will sit on top of our shed, looking intently in the trees like this, going. So they haven't got anything yet. They did kill a rat the other day, and left it in our garden, which was lovely. A big, giant, bloody wild rat, horrible thing. And I woke up before I let the dogs out. Luckily, I tend to, before I let the dogs out, I will check the back garden through the kitchen window just to make sure there's no cats out there, just to make sure the wind hasn't blown any of the plants down, things like that. Right, gold in a corner. Just to make sure that everything is, you know, fine and dandy. But yeah, the rat was on the side, and it had two great big puncture wounds in it. So it obviously got caught by one of the cats, which I was not upset about, to be honest, because the wildies are nasty critters. They are absolutely nasty, horrible, evil buggers. They really, really are. And yeah, so absolutely not too upset that the big wildie had gone. So then I'm liking that little hint of gold. I really am. Kirsty did say 80s theme. It's not quite 80s. It is based a little bit more. We'll talk about that in a second. You get a lot of crows here, and they always make you think of me. Yes, because I am the crow mistress. I realized I can't show you what I was going to show you, but it'll be on the other channel. But yes, absolutely. Of course, we get a lot of seagulls trying to nick the food, so we have a seagull proof it. Absolutely. I wish we had crows in my garden. I really do. I wish we had them, but we just don't. You've got blackbird spuggies. What are spuggies? House martins and yellow hammers, amongst the lots of others. But it helps you've got a nature reserve. Yeah, well, that doesn't count, Kirsty. That's cheating. You've got an entire like area in the back of your garden. Right. So that is probably going to be the look for today on the eyes. Do I need to? I think I need to just, because I keep talking, let me just look straight on. Is it this one? Yeah, I need to go slightly higher up with a little bit of that pink. It's just ever so slightly. Like so, and then I do need to just blend this edge out because I don't like the way this edge is sitting. So just blend that out again, soften that up a little bit. So literally taking it up and softening it all at the same time. Blendy, 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 blend. There we go. That's a little bit better. And now I've got that blended edge. That looks a lot better. Now I'm going to go back in. In fact, I'm going to go back in with a much smaller brush. This is the Spectrum A13. There we go. So one of these ones, and I'm going in with that hot pink again, and I'm then just going to place it just on that outline of that purple, just to reinforce that pink, like I did on the other eye. On my other eye. So it really does look as if that is being blended out, that pink. So there we go. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. That looks a bit better, doesn't it? It looks now as if it is more blended. So yellow and purple is your favorite color, Yaz. That's amazing. Did I see the video you put up of Russell the Crow sitting on your arm? No, I didn't, Ed. Oh, I'll have to go and look. Oh my God. Oh, I love crows so much. If anybody ever sees a dead crow, save me its head. I'm not even joking. No, send me, like, grab some feathers. If you ever see a crow feather on the ground, keep them, send me them, because I adore crows so much. I would have a pet crow if I could, you know, rescue one and keep it, if it had an injured wing or something. If I could rescue a crow and have it as a pet, a familiar, I absolutely would. However, it's not very fair just to go and nab one from the wild, is it really? You go to Roundhay Park with the intention of watching crows. You're convinced they're your spirit animal. You even have an LGBT rainbow flag with a big Norse raven on it. Oh my God, that's so cool. That is so cool. Is that the 3 ravens all in one? Oh, that is so cool. I am going to have a crow or raven tattoo at some point. That is on my list. It really is. I've possibly got 2 that I'm going to be using, that I'm going to be getting for my birthday. I'm definitely going to have my hand tattoo done because I'm having the on my magical pointy fingers, I'm having stars in a particular design pattern on the inside, so that if I have no tools, I always have a little sparkly bit of magic, so I can do my witchy oogie. So yeah, so not that you need the tattoos to do that, but that's what I'm going to have done. And then I'm thinking, because I've obviously got my goddess, my trans goddess here. I did say I was going to have some forget-me-nots added to that at some point. So that's another one that I want done. But then I'm also thinking about having a large crow or some sort of crow design added in as well. Thank you, Neil. Neil's going to keep a lookout for some crow feathers. Absolutely. So yeah, so I'm looking at lots of different options at the moment in terms of tattoo designs as well. So that's really interesting for me. Not interesting for anyone else, but I find it really interesting. Right, I am going to add a bit of color onto my lower lash line. That's what I was looking for. Before I do, I am going to use that little bit of, oh, there it is. Just this was clean earlier. And this has been from doing all the swatches. But anyway, I'm just going to remove a little bit under my eye of the foundation. I don't really can see. Yeah, look at that. Look how creasy and lined that is. That's because we said that we had all that powder on my face, so the baking powder. A crow would make a beautiful tattoo. Well, I've got my dragon on this arm. I have nothing on this arm yet, on my shoulder. So I'm thinking of having it maybe on like here. But also I want to see it. So I'm also thinking of maybe having something about this size on this wrist. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. You're going to be doing the same eye colors. So what color should you use for the eyeliner? We'll come on to that in a second because it's going to be a vote in it. But I am going to remove, just let me get my finger in so I can use it as a point. I'm going to remove, there we go, the foundation and the crusty setting powder that's left because of that baking element. So I'm just going to remove that just from there, and we're going to use a concealer. Look at the difference. Look at that. Look how old I am. So old. I don't care. Right. So then, concealers. This is where I've got, again, a bunch of choices because, you know, it's me. Let me see if I can narrow them down a little bit. So what color is C2? Hang on, 2.5. Oh, that's almost a bloody white. Right, that's going to be no good. That's a soup. Right, so that's just the same. Right then, so well, we'll go with I don't know what's going to be a better. Okay, we'll just go with this one, I guess. Right, so then these are going to be the 3 options for concealer, everybody, because we're still voting. So we've got now, right, I'll do it in order of my preference. So we've got the Makeup Obsession Mega Conceal. This one is in the shade 03. So this is what that one looks like. Again, if I pop it, I don't really need to pop them on my hand, do I? But we're not talking about the shades because they're pretty much the same shade. But this is that one. It's a big kind of doe foot, but it's not the doe foot. It's that sort of oval one that's got the little recess in it for product. I know I said I wasn't going to swatch, but yeah. So that's that one. So it's the Makeup Obsession one, available in Boots in the UK and on their website. And then I've got 2 of the main Revolution ones. Now, this is something I used to use all the time, and then they changed the formula, and I'm not so keen on it. But anyway, this is why I've got 3 of the same. So this is the Revolution Conceal and Define. Now this is the original formula, I believe, but it might not be, I don't know. So that's what this one looks like. So this was just, you know, their big fat dough foot, same as most of theirs. It's a bit of a thicker formula, as you can see. So yeah, that's the Conceal and Define. And then they brought out the Conceal and Define Infinite, which apparently is a 16-hour wear, and is supposed to not crease at all. It says it's crease proof. It's got niacinamide and infinite coverage in it, apparently. Now, again, it's a very similar big fat dough foot. Again, quite a similar creamy kind of consistency. Now, yeah, when it says it doesn't crease, I am not so sure about that. I'm really not so sure about that. So this is going to be down to all of you in the chat. So we've got, who wears concealer for 16 hours? Sometimes I do. If I put my face on early and I keep my makeup on during the day, I might film later at night. So I might still have that concealer on. So it depends on the day, to be honest with you. Generally speaking, that, and also sometimes I do forget that I'm wearing makeup, like the other night. Go to sleep and I'll wake up and go, oh, in fact, it was last night. Went to bed like midnight, fairly early, very early for me, because I'm trying something new with the weight loss thing, with the slimming world. I'm trying something new. I'm trying not to be in the lounge at like 3 in the morning if I get munchies or if I get that habit. I'm trying to take the editing into the bedroom, or just go in the bedroom and sleep. That's what I'm trying to do. I know, right? Who'd have thought it? But anyway, these are your options for concealer. So yeah, a normal person with a normal body clock need, absolutely. But when you're talking about somebody with ADHD and time blindness, which is why we've done 5-hour streams in the past, because I literally have no idea what time is. And I couldn't tell you. Most of the time when I've been on a stream, once I've gone past half an hour and 4 hours feels very similar to me because of my ADHD brain. Anyway, let's vote. So we're going to go, I guess we're going to go 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. So 1, Makeup Obsession. 2, original-ish formula, Conceal and Define. And 3, the Infinite Wear, Conceal and Define, Infinite. So that is your option today. 1, 2, or 3. What concealer should I try on my face for today? Put your vote in the chat right now, please. 1, 2, or 3. Let's have a look at what the chat is saying. Oh, nobody's voting. Oh, Jesus Christ, that all came through. What the hell? That all came through all of a sudden, one after the other after the other. What's that? What's that? You're going to be doing, what's that? Can't read that. Right, so we've got 2, 1. Oh, so we've got 2 votes for 2, 2 votes for 3, and 2 votes for 1. Right, it looks like it's going to come down to Neil. Neil, Ed, and anyone else who hasn't voted yet. If you haven't voted yet, 1, 2, or 3. 1, 2, or 3. 1, 2, or 3. 1, 2, or 3. Pop a number in the chat. So 1, Makeup Obsession. 2, Revolution, and 3. I know, Neil, you have to put a vote on. Damn it. Come on, Neil, you get the decider. I know, all that pressure. 1, 2, or 3. Oh, Lizzie says 2. So there we go. We've got the final solution. No, don't say that. We've got the final option is what I meant to say. Yes. So there we go. Neil, you can still vote if you want, 1, 2, or 3. But Lizzie has said 2. So we'll wait for Neil to put a choice in. 1 is Makeup Obsession. 2 is Conceal and Define. 3 is Conceal and Define Infinite. No, Nanette, Major was talking about my body clock because it's I know, right? Because it's My body clock is all over the place. So I think we're just going with number 2. Neil said 3. Right. Oh wow, look how thin that's got. Jesus. This is what cancer treatment does for bloody I know it said 3 as well. There we go then. So we're using the one I hate. That's what cancer treatment does for alopecia. There we go, brain. Right then, so here we go then. So we're using the one I hate the most. It is the Infinite Wear. Now this does say it's crease proof, right? But this creased on me like an absolute bugger when I used it, which is why it's been in the drawer ever since. Now what I will say is I did used to do the influencer style concealer back in the day. I used to do the big Rich Luxe triangles rather than the sort of this method that we use now, which is to use a lot less concealer and to tap it into place. Now I used to do, you know, it used to, oh god, this is so thick. But yeah, it used to be a lot more like triangles, if that makes sense. It's like an emulsion. This is so thick. This is so thick. It really, oh my god. It's like stage makeup. It's like Kryolan. If anyone's ever used Kryolan TV paint stick, or TV pan stick rather, why didn't you mention the creasing on you? Because it's not, because a lot of concealers crease on me, but again, it may well have been the technique, Renata. So I am always up for going back and retrying products that didn't work for me before, which is one of the reasons why I don't tend to get rid of a lot of the basics, because, you know, an eyeshadow palette, if you don't like the colors, then generally speaking, if you're never going to use that color story, like, yes, you can change your mind on colors and things as you go and as you age, but generally speaking, it's one of those things where I think if you are like, if you don't like purple and you haven't liked purple your whole life, then you're not going to suddenly wake up in 2 weeks time and go, oh, purple, I love it. It's like me with neutral palettes. Like, they leave me quite cold. I've got a couple for doing looks on camera with, but generally speaking, I like a little bit more color than that. I have got some neutrals that I can tone down, or some brighter ones that I can tone down, and things like the ABH palettes that pull towards the more neutral side, but that's kind of as neutral as I will go. So when we're talking about you know, makeup and stuff, especially stuff that doesn't appeal to me or that I've tried in the past and I don't particularly like now, that's always going to be something that I will go back in and try again, especially if it's something like this, at least once, because, you know, skin changes, fashions change, preferences change, all of the above. But in terms of like its quality and in terms of how creasy it gets, we'll see today. It's very pale, I've got to say. That is actually the darker of my concealers, which is really bonkers. But we'll see whether it might even oxidize a little bit. I don't know. As I say, I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've used these, which is why they are in the forgotten makeup that we're doing today, the forgotten makeup sort of video. That is super pale though, isn't it? So a little bit of setting powder. I'm going to have to go back in and warm up my face ever so slightly with a bronzing powder, because that is super warm, super bright. Look at that. It just looks ridiculous now. It just looks ridiculous, doesn't it? Now that looks like I'm using the Rich Luxe. Right, okay, so we can't leave that looking like that. Now it looks like I'm doing Rich Luxe. Right, so what I'm going to do is, with the bronzing and cream products that I've got still left on there, with a little dollop that I've just put there of that foundation serum, I'm actually just going to blend that onto the blending sponge, not getting the concealers, and I'm just now putting, so that is now the blending sponge, which has got a little bit of the cream bronzer and some of that foundation serum, and I'm just going to try I know I'm going over a powder as well, but I'm just going to try and see whether I can blend that down slightly. Right, it's not too horrendous, but look at the creasing already. Look, can you see? Can you see? This is supposed to be an infinite wear crease proof. Like, is it just me? Does that not just completely age my eyes? Like, let me know what you think, because to me that just looks like bloody terrible, to be honest with you. I mean, what do you think? What do you think? I'm probably not going to take it off and start all again, because it would mean taking off the whole foundation and all the cream products. But yeah, that isn't great, is it? That is not great. Right. Think. What can we do to rescue this so I don't have to take it all off? Right. I'm going in with the Dream Radiant by Maybelline. How many different types of products can I put on my face at the same time? Let's just see if I can rescue the color. Can I take it off? I would have to take this entire area off, which would remove all the cream products. But let's just see. Right. Rescue Rangers to the rescue. There's a new Rescue Rangers film coming out, isn't there? This might end up looking incredibly cakey. If it does, then we will absolutely take the base off. But yeah, no, I'm not happy with that. Right, okie dokie, here we go. So what have we learned today? That at least on Lisa, the Revolution Conceal and Define Infinite is super thick and super creasy, like super creasy. So this being a product that says on it crease proof, that's going to go, I'm actually going to not even put that back in the collection. That's going in the bin, because that is terrible. Right, let's go. Oops, sorry. Let's try and go back. You don't like that concealer, Lizzie J? No, I would not recommend that for anyone, to be honest. Right, okie doke. Let's do. So once again, we're doing a cut and shut, everybody. If you don't know this reference, a cut and shut is basically what the car industry, the second-hand car industry, calls it. You don't get it so often these days, but it used to be where you would get, say if you get two cars that are written off, right? So you get the front end of one car and that one's really badly damaged, but from the say the front crumple zone is completely gone, right? And then in the back of the car is perfectly fine. And then you get another car with the same make and model that maybe's had a dint in the back. And literally you splice the front off one car, stick it with the back end of the other car, weld it in the middle, polish it all up, repaint, and it's called a cut and shut, because you literally cut and shut the two bits together. I don't think it still happens these days, at least I hope it doesn't, but I know from back in the day that that's what used to be a thing. So we called it, when I used to work on stage and that, if we ever got to a situation where, especially halfway through, what you learned, what you leaned, tell us if a product is not for you and give the reasons. I did. So yeah, this product is not for me. Right then. So then, Renata, this is the bit then. Go back onto that in a second. So this product is not for me. And this product is not for me because it describes itself as crease proof. And yet we saw how creasy it went on my eyes. It is a very thick formula, which will be great if you are doing a full coverage look. However, for me, absolutely not. It doesn't work. It does create a lot of coverage if you want to spot conceal or if you want to use it in certain areas. But for me, absolutely, this is not a product that I would ever reach for. It's not a product I can recommend. And because of the way that it creases so badly, I think unless you are somebody who has very young skin, and obviously Revolution, a large part of their customer base is very young, a lot of their, unless you are like in your very early 20s or younger, I think that this would crease. So certainly if you're in your 30s or 40s or 50s or above, I would say avoid it. If you've got any lines and wrinkles on your eyes, I would say to avoid it. So there we go. Right, I'm going to use what foundation can I patch? Right, we'll just use the same serum that I used on the rest of my face. And now you won't vote for it. I won't use it ever again. I am going to get rid of it. Yes, absolutely. Your go-to concealer from Collection is no longer your go-to. They changed the packaging and the formula, and now it's awful, and that one's too thick. Wow, you see, this is it, you see. The companies change a lot of formulas. Now, I can understand it. They do it for various reasons, using the clean bit of the sponge. I'm very mindful of the time as well. So we've got 20 minutes or 25 minutes before Emily D. Baker starts doing her commentary on the Johnny Depp trial, and I will certainly be watching that. Right, bearing in mind this is going to be quite pale in comparison, and I'm going to go back in with those cream products and just warm it all back up again. I know, right, we've done that once, but so yeah, so this is where it's called a cut and shut. Now, what I used to do on stage is that I would hairspray my eyes into place. So I would literally, like, you do this and hairspray my eyes so they did not move. The eye makeup would be solid. If anyone's going to a festival, if anyone's going to a gig, a concert, a pride, a wedding where you're going to be there all day and not have time to touch up your makeup, but you want to party in the evening, anything like that, where you are going to be partying, dancing, getting drunk, bowling, having going on holiday, whatever it is you're doing, if you want your eye makeup to stay in place and you can sweat through it, but it will pretty much stay reasonably intact, I used to use hairspray. I cannot recommend that because it is not designed for your eyes. But everybody that I used to work with used hairspray, and it used to do the job. Now, be bloody careful. Don't get it in your eyes. Be very mindful. You know, it's not a recommendation. Don't do what I do. Do what I say. All of that stuff. Bronzer. Why am I using bronzer? Oh, okay. Tiny bit of bronzer just around here. But with all that being said, it worked for me back in the day. Would I recommend it? Probably not, to be honest, because, you know, it obviously dries out your skin and it does a lot of things. But in terms of, you know, did it do the job that I was asking it to do at the time? Absolutely it did. Absolutely it did. Would I ever do it now? Depends. If we go out to a Pride event this summer, hopefully we'll get to a Pride or two. I know Leeds Pride is going to be bonkers. I don't think I'm going to do Leeds Pride this year because it's just like thousands and thousands of people drinking. I might do Donny Pride. I might do Sheffield Pride. It's normally quite a big one. York Pride's normally quite a nice kind of Pride event rather than it being like a big bonkers one. And then I might go across the Sparkle in Manchester, which is the trans non-binary event over there. So I might go across to that as well. But obviously we're not going to be doing a stall this year like we've done in previous years. So, and again, it depends on how things go with the cancer treatment, really. If in 3 months' time, which would put us what, June, July, August, we'll be back end of August, September, so Pride season will be over then. So hopefully I'll be fine till then and I won't need a cystoscopy in advance, but we never know. We're just treating it at the moment that we're cancer free for the time being. Obviously that's very different than the all clear, but anyway, right, so quickly go back in with my Eco Tools puff, I was about to say, God, my Eco Tools brush, just my little setting brush. And there we go. Because I blended the edges and because I crossed where some of the bits were, I also blended the edges here. So you can't see the cut and shut, which is good. The Tool Can Inset hairspray was what we used to use. Inset in the bright. I've got some in the, no I don't, I have the Lacura version in the bathroom. I can't use it at the moment because it is so heavily scented. It is ridiculous. The other one we used to use was Bristow's. I've got a tin of that up there as well. I say used to, still using it today. I know, right? So we're back to where we were, So for concealer today, I'm going to use the only concealer that I would recommend by Revolution, the Mega Conceal by Makeup Obsession. So yeah, I do like that one. It produced the thickest but finest fog that hung in the air for about 10 minutes afterwards. Yep, that's the one, Inset. Oh, it stank. But do you know what? It did the job. Right. So dab, 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 dab. Wasn't Inset in a white and blue can, was it? Oh, was it Harmony? Inset was a white and blue can. Was it Harmony? Because that's my tummy. Bristow's is the pink can, the sort of like hot pink, dark pink can. Was it Harmony? I can't remember. I thought that was Inset, but yeah, I know the one you mean. There we go. Look now, can you see the difference? Look at that. This is blending in and blending out, right? It's a much nicer formula. Elnet, thank you. I think it was Elnet that I was getting confused with, Renata. Yeah, it's Elnet is the gold one. Harmony was another one. I can't remember what that was either, but God, back in the day. I knew it sounded like Inset, didn't it? Sounded similar. Right, I don't know whether you can see. Can you see the difference already in like how this concealer is performing? Now I used a similar amount to that other one. It's blending in and it's seeping in a little bit into the skin, blending out, and you can see it's brightening just where I've put it, but it isn't like white, right? And again, if you look, you can see that because I've got lines, you're going to see those lines, but it doesn't look anywhere near as bad as that Infinite one. I don't know what let me know. Have any of you tried that Infinite one? If you have, let me know, because it can't be like that for everybody, because they wouldn't be able to sell it still. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense. Right, I'm using the Puff with a little bit of setting powder. Now I am just using my thumb and just pushing some of that setting powder into the Puff so that it isn't all going to come out. And as I'm doing that, I'm just literally tapping it into place just to set that concealer, like so, to try and avoid any creasing. And then I'm going to go back in with the other side that hasn't got any of that powder on. I'm just tapping over the top just to really, really, really. Oh, I know. See, this is it, Kirsty. Did you used to spray the bottom of your shoes as well? Because we used to hairspray the bottom of our dance shoes, our dance skins. Not dance skins, that was tights, but our dance shoes. We used to spray the bottom and sometimes get a fork or a knife and just like mess up the bottom a bit, hairspray it, and then that kept it kind of a bit grippy, a little bit grippy. But oh God, the smell was so distinctive. If you smell it now, you'd probably throw up. Probably would, yeah, probably. Right, so blushes. We're running rapidly out of time. We've got 20 minutes until the case starts. 15 minutes until the coverage starts, so we're going to rapidly crack on because I am going to do this. So I'm going to go and watch this rather. So for blusher, I've got 4 options for you. Okay, so option 1 is, again, it's not really forgotten because I have used it in a few cases. So option 1 is the I Heart Revolution blush palette in the shade Marshmallow. So this is the one that has been around, again, for about 3 or 4 years. It still smells really lovely, not a problem, still works really well. Like swatches, like you can see, nice palette, right? That's option 1. Option 2 is the Rhubarb and Custard Blusher Reloaded. I've lost the top and everything. So that's this one. Oh God, it's a bit powdery on top. So that's that one. Again, I'll put that shade there. So a little bit more corally. Going for an absolute pink shade today. We've got the Pink Lady one. So again, a Revolution blush. That's what that one there looks like just there. And then finally, oh God, finally, the option would be the Pretty Peachy sorry, Isn't It Peachy blush palette. And this is the one by, again, Makeup Obsession. And so these are the colors that we've got here. So again, I'll swatch you these for, oh God, did that wrong, didn't I? Swatch you these for here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. So you can see these ones just here on the end. They're much more of the peach tones. So then, those are your options. What do you think, everybody? We've got a very, very sort of pinky toned palette. We've got the two, so that's option 1. Option 2, the baby pink, the paler one. Option 3 is the more hot pink, and option 4 are peach tones. So if you are able to and you still want to, pop a vote in the chat right now as to the blusher options. So yeah, pop that in the chat right now. Let's have a look at what you've all decided is going on my face in terms of blush then. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Kirsty says 2. Everyone else is saying 1. So it looks like we're going with the Marshmallow palette. I like this palette, to be honest with you. I really do. I think, I'm not sure. I know you've got this one, Ness. Was this ever released on its own, or was this just part of the set? Because as far as I can see, it only ever got released as part of the great big collection. Lisa's here. Lisa Koch Rochello. Koch Rochello? Is that, have I pronounced that right? Lisa Koch Rochello. Hopefully I pronounced that right. But good morning, good afternoon, my darling. I hope you are well. I know, sorry, Kirsty love. I prefer that shade as well, to be honest. But this is what we are going for today. We're going for the Marshmallow palette, and I'm probably going to use, actually, oh, Kirsty, you might just about have got your vote. I was about to say we're going to use this shade here, which is Marshmallows, but look how similar they are. They're very, very similar. So it was only released as part of the set. I think that's a real shame, because A, this smells amazing, and B, it's just lovely. It's a lovely, lovely blusher shade, or blusher palette. So I'm using the Lacura, whatever these brushes were. This is the one that I use for my blush. And look, you can see when it's on, it looks quite brown toned almost in the pan. But when it's on, it really, on my skin tone, it really does create this really nice sort of quite natural-ish kind of effect. It's almost like an orgasm by NARS, almost that, but not quite. It's kind of just a shade like a little, if you've got the orgasm shade here, it's slightly on the peach tone or the apricot tone of orgasm rather than on the pink side, because the NARS orgasm shade has just got that little hint of both, hasn't it? It's got that sort of peachy apricotty pink, but this is kind of just slightly to the apricot shade, except when I actually wear it, when it goes on with me, because of my sort of natural colouring, it brings back out that pinky tone. It's a really beautiful shade. It is very similar to the Rhubarb and Custard, and as you can see, this is one of my most used blushes from when I was using a lot of Revolution. So yeah, so if you like this shade, I don't even know whether the Rhubarb and Custard shade is still available, to be honest with you. If it is, I would totally recommend it. Right, a little bit of blush just on my nose as well. I love how that looks. Like, I love that color. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. Why didn't I go with a colder pink shade to go with your eyes? Because, to be honest with you, we'll be talking this hot pink here, this brighter shade, and it just doesn't suit. It just does not suit my, okay, I'll show you, right? Where can I put it so I can take it off? Well, nowhere, but here we go. I'll put it a little bit there. Look at that. It looks like I've been punched. It really does. So I'm going to put this on the other side as well in the same place, and then blend it the hell out. But yeah, that's why my skin, my colouring pulls very pink. The This may be the last Thursday you'll be on for a few weeks. You've got the trolls off school next week, and then we go on our jollies. Oh, fantastic. Where are you going, Kirst? Oh, fantastic. Where are you going? Where are you going, my darling? Oh, it sounds amazing. Oh, you've got the kids' passport, so you're going away somewhere then. You're going away. It's not just like a Butlins trip. You've got an Hourglass blusher. It's coral with a shimmer. It's beautiful, much better than NARS. Do you know what I really like? Again, you'll see it on the Lacura video. I really like the two blushes that Aldi have done. One is a dupe for the NARS one, for the Orgasm, and one's a dupe for one of their other shades. The Orgasm dupe is just ever so slightly off, but it works really, really beautifully. And as I was saying, my skin, my colouring always pulls slightly more to the pink side. So it really does. It really does just whatever colour I have, unless it's a real grey tone or a really orangey peach tone, it will always bring that pink out because of my natural colouring. So I don't mind that combination now, to be fair. Right, I've got, what have I got? Two more. Oh, I've got, yeah. So we've got two options. Technically, I've got three options, just to confuse everybody. Do I have that other option? Is that, oh, too late for that. Right, okay. So I've got two options of highlighter. We're not going to go, no, okay, I've got three options of highlighter. Three options. Yay, you're going to Cyprus. Oh, the sister's wedding. Yay. Well done. You'll be fine once you and all your luggage are there, Major, to be honest. 2 out of 3, what? Waiting to hear if we can get Louis fast track to pick up from Durham. Oh, God. Hopefully 2 years late for the wedding, I know, right? But it's happening. Yay. It will all work out. It will do. We'll all light some candles and do some witchcrafty stuff. So you'll be fine, my darling. Right then, highlighter. Just with 10 minutes before the case, we have Highlighter Reloaded, Just My Type. So again, this is one that I absolutely adored when I was using it. You can see, like, it doesn't look like I've dented it, but if anyone's ever used these Blusher Reloaded ones by Revolution, you use a hell of a lot before you dint that that sort of, it's not an imprint, it's actually like built in like that. So if you know, you can see how flattened that is. I use this so much. I love it. It's a beautiful kind of champagne-y, sorry, Prosecco shade. It really is a lovely shade. Where can I swatch it? I tell you what, we'll swatch it on, oh, here, look, I tell you what, I'll take my watch off and I'll swatch it where my watch was so you can see. Look at that shimmer. Look at that there. Look how beautiful that is. So that's, what's that one called? Just My Type. Then I've got this little one by Makeup Obsession, and this is in the shade Highlight H103 Bronze. So it's just a little one. I've had this for ages as well. It's before Obsession got really bonkers. So yeah, this again is another very sort of similar, slightly more, as you can see, look at that. It's slightly warmer, slightly pinker. So that's the Just My Type, and that's the Makeup Obsession one. And then we've got the Revolution Skin Kiss in Dream Kiss, and that's this bonkers shade, but I really only picked it up for this pink. So we could do a highlighter that, oh, I caught my skin. Highlighter that really pulls pink. So these are the three options. So we've got the, hang on, that didn't swatch very well then. There we go. So we've got the pink, the, yeah, so the pink, the sort of slightly more bronzy, or the champagne-y. So we'll go, and so we'll go 1, 2, 3. So that I'm in the order that I put them down. So 1, 2, 3. So that's what you that is what you are voting on today. Highlighter 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. Put your vote in the chat now, please. Let's have a look at what the chat is saying. Just got to get 3 kids with Sen who have never been to an airport hang on, through and on a plane whilst also trying to cope with your own and hide your own anxieties. You'll be fine, my darling. You'll be fine. We'll do a nice big working. Otherwise, you'll be looking for a babysitter to look after a 4-year-old for 2 weeks. I'm busy, I'm afraid. I might have to go into hospital on that day. I don't know when it is, but I'm busy that day. Got to go for a checkup, I'm afraid. So I would, I would, but I've got to go for a checkup that day. When is it again? You wouldn't be without him. You wouldn't be able to go on holiday without him anyway. I know, right? Could you imagine? Thank you, Renata. 10 minutes, I know. Thank you. So everybody is saying 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 1. One's got it. So one was that one. Thank you, everyone. I would have opted for this one too, to be fair. I really would. I thought you might have gone for the slightly sort of the more pinky one, in the bronzy one in the middle, just because of the look so pink today. But no, we'll go with that. I am going to do my brows in a second as well. So there we go. We'll add that highlighter in. I love this. This highlighter is so beautiful. Why do I not use this? Needs to go in my everyday kit again. Well, hopefully now I'm not going to be in hospital for a long time, in theory. After you've applied 4 layers of it, Lisa, put the brush down. But it's just so pretty. It's so damn pretty. Look at this. Look at this. There we go. Nice little bit of, I would say brown nosing, but no. Right then, so there's 2 more, 1 more vote. We've got 1 more vote, and we've got 8 minutes before trial starts. So 1 more vote, everybody. And that is going to be on lips. Now, whilst, there we go. On the, where is my, oh my God, brain. Oh, it's there. I can see. Right. So, lips. So I'm going to ask you all. I've got lots of, looks like it will be a nice eyeshadow topper too. Oh, that's a good point. Let's try that as well then, shall we? Where did I just put it? Where did I 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 put it? Oh, it's there. We'll try that. That's a good idea. We'll try that, Yaz. Let's have a little look then. So we'll just go in with this eyeshadow brush, and I'll put a little bit of it. We'll go just there underneath the brow bone like that. That's quite good. Yeah, no, I think that's really nice actually. Ooh, look. So then, whilst I do my eyebrows very quickly using the Freedom, which used to be a Revolution in-house brand before they dumped it and then became what we know of Revolution today. So yeah, this one. Let me know what color lipstick you think I should go. I've got all of my Revolution lipstick duo things here. So the Retro Lip Luxe ones. So I've got metallics, and there are metallics, and there are other liquid lipsticks, right? So I've got them in lots of different shades. So type in the comments while I do my eyebrows very briefly whether I should go for a more nude look, an out there color, or hang on, nudes and pinks, out there colors like greens, I might have a black or the deep red, or metallic. So nudes, out there, metallic. That's the vote, and then we'll narrow it down from there, and that'll be the final thing we do in the next sort of 4 minutes. So then, I know, right? You're all giggling and you're all laughing because I am, quite frankly, horrendous at time management, as you all know, because I have ADHD brain, and therefore my time blindness is a real problem. So when we're on a fixed deadline for something, I do actually appreciate either Renata or like normally I set a reminder for the Amazon to say, Lisa, get moving. Lisa, go and do it now. But I've got to say, Rufus also has a bit of time blindness. So between us, it can be quite difficult getting us anywhere on time. I mean, God, it really can. Right, let me just take this little flat brush and just use that just to repair what I've just done wrong with that brow. There we go. You can't see it now. It's fine. Pretend it's fine. It's fine. Right then, so options on lips. What have we got? Wow, lots of lips. Metallics, metallics, metallics. Everybody's saying metallics. Yay, lots of metallics. Okay then, so we're going for metallics. Everybody says, apart from you, Lizzie, but don't worry, my darling, we'll do a nude lip another time. Right then, so metallics. Let's have a look at what we have. So I've got the Empress one, this one here. I've got We Rule, which is this one. Have I only got the two metallics? Oh, no, yes, maybe black, green, red, purple, or technically this is holographic, right? And technically it's not holographic because it's not. Right then, so I think we're going to use a metallic. So I've got a lovely, there's that one, or let's have a look at what this other one is like. Oh, okay, so we've got a slightly more gold or slightly more pink. We're going to go for the pink one, I think, just because. In fact, let me just swatch them. I'm very aware of the time. Oh yeah, that is very gold. Right, I'm going to use the Empress one. Look at me going for something that's named after my favorite tarot card. Who would have thunk it? So this is the Empress. No, this is, oh, what's this? Hang on a second, I've just confused myself. This is We Rule. Is this the pink one? Okay, we're using We Rule, not Empress. Oh, right. Oh, we're not using a pencil because that pencil's run out. So we're just going to use the Lippy. Emily D. Baker has just gone live. Oh. I'm not just sitting on YouTube. We've got to go out in a bit. I like that, Major. Not the odd one out, just an individual. Exactly, my darling. I'm not sure that it goes with the overall look, but I do like the color. And then for, oh, I was going to use an eyeliner as well. Never mind, haven't got time for eyeliner. I will have to do that off the stream. But I'm using the Big Lash Mascara by Revolution. I do still like this one. It's now I'm using different formulas like the MAC Stack mascara. I've got to say, I prefer what that one does. And even the new NARS Climax Extreme, like the extreme version of the Climax mascara, I really like that as well. You know, if you're going to climax, you do want an extreme one, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I've got to say, overall, no, I agree, Major. I think it doesn't work with the look. I am going to try the other one in a second. There we go. In fact, I was just thinking, do you know what we could always do? We could always do a little bit of this. Hang on a second, everybody. Hang on a second. Law and Crime Network. Haha. I'm thinking, let's pull that one up there. Hang on, everyone. Let's see whether I can do this. Right, mute that one. If I do this and then click, how do I do that? Right, do I, come on, brain. What are we trying to do? Oh, share. That's what we're trying to do. I've just worked out. I know. Hang on, everybody. Share screen. Chrome tab. That one. And hang on. Hang on, everybody. Let me just do this for 2 seconds. Put that in the background. That makes it a little bit clearer. And then if I go to this one and we do that. There we go. Look, hurrah. So they're at sidebar at the moment, everyone. Look at me. It's like I'm a YouTuber or something. So yeah, can we do it this way round? Nope. Why can't I do that? Why can't I share that? I can do that way round. Oh, so there we go. Look. So that is in the blue is Rottenborn, who is Amber Heard's lawyer. I don't know who that is in the black. It could be Dennison, who is one of Johnny Depp's lawyers. And the woman with the lovely hair, that is Camille Vasquez, who is one of Johnny Depp's lawyers as well. That's Amber Heard, you can see on the split screen. She's got her hair down today. That's interesting. That is very interesting, actually. She's been having her hair up. So today isn't the closing arguments. That won't be until tomorrow. But yeah, no, that is fascinating that she's gone for a down hair. So they're at sidebar dealing with legal stuff with the judge. So while they're doing that, there we go, look. While they're doing that, I will finish off the look. Look at me. It's like I'm a professional YouTuber or something. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. In fact, I should put in the thing, doing makeup to doing makeup. Oh, you couldn't see me because of the banner at the bottom. There you go. Hopefully you can see it now. Oh, a sidebar. What a surprise. I know, right? Oh, you are good on the laptop. Thank you very much. I know, right? So let's sort out the lips, and I will sort out the eyeliner as well, because I'm liking it. And I'm also like, it's muted at the moment, but we will go, I will hit that. There we go. Hopefully you'll be able to hear some volume on it in a second. Thank you, Lizzie. Can I stay on and do a commentary so you get it? I can do if you want. I can do, absolutely. If you want me to do a commentary, I will. In fact, if you want that, let's change the name to, oh, they're coming back from the what bit.
Okay, thank you.
There we go. So we go to that. Right, okay, let's do this then. Let's change this. Lisa, oh, hang on, everybody. Sorry. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. Right, so they're waiting for the jury to come in. Let me just go down here. There we go.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Your next witness?
We call Dr. Richard Gilbert.
Dr. Gilbert?
I don't know who Dr. Gilbert is. Right, I'll tell you what then. Should we take the banner down? Hang on.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
There we go. Take that off as well. No,
Good morning, sir.
Sorry, everyone.
Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Richard Stephen Gilbert.
So who is
And
he?
what is your occupation?
I am an orthopedic surgeon, and I have a subspecialty training in surgery of the hand and upper extremity.
Oh, so this is about Johnny Depp's
Dr.
finger.
Gilbert, where do you work currently?
I currently work in New York and Long Island at Northwell Health.
And you mentioned you have a specialty. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your specialty is?
Okay,
So after medical school, I trained in orthopedic surgery, and I did an orthopedic surgery residency. And for a year thereafter, I did a hand and upper extremity surgery resident fellowship. And so my practice for the past 22 years has been limited to surgery of the hand, wrist, and elbow.
Oh.
And I think you may have gotten ahead of me there, but how long have you been practicing?
22 years.
Okay. What percentage of your practice over the past 22 years has involved surgery?
Approximately 1/3 of my practice.
Okay. And other than that 1/3 that involves surgery, what does the rest of your practice entail?
The rest of my practice entails some academic work, but mostly
hang on, while they're doing that, I'll tell
seeing
you.
patients
So,
in the office, seeing them either
a few
pre or
years ago,
postoperatively,
when they were in
or
Australia,
hand surgeons,
when he was filming Pirates of the Caribbean 5, they got into an argument, and Johnny alleges that Amber Heard threw a giant bottle of vodka at his hand. His hand was resting like this on a bar, and she threw the bottle of vodka. Basically, what it did is it was this hand, it was a ring finger in this hand, and that the bottle of vodka basically hit his finger, exploded, and took off the entire top of his finger and smashed his hand, basically, and smashed the tip of his finger. And so this is one of the surgeons that obviously treated. Now, Amber Heard says that Johnny cut it off. So this is why they've got the expert on. They're going to be trying to lay claim to the fact that it was obliterated with a blunt force impact rather than being cut off with a knife. So yeah, that'll be the reason. Let's see if we can turn this back up again.
Where are you currently licensed?
In New York.
So all of this, when they're talking about all of this bit, where are you licensed, what's this about, all of that, what they're literally talking about is they're going to his credentials as an expert. So what they're trying to prove is that this guy knows what he's doing. He's an expert in this for these reasons. Okay, so that's what they're doing. Is this echoing? Because if it is, I can put it on my I can put it into my ears, into my my earbud if need be. I'm going to change the color of the lipstick actually, because I do quite like this look, but I do think that the lipstick is pulling it slightly off. So although I like the metallic, I think I'm going to go with a more, maybe a more nude look actually, Lizzie. So maybe we will go more nude. I thought I had a pink metallic, but obviously not.
Organizations are you a member?
So again, they're going through all his credentials, what professional accreditation they've got. Wait until Elaine, oh, it's okay, no echo, fabulous. Wait until Elaine, Johnny, Amber Heard's lawyer, gets on. She'll be saying, are you board certified? Are you this? Are you that? You know, are you just here for your 5 minutes of fame, which you kept saying yesterday, which was so blooming annoying. Right, let's have a look at what this. Oh, I might go for this. Do we think this shade? No, too dark. Maybe.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Gilbert as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, specializing in the hand.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved.
No, because he's obviously an expert. Gosh, right, okay.
So, Dr. Gilbert, what work were you asked to do in connection with this case?
So I was asked to review medical records, radiographs, pictures, as well as testimonies and depositions related to Mr. Depp's finger injury.
So, if either of them win, what do they stand to win money-wise? To be honest with you, right, so the way the case is working, actually, I'll come on to that in a second, Major. I'll come on to that in a second. Let's start it. Thanks, Lizzie.
And his right hand
I'm
was
living for this.
bar when a vodka bottle was thrown at his hand, injuring his right middle finger.
Vodka bottle.
He describes that the vodka bottle exploded.
Are you aware of other explanations for that injury?
There have been multiple other explanations, but I think the one that was brought out was by Ms. Hurd, who believed that Mr. Depp was holding a landline and out of anger was punching it against the wall, and this resulted in his right middle finger injury.
Based on your review of the
That's
medical
not what she
records
said.
and other documents in connection with Mr. Depp's finger injury, how would you describe the nature of the injury to Mr. Depp's finger?
Well, the nature of the injury was he had what we describe as a comminuted fracture of the distal phalanx, meaning there was a fracture of the tip of the finger, and comminuted meaning that there were multiple pieces. So this is some type of blunt force with a high mechanism of injury. He also sustained loss of the tissue along what's called the ulnar side of the finger towards the little finger. And this appeared, based upon my review of the pictures, to be some type of sharp laceration because it represented a clean edges of the wound.
Okay.
Can we take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 60? And pull up to go to page 3. And Dr. Miller, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
So these are two radiographs, x-rays of Mr. Depp's finger, his middle finger.
Okay. Sorry, just to stop you, but Your Honor, may we publish this to the jury as a demonstrative?
Any objection?
Oh,
All right, we'll identify it as 60, page 3, and publish to the jury.
And Dr. Gilbert, sorry to cut you off there. Can you just tell a jury what we're looking at here in this X-ray?
Two X-rays of Mr.
So we don't
Depp's
get
right
to
middle
see
finger after the injury, and towards the tip of the finger, there's a fracture. Again, what I described as a comminuted fracture, meaning there are multiple pieces at the tip. There's also a transverse component to the fracture closer to the joint.
In your view, what types of mechanisms can cause this sort of injury?
so I've just gone in with a
This is
line prime lippy in the
mechanism
show,
of injury that has high velocity
pumpkin,
or force, generally a crush type
which is
injury.
sort of like a pink
Simple
but with a
fall
slight
does not result
orangey
in
pull to it.
comminuted
And you're going to
fractures
put a
such
gloss
as
over the
seen
top.
in these X-rays.
And we're using the term comminuted fracture. Can we just define that quickly for us?
So again, comminuted, and it's not particular to a finger, is a medical term for a fracture that has multiple fragments.
In your opinion, could this injury have been sustained in the manner Mr. Depp described?
I do believe so.
And how might that work? How might a thrown vodka bottle produce an injury like this?
So vodka bottle, which is a hard object, would have crushed the tip of the finger, resulting in the comminuted fracture. And in addition, as the vodka bottle broke, the glass would have lacerated the finger, resulting in the soft tissue loss that was also seen with this injury.
Absolutely, I agree.
What's
I'm
your
not an expert,
assessment
but I agree.
of the description of the cause of the injury offered by Ms. Hurd?
I think that's highly unlikely.
And why is that?
Because one, in general, when an injury is caused by punching against a wall or a hard object, it is extremely rare to see an injury to the tips of the fingers, which is seen with Mr. Depp's injury. Generally, you're holding something with a fist, and that in general leads to injuries most commonly of the knuckles here, or fractures of the metacarpals. We call these boxer fractures. Second most common after those would be injuries to these, but as you can see, if you're holding something and hitting against something, it is very unlikely that the tips of the fingers will be injured.
Of course.
In addition, just taking into account the radiographs and the pictures of the injury, I would not believe that solely a blunt force against a wall would result in the soft tissue loss.
What other injuries, if any, would you expect to see on Mr. Depp's hand if the injury had occurred as Ms. Hurd described?
So if you would have, if that were the cause of the injury, you would certainly, that would be a dorsally
Going in with a
directed,
hot
so this is
pink.
the dorsal in the back of the hand, as opposed to the palmar side. So if you're punching against something, you would certainly expect an injury to the nail bed, and those are always seen in those type of injuries. If there is an injury to the tip of the finger, which again I said is rare, so you would see either a loss of the nail or blood underneath the nail called a subungual hematoma.
In your review,
Yeah, I'll be on Sunday. See you later, Kirsty, my darling. Have a lovely, lovely day.
In your view, is the injury, can you explain to us exactly why you think the injury is consistent with Mr. Depp's description?
Well, again, his hand, he describes his hand being held over a marble bar, which is a firm, something firm, unyielding, and the bottle hit against the finger. So basically the finger was crushed, resulting in, again, what I described as a comminuted fracture. And as Mr. Depp described, the bottle exploded. So it's certainly reasonable that the glass that exploded as well led to the soft tissue loss along the ulnar aspect of his finger.
Hang on, everyone. I'm just going to let the doggies out for a toilet. Do you want to go to the toilet? Come on then.
Yes, I
Mummy's
did.
going to turn the telly up so I can hear it slightly better.
Finger injury as well.
Correct.
Did you agree with Dr. Moore's testimony?
Certain parts of his testimony I did, yes, but not all of it.
Focusing on the parts that you, well, first of all, why don't you tell us what you agree on?
Well, I agreed in terms of his interpretation of the x-rays, saying that he had a comminuted fracture and this was some type of high force injury.
Okay. What did you disagree with?
Well, I disagreed with several things that he said. He first said that he does not believe that the mechanism of injury could be, as described by Mr. Depp, holding the hand on the side of a marble bar, because he said it was all a palmar injury, and there was a palmar component to the injury. I'm talking about the soft tissue loss, but there was also a dorsal, meaning the back of the finger. So the soft tissue loss was actually, if you looked at the pictures which were shown when Dr. Moore testified, the injury goes like this. So it's an angled or an oblique type injury. And there's no way that anybody could determine whether or not it was a palmar directive force, meaning from the palm side, or a dorsally directive force. But certainly either are plausible.
Okay. Anything else come to mind that you disagreed with?
Well, he also described that this was definite. Well, he thought that this was a pinching, or what he described as an avulsion type injury. And that's referring to the soft tissue loss. That's certainly possible, but if you look at the pictures that were shown when he testified, the laceration looked fairly clean. There were clean edges, it was not jagged. And generally when you have an avulsion or a pinch type injury, you see a very irregular border to the skin. It's pinched off, you can imagine, as opposed to something that's cleaner that would be lacerated by, let's just say, a piece of glass or a knife or whatever. And that's more consistent with the pictures of Mr. Depp's injury.
And we're using the term soft tissue loss, and just to make sure we're on the same page, can you just tell very quickly what you're referring to there?
Right, so there were two components to this injury. One, the fracture of the bone, and two, he had loss of the soft tissues so that the bone was exposed. So that amputated part that was found at the bar.
Now, you were saying that Dr. Moore testified that this was an avulsion, and meaning a pinching injury, right?
Correct.
Why do you believe it's more likely that it was a laceration?
Well, again, in general, a pinch type injury results in one, much more damage to the remaining tissue, but the remaining tissue is usually very irregular. The borders are jagged, and that's not what was depicted in the pictures.
Dr. Moore also testified that he thought a vodka bottle might not have sufficient force to cause the injury here. Is that your understanding of his testimony?
Correct.
What's your response to that?
I certainly believe that a vodka bottle that was thrown from a distance against a hand that was resting on the marble bar is more than sufficient force to result in fracture and soft tissue loss.
Absolutely. I've worked in many a bar and seen many a
Now,
bar.
in looking at the medical records and the pictures
wine
of
bottles
Mr.
and
Depp's
things have been
hand,
thrown.
what was the condition of his nail?
There was no injury to the nail.
And other than what you've already told us, how does that factor into your analysis, if at all? The fact that there was no injury to the nail?
Well, it makes it highly unlikely that the mechanism of injury described by Ms. Heard resulted in this injury, because you really would always see an injury to the nail and or nail bed.
Do you have any opinion regarding the direction of the injury?
Well, it's certainly
Yeah,
based upon the soft
exactly
tissue loss. It's an angled injury, or what we
Got
call
a
a
large
medically
vodka
oblique
bottle as
injury,
well.
because of soft tissue loss
Would be
is
very
at an
thick
angle.
bottle.
He
They're
lost
very
some of the
heavy.
tissue on the back of the finger as well as the palm side, primarily along the palm side. But other than that, you can't make any assumptions. Unless you saw a videotape of this injury, nobody could tell you definitively what the direction of the injury was.
Dr. Moore also commented on the absence of fragments of broken glass in Mr. Depp's injury. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And how does the absence of glass fragments factor into your analysis?
It really doesn't. I've seen hundreds, if not probably at least 500 or more
see,
glass injuries.
If the vodka
And
bottle is fairly thick,
I would say probably the
gone in like
majority,
this
you
in
don't
this
see
corner, like
glass
that.
in these injuries. It is much more
the
common
force
to
of
see
it would have
glass
damaged the
embedded in
finger,
wounds when you're
blew
talking
that
about very
up,
fine
lost the tip
glass.
of the
So
finger,
if,
and then
say
the bottle would have
wine glass
exploded.
would explode or something of that nature, where you get little tiny shards.
Exactly.
But in
And the
general,
vodka
when you
bottles are
have thick
thick.
glass, such as you see in a bottle or
Yep.
or a pane of glass, you generally don't see, because they break into bigger pieces, and you generally don't see the glass. But you certainly can, but it's not surprising that you don't.
Can you definitively state how this injury occurred?
No, nobody can definitively state.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Good morning.
Now, you're being paid $1,000 an hour for your work on this case, correct?
Correct.
And you agree, just to sum up how Mr. Moniz finished, you agree that the finger injury could have been caused by any number of things, right?
Yes.
And you're not offering an expert opinion on what you believe caused the finger injury,
No.
correct?
Correct.
And you're aware, you said a few times Ms. Heard's account or Ms. Heard's explanation, right? You remember saying that?
Yes.
You're actually aware that Amber has said she doesn't know how he lost his finger. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
So when you were just talking about Ms. Heard's account or Ms. Heard's explanation, you're aware she's never actually given an explanation for how she thinks he lost his finger, correct?
No.
You're aware that Ms. Heard testified, and this was from your deposition, you're aware that she testified she doesn't know how he got his fingertip chopped off. You're aware of that, right?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, I'm not. I reviewed the records, and in one of the testimonies depositions that I reviewed, it was described that that potentially it was lost when he was punching against the wall with a phone.
And on that, the last point there, I think we agree. Ms. Heard's testified in this trial and previously that she saw him smash a phone to smithereens, a wall phone. You'd agree with that, correct?
Correct.
But she doesn't know if that was what caused him to lose his finger.
She also said he did it with a knife.
I agree. I cannot speak for her, but yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Right.
Sir?
Right, while they're approaching, Anita, you asked the question. Oh, I can start there, look. Anita asked the question, if either of them win, what do they stand to win? Well, there's two different court cases happening at the same time. Johnny Depp is suing Amber
Dr.
Heard
Gilbert,
for
you gave a
defamation.
deposition in this case on March
50
7th,
million.
correct?
She's
Correct.
You were
countersuing
under oath in that
defamation
deposition.
for 100 million.
Correct?
Correct.
I'll come
Okay,
back
if you
to
could
it.
turn to page 61, please. You see there are
So
four
could both
pages
lose,
per page of
but
paper.
only one of them can win. If Johnny wins, he doesn't automatically get 50
It's on
million.
page 16 of the document.
Likewise with Amber, the jury will decide how much each of them get.
Okay, line
depending on
9,
who wins.
you're asked a question, and then Amber's response to that question, that's the line 9. Can you read that, please? Answer, I do not know. I did not see his finger go off. Question, and Dr. Gilbert, are you aware that Amber did not see Mr. Depp's finger go off? Answer, I mean, I'm aware that, well, I am from reading this. I'm aware of the mechanism that she claimed would cause the finger injury. Question, but have you read anything so far that indicates she doesn't know how the finger injury happened? Answer, so far from what I'm reading here, yes. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And
Boy, jump up
you've
then.
heard no testimony in this trial from Ms. Heard that the finger injury was definitively caused by the phone, that she doesn't know, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that the fingernail was uninjured. You said that, right?
Correct.
And the nail bed was uninjured,
Correct.
correct? But the area under the fingernail in the pulp of the finger, that's where the injury took place, right?
It was not isolated to the pulp, no.
But it didn't injure the fingernail. That's my
Correct.
question. Okay.
Yes.
And under Mr. Depp's alleged theory, Amber threw a vodka bottle at him from 10 feet away or so, right?
Correct.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
you testified you have no way to determine the angle that the bottle was coming from,
Correct.
but she threw it on a downward trajectory, correct? She didn't, there's no allegation, you've never read anything that she somehow underhanded it so it came up to his finger, right?
Correct.
And there's no way to tell, as you testified, what exact direction it came from, right?
Correct.
And the glass
They're trying to
exploded,
get
but
to you.
you've already testified there was no
The
glass in the
damage on the
wound, right?
finger and the angle of the bottle.
And I haven't read
What
any
you're trying to
record of
get
that in any medical records, correct?
Correct.
You also haven't read anything about there being cuts on the rest of his hand, right?
Correct.
And there was no glass found anywhere on the rest of his hand, correct?
No.
Correct.
No bruising or injury on any other part of his hand other than the tip of his middle finger.
Correct.
And somehow, under Mr. Depp's theory, that bottle hit the bar and his fingers, but didn't damage the fingernail while it amputated the area under the nail, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation of that is that you believe that his hand must have moved at some point during the force of the injury. Isn't that correct?
No, I said it could have, but I did not say that it did.
No, you believe that it did, don't you?
I said that it likely did, but I was not
Yeah.
there and I don't have videotape of the injury, so.
That's a really good idea, Major. In fact, they were talking about this on.
Let's turn to page 25 of your deposition, please.
They were talking about this on Emily's stream yesterday. I'll turn the volume down ever so slightly because they're just talking about going over what he's already said.
Page 25 and 26.
Johnny
so
Depp would be
page
very
7.
good
Okay.
to say to his legal team, he's saying that he doesn't want the money. Oi! Thank you. He's saying that he doesn't want the money. So it would be very good to say to him,
Line
for his
18,
lawyer to say to the jury,
clear
this isn't about
by,
money.
quote, sitting in
I
that
only
position,
want $1 award. I'm
almost
suing her for
slide
50
down.
million.
Answer.
I only want
That's what the claim.
$1.
I mean, according to
But
the
the
history.
result
yes.
mattered to me
Question.
because he's
And
trying to
would it
clear his
matter if
name.
Mr. Depp's hand
And if he
was
did
almost
that,
side down?
I am
Answer, not
pretty
really, because it really
guaranteed, but
discussed
not
this. It
guaranteed,
really
but
just
pretty
depends
sure
on the
the
angle
jury
at which
would
the
find
injury
for him
occurred.
because in all the
And as
details of the
well,
case I've been following, I think
determine
the
if
jury
the
are
hand
on
had
his
moved at some
erring
point
onto
during the
his
course of the
side of what
injury,
happened.
which I believe it probably
And if
did.
he's only going after
I
a
didn't
dollar,
get
it
into
will
it in my
prove to
notes
them
here,
this isn't
but
about the money,
question
and it
why
then
you believe
backs
that.
up
Have you
the rest
read
of his case.
anything in
So
any of the materials to
absolutely
suggest that?
That would be an
Answer,
option.
no.
Or they could say that
Just
he's
if
won
it
and he just gets his
hit
court
on the
costs,
back of the
court
finger,
fees paid,
then he
which
would
would
have
still
had
be
a
like
nail bed
probably
injury.
9-10
He
million.
did not.
Um,
Did I read that right?
so yeah,
Correct.
That was testimony you gave.
all he wants is
throughout
his
the month
name
ago,
cleared,
right?
basically.
Correct.
So even though you have never read anything that suggests Mr. Depp's hand moved, his hand moving is the only way that you can fit your testimony into what Mr. Depp wants you to testify to about how the injury occurred, isn't it?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, that's what you testified to, that if his hand hadn't moved, that there would be a nail bed injury,
Well,
correct?
That is incorrect. That's
Amber's
not what I
already gone
testified.
on.
In
That's not
fact,
what,
Dr. Gilbert, there's another explanation for how Mr. Depp
She's
somehow
already
suffered
said
an injury
that
didn't injure his nail one bit, but injured
she
underneath
spent
the
$6
nail.
million
And that explanation is that
on
it
this
didn't happen
illegal
how
thing.
Mr. Depp says it did, correct?
I cannot make that assumption, nor can you.
No further questions. Thank
All
you.
right, redirect.
Anita, this comment by Yaz is referring to the fact that she
Dr.
claimed
Gilbert,
to
just
have
very briefly,
donated. Oh, hang on.
the
We'll
absence
come back
of
to it.
other
Sorry.
cuts on Mr. Depp's hand, how do you factor that into your analysis?
You certainly can see an isolated finger injury with any type of injury. And I would say any other host of mechanism of injuries, you'd more likely see other. So again, if you're, I'm just using this as an example. If you're punching against a wall, you would more likely see multiple injuries to multiple fingers. It really just depends upon how the bottle or how the mechanism of the injury impacted the hand at that point in time.
Ms. Hurd's counsel made a point of emphasizing that there were no bruises or other injuries on the hand, right?
Correct.
And how does that fact affect your analysis, if at all?
It doesn't.
Well, it doesn't discount anything, but it certainly makes other potential causes of injury more unlikely, meaning punching against a wall or getting the hand slammed in a door or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And your discussion of Ms. Hurd's explanation of the alternative cause of the injury, was that based on anything other than Ms. Hurd's statements?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Doctor, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you.
Right. Okay. So this question then, what Yaz is referring to, Nee, is the fact that Amber Heard. Oh, come on. Oh, I've lost connection temporarily. Bear with. But Amber Heard has apparently she won $7 million in the divorce case, right? So in the divorce, she won $7 million. But come on. There we go. It's coming back up slowly. But basically what, come on, stupid machine. Hang on, let's do it this way round. Hang on. So she won 7 million and she said at the time that she was donating it between two charities, the ACLU, which is the, it deals with human rights issues and specifically deals with, victims of domestic violence, and the Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Now that was what she claimed. She was splitting that 3.5 million. She said in her opinion piece for the Washington Post in 2018 that she'd paid that. During this trial, it now turns out she hasn't paid it. She only pledged that. She hasn't donated it. She hasn't actually given them the money. And more importantly than that, some of the money that has been paid was actually paid by Elon Musk, of all people. So actually, when you're talking about, why is that? Hang on, no, this screen, am I looking for this screen? Yeah, so when she's talking about the amount of money donated, not pledged, it's because it now turns out that Elon Musk donated a large amount of money in her name, and Johnny Depp made 2 payments of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU and Children's Hospital Los Angeles of $100,000 each. She then interrupted that and said she didn't want that to be happening. She wanted the money to go to her and she would make those payments. She alleged during the trial that basically if Johnny Depp was to pay it, then he would get tax breaks. And she then basically said, if he's going to pay 7 million to these two charities as part of the divorce settlement, I want 14 million because he will get a tax break of 7 million. Basically, since 2019, when he started suing her, she hasn't paid a single dollar of that money. And in total, I think she's paid something like less than 1.5 or 2 million in total has been paid under her name to Children's Hospital and ACLU. Now, basically, that might still sound like a lot of money, but when she's claiming that she's donated 7 million, she's really is trying to get away with it. So when they're talking about, you know, but also her, Johnny Depp's legal, his like financial guy basically came on and said, actually, what she got in the divorce with paying all of the various fees, all of the things that were linked to them as a couple, so any of the ties on their properties, things like that, that actually her divorce settlement package equated to $14.8 million. She got 7 million, which Johnny Depp has paid in installments over a 4-year period or whatever it was. Because obviously having 7 million in cash, you've got to liquidate it. But her actual total package was 14.8 or 14.4, I can't remember exactly, million, but it was nearly $15 million that she got in the settlement. Now, the reason he's suing her for 50 million is because he lost the Pirates 6 contract, which would have been for 20 million plus, because Pirates 5, he got 20 million, and then assorted other films. So he was also in the Crimes of Grindelwald, I think it was, the Fantastic Beasts, the third of those films. He got dropped from that, and he hasn't worked in a movie since. So this is where he's basically saying, your opinion piece that she wrote claiming to be the victim of domestic violence, and the headline that was on the Washington Post that basically said, as a victim of sexual violence, blah, 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 blah. She reposted that, she retweeted it. And this is why he's suing her, because basically he's saying that she retweeting it is affirming that headline, even though she didn't write that headline, and that
All right,
he
rebuttal
never
evidence.
sexually violent towards her. So that's basically
Mr.
what that all
Murphy?
comes
You
down
call
to.
it
You're
Mr.
right,
Julian
he did a
Acker.
terrible thing.
All right, Mr. Ackert.
She alleges that he's this horrendously violent, aggressive person. And actually, from everything we've seen on the trial so far, when he's been taking the stand, it doesn't come across that way.
In this case, the penalty of law.
So we'll cut back. I'll go to the wider shot.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your name?
Julian
go.
Ackert.
And can you please describe your educational background following high school?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from the University of Virginia.
What is your
Oh,
profession?
computer
I
guy.
am a
Oh,
computer
yeah, this is going to
forensics
be interesting.
investigator.
Where are you employed?
I work for a company called iDiscovery Solutions, or IDS.
And what is your title?
I'm a managing director at that company.
What services does IDS perform?
IDS provides consulting, expert testimony, forensic analysis, data analysis, electronic data review and production services, all to the business and legal community.
What, if any, of those services performed by IDS have you performed?
I perform all of those services.
How many years of experience do you have in computer forensics investigation?
I've worked in the industry for 20 years.
Can you please describe that experience to the jury?
I have experience creating and implementing data preservation and collection strategies, doing data
So
collections
this
in
is
a
all going to
forensically
be
sound
down
manner,
to
extracting
the
data from
photos
collections, as
and
well as analysis and metadata analysis of the evidence that I extract.
You mentioned
Wow.
collecting data from forensic collections. What material are you forensically imaging?
This would be any type of material that stores digital evidence, an iPhone, an iPad, a tablet, laptop, a cloud account, your Gmail account, anything that has digital evidence.
Oh, look,
Being published in your
I don't know
areas
whether
of
you can see. Can you see where my arrow
Yes,
is here? Oh, you can.
data
Hang on,
preservation,
where is it? There
collection,
it is.
and
Just
analysis.
here, this person just
Does it give you any
here,
trainings
I
or
am pointing to on
presentations
screen. This
to other
is,
individuals
I think
discovery
that's the
area?
DUI guy,
Yes, I have.
who is
I do
a
trainings and
part of
presentations
LawTube.
to lawyers, presenters,
Yes, that is. That's
What, if any,
the
professional
DUI guy.
certifications do you have?
I have a GIAC GCFE, that's the GIAC Certified Forensic Examiner certification.
And what were the requirements of obtaining that certification?
So I'm
To
pretty
obtain that
sure that
certification,
he's a
you need
witness
a
for
number of
Depp
hours in the
thing.
field,
Although I'm
as
not,
well
I
as
can't
you
really
need to
recognize
test with
this
a certain
lawyer
degree of,
that is
a
doing
certain
the,
percentage of
that is
passing.
questioning him on the
Do you belong
stand.
to any professional organizations?
I do. I'm a member of a conference called the Sedona Conference. It's a
This
conference
lawyer
that,
here in the
is,
blue pinstripe, this is Chu, Ben Chu.
legal professionals,
And this
judges,
one here back here, I
technologists,
think
who discuss
is,
the
I'm not
intersection
sure
of
whether the
realms
guy
of
talking,
technology in
asking the
legal
questions is Dennison, or whether this
You
one's
previously
Dennison.
served
But
as an expert witness.
Yes, I have.
I think this one might be
And when did you
Dennison.
first serve as an expert witness?
I believe that would have been around 2009 was the first time I served.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert witness in the field
So
of
this is them
computer
going
forensics?
to his credentials.
Yes, I have.
Um,
I've been qualified probably a half dozen to a dozen times in both federal and state court, including this court right here.
And has a court ever declined to qualify you as an expert
Ah,
witness?
No,
So
you did not.
this
You're
person
not
here,
entitled
just
to an
behind his
expert- an
head,
expert in the
with the
field of
white
computer
hair, that's
forensics.
Runkle. That's Ian Runkle, who is part of LawTube. He also has a channel called Runkle of the Bailey.
AERT.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr.
So he's an
Acker, what
expert.
is forensic imaging?
Forensic imaging is the process of capturing the data on a digital device in a forensically sound manner.
And how is a forensic copy created?
Using specialized software that's available to forensic investigators, we're able to collect the data from devices, and that software may vary depending on the device.
So
The
this one
phone-
here is Rottenborn, who we hate. Well, we don't hate, but he's rotten to the core.
Does a forensic image collect?
And this is
It's
Elaine
really
Brehethoff.
everything on the device. So
Elaine!
for example, on a laptop, it's going to collect
She's
your
so
documents,
annoying.
your emails, your photographs, your documents like Excel spreadsheets, PDF files, any applications that you ran, the history of what you've opened or looked at on the laptop, as well as all of the metadata for these different types of electronically stored information.
So the
files.
metadata
Does any
hasn't
other
been given
information
over.
accompany that information that's collected?
Typically with a forensic image, you're also going to get log files. Log files are files that help you validate.
Oh, she's done caught. Look at her face. Look at her face.
And how do
She's
log files
done
enable
fucked
you
up
to
all.
do
She
that?
looks
Log
scared.
files list information within the files. Sometimes they're
Oh.
even embedded within the images themselves.
They're going to bring
because
in the
they
meta
provide
files
verification
and the
information that
metadata. Now, the
allows you to
metadata on all the photos
authenticate
is
the
missing
image
because she
that
hasn't
they
handed it
are.
over. Now, the expert
What is the
yesterday
purpose
said
of
on the
creating a
photos,
forensic image?
you can
Devices.
see in part of the coding for the
In
photos
order to
whether
extract and
pictures were
analyze the
taken on an iPhone or whether they were put through a
forensic
photo editing software.
First,
And he
you
basically
gather
showed
from-
that. So this is now the
gather data from the
computer
forensic
expert
image.
who is going to be testing the
What, if any,
metadata. So
specific
what the
types of data
metadata is
are
basically
collected
all
in
of the
that
information that a computerized
It's going to be any type of
tablet,
data
a
that
phone, a
comes
laptop
from the
stores
image, whether you're
about
extracting
how the photo
photographs
is
or
taken.
documents or spreadsheets.
So it will take things, it is like the new OJ trial. So basically what that will record is what the device was, what
Do
the
you
f-stop
recall Mr.
was,
Neumeister mentioning that you were
what all of that information was, how it's been saved, whether it's been
Hashing is
adapted, whether it's
essentially
been
the
changed,
digital
the
fingerprint.
date, time,
It's
all of that is
evaluation of the
stamped,
binary ones and zeros, or how the file is
the
stored
ones
on
and
the hard
zeros. So
drive.
it's all encoded in binary, and they can basically
Every
uncover
file
all of that
is
information to
essentially
see
identifies
whether a
the
photo that you've taken, say if you take a photo of me
And
now,
what,
a
if any,
screenshot,
applicability does hashing have to the
if
visual
in 5
appearance?
years' time you say that that photo was taken
Hashing
2
has
years
nothing to do
ago,
with the visual appearance.
oh, it's Amber's
For
lawyer,
example,
right?
if I had
Thank
a Word
you.
document
I did
that
wonder.
printed and then
So
saved,
they're trying to bring him in then to go against the metadata from the
metadata
estate
of that Word
expert.
document
Yeah, they
contains
can tell what has been
information
photoshopped, they
would
can
be
tell what's
different,
been
and therefore
taken.
that Word
So this is
document would not
interesting.
hash the
It should be
version
about the bruises.
that I used before printing.
Can you give any examples of digital photographs that visually appear the same, not hashing?
I believe Mr. Neumeister included 3 of those in his demonstratives yesterday, 3 side-by-side photographs that
So this is
looked
the
visually
rebuttal
the same,
against
but did not hash.
Newman.
It made sense that they wouldn't hash. Each of them had different file sizes. And a file size can change for a photograph depending on what you do with the photograph. So for example, maybe you want to take that photograph and email it to somebody, and on your phone,
She
you
looks
choose
very
to
risky.
use a
She
small,
doesn't
medium,
look
or
happy, does
large
she, Amber
photograph
Heard? She
size.
does not look happy.
When you send that email with that photograph, you've changed the
She
hash
knows that this could lead her in trouble.
because you've changed the size of the photograph.
And what, if anything, do you recall from Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding photos 3?
Mr. Neumeister was concerned about a particular metadata.
Right,
field.
okay, I know why they brought him in. Hang on a
There's two
second.
types
Right,
of
let me do
metadata
this.
for
I unplugged
files.
this.
There's the embedded metadata, which is what we're discussing here. The
There we
exif
go. Let me
metadata and
know. I'm
external.
going to put this on headphones so I
Mr.
can hear.
Neumeister was concerned with
Let me
embedded
know whether
metadata.
you can still hear it once I plug this.
The software version that the file last ran through was.
Can you all still hear everything? Can you still hear it?
Photos 3.0.
Photos is actually the software application that's built into.
Can
the
you all still
Apple,
hear what's happening, and can you still hear me?
This is the application that launches by default when you're on an Apple computer and use Photos.
Can you still
What are
hear?
the
Can you still hear?
abilities of Photos 3.0?
Fabulous.
There's multiple capabilities for it. You can, for example, create
So
an album.
basically, what this expert has been, thank you very much. What this expert's been brought in to do is to basically offset the guy Neumeister yesterday, who was the witness for Johnny Depp. And he basically said that you could
mentioned
tell
metadata
the
earlier. What
metadata,
is
all
that?
of this information was
Metadata
basically
is
stored on the
information on a
photos
file. For
that
example,
showed that
if
Amber Heard
a
had
document could
adapted
be
some of the
who was the
photos. So
document
you can see
created
where the
or
color's
last
been
saved
changed
or who
and things
saved
like
it, who's
that.
the author.
Now, there were very strong
Photographs
limits
metadata
yesterday as
includes
to what that
information
expert was
you've
able to
seen on
say.
demonstratives
He
before,
wasn't able to talk about
including
color
when was the
changes,
image
brightness
taken,
changes,
when
things
a
like
phone
that.
took the image,
He got
what
stopped by the
software
judge for
was
saying that
used
because
for
there were limits on what he could say.
any type of information inside.
So
the
this
photo.
expert's been brought in to say that the metadata on the photos is
Did you form
genuine.
any opinions in
Um,
response to Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding Photos 3.0 appearing in a software EXIF metadata field?
Yes, I did.
And what are those?
My opinion is that for each of the photos that he identified, for all but one in his
Right.
demonstrative, I actually found the equivalent original photo that did not have photos in the EXIF metadata. In other words, those are the photos that he was indicated he would have expected to see the iOS or the phone software version on those photos.
How do you know it is an original version of the photograph?
This is a little bit dependent on the Apple ecosystem. Amber uses Apple devices, and those devices,
Right,
by
so-
definition, how Apple works, synchronize your information from device to device. So, for example, if you take a photo on your phone, you
Possibly
see that
Annette,
same
but-
photo on your tablet or your iPad or your iCloud.
This
account.
goes back
Or
to,
even your
but like
MacBook.
she's got
And that's
a
all because of
diagnosis
user
of
experience.
histrionic,
Apple wants you to be able to see
histrionic
and visually
disorder
have the same
and
experience
bipolar
on your
disorder.
device.
Now, the bipolar
So
is
the
neither
photo
here nor
that
there in terms of the
traverses
abuse
or gets
that is
synchronized
being
on the
alleged.
device
However,
inside of Apple,
the
and that
histrionic
synchronization
behavior,
process
that
does
is
not
something
affect
which is
the metadata
really
that we're talking about here, which is the
telling.
embedded metadata.
Sorry, I'm talking
When you
over.
say
I
that
hope
a
you can
version
still
of
hear me.
iOS software was listed in the software EXIF metadata field, what does that mean?
That means that the photo was not saved using the Photos application.
And what, if any, data sets did you use to come to that conclusion?
I used all of the data sets that I collected or were collected for Amber, including mobile devices, tablets, laptops, etc.
Right, okay,
Michelle,
so
can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1671.
there we go. If I pull that up.
Do you recognize
So
this chart?
basically,
on the
what
record?
he's
do.
saying
What
is
it?
that he's found the original
Without
photos
yet saying
that
what
had
the contents,
the
just tell us what it
metadata
is.
on.
This is a chart I created.
And
as
that the
part of my report.
metadata that was on it
Your Honor, permission to
confirms that
publish
the original
Defendant's
photos were
71 as a
taken on the phone.
demonstrative.
But the original photos weren't the ones that were used in court, and they weren't the ones that were handed over to Johnny's lawyers. So it's all well and good saying that she's got the original photos. That isn't what's been used in the case.
A little further up. Great.
And now they're going through the metadata. So basically, they're trying to offset the
each of
damage
the
done by
items in
Depp
Neumeister's
witness
report,
yesterday.
which is demonstrative, was based on the page number of the item on his report and the items that I found on Ms. Heard's devices that did not indicate the software metadata.
But this was
field
on
showing-
this is on Amber's devices.
rather they
She did not
indicated
give
that
her
the
devices to the
original software
lawyers.
metadata
She
field
gave
of
them
iOS.
copies of the photos that were
And
missing
you
the
see second
metadata.
column
Now,
titled Neumeister report date captured.
I'm going to turn this down ever so slightly
information
because I want to talk about this, because he's just going to whittle on about the metadata. Now, basically, this is really important because there is a standing thing from the judge, a standing requirement that all the metadata, so basically, when you take a photo, right, the only way you can prove that it's a genuine photo is if you hand over either the original device with all of that metadata on, or you basically, you know, the minute you forward it, the minute you send it, it changes that metadata. So every single piece of information needs to be handed across. Now, the issue is that hasn't been done in this case. And we know that because the judge has already asked and stipulated and has a jury notice to give, basically saying that Amber has not handed over that information. Now, the reason you wouldn't hand over that information is because it would prove that you have somehow adapted, altered, faked a photo. Now, we've already had the one photo, sorry, two photos that Amber said was taken in just like seconds apart, but were taken in different lighting. So this is taking the photo, she's then put on the ring lights around the mirror, and this photo has now been taken. However, what she's said, what they've done is basically superimpose the two photos and they are exact. One has been enhanced, so one has had the color saturation increased and the other one hasn't. Now, the issue with that is that if you are then, hang on, there we go. If you are then using that information to show that you've got bruises and damage, if you're using a photo that's been enhanced, whether it's increased the saturation or the brightness, the contrast, whatever it is, those bruises are going to look a lot worse. Those marks are going to look a lot worse. And that's the information that she's handed over to Johnny Depp's legal team. And those photos and all of that is what she relied on in the UK case with the son, when Johnny took the son to court, and it's what she's relied on here. Now, without that metadata, it's impossible to say whether those photos are genuine or not. Now, what the guy yesterday said was, in the photos that have been submitted in this case, so all the photos that are submitted into evidence, all of the metadata shows that it's been put through Photos 3, which is a software program that Apple users have, which is for editing and also for organizing your pictures, basically. And all of those pictures have got this Photo 3 code embedded in it. What this guy's now saying is that he's gone onto Amber's phone, he's got the original device, and he has confirmed that these photos that this guy was saying were faked. He's now saying, but I've now seen the original photos. But that is like saying, but that's chalk and cheese, because what you're not able to do is to look at the photos that have been submitted in evidence. So Lizzie, you're saying, so like if it goes from an iPhone to Android, it changes. Absolutely. But also, if you've got an iPhone, if you send that picture as a message, it changes the metadata. If you save it, look at it one day, and then, you know, you decide that it's too big, you're going to make it a bit smaller, it changes the metadata. If you do anything to it, you know, if you just go in on a filter and you add a filter to it, it will change the metadata. It changes everything, because the software knows that this is an original photo, unedited, unchanged, and this is one that's been changed. When you were battered, no makeup would have covered it and no ice would have brought the swelling down. She's full of it. Exactly. And this is the thing. I've been injured in the past. I've had injuries done. And, you know, even just, she was talking before about having a split lip, having a cut on her lip and going on the James Corden show. Okay, my darling. All right, Nanette. But she went on the James Corden show with a split lip that kept bleeding, and they covered it up using a matte lipstick that was in blood red, and it basically hid the fact that her lip kept opening and bleeding. No, that just doesn't happen. That just doesn't happen. A matte lipstick won't do that. I've had cold sores, so I occasionally get a split lip. I occasionally get really dry skin on my lips, and that will chap and break. And at no point have I ever covered that with a lipstick and that's been enough to hide it. All it does is just temporarily seal it, and as you move and as you talk, it reopens that, and so you will see it. And when they've done, when they've looked at the video on the James Corden show, that wasn't the case. And so she claims that she was bitten and not bitten, sorry, punched and all of this stuff. That isn't the case. However, we have seen in this trial, when she's on the stand, she bites the corner of her mouth. She literally should do that, and she bites it. And so there is a potential that the injury that was taken, or the photo that was taken alleging the injury, was actually because she basically chewed her lip. Again, the issue that I have is that this entire case is basically doing damage to genuine DV survivors and people who
The
are
original versions of those were found again on A001, that's her iPhone X, A002, her iPad. And it's not surprising to me that I found all these on all the devices, because that's how the Apple ecosystem works. It replicates your pictures or synchronizes your pictures across your devices when you take them.
Right.
Mr. Acker, you can take us down, Michelle. Do you recall Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding what he claims of EXIF metadata modification?
Yes, I do. This is a completely hypothetical scenario. Mr. Neumeister never specified any pictures with specificity that had EXIF metadata modification, and it's a hypothetical in my opinion.
Mr. Acker, did you form any overall conclusions in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
The images that were created in this case included log files that allowed me to validate and verify the evidence collected. I validated and verified the log files of the evidence for which I found Mr. Neumeister's original photos that he had concerns about, specifically the ones that had iOS in the software metadata field. I validated that those came from devices that had log files that were validated by me. In other words, they came from original evidence files, and in most instances, they came from more than one file.
Mr. Acker, the opinions you have testified to today made to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty.
Yes.
Oh, this is
No further
clever.
questions, Your Honor.
He's saying that they found the original photos.
Sir.
They're not saying that those were put in
Thank you, Your
evidence.
Honor.
This is going to be
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
cross.
You've worked with opposing counsel's law firm
Question.
approximately 20 times before,
Give or take, yes.
for more than a dozen years?
Those 20 probably would have been spread out over more than a dozen years.
Okay. As you sit here today, you cannot testify that all of the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals, correct?
Now, I can testify to the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified with specificity.
Right, but there were thousands of photographs provided that Mr. Neumeister didn't testify about, right?
I have no opinions on any photographs that the opposing expert has no opinions on.
All right. My question to you, though, is as you sit here today, can you testify that all the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals?
As I sit here today, I cannot opine to photographs that have not been presented to me that are not authentic originals.
You'll agree with me that in some instances, Ms. Heard produced multiple versions of the same photograph, right?
Yes,
Yeah, you just talked about it, right?
yes,
Right. And you'll agree with me that the XF data of some of the photos produced by Ms. Heard reflect the use of a photo editing application.
no.
No?
I'll agree that they show the use of the Photos application, which is a sorting and editing application.
Okay, so what you were quibbling with is that it will both sort and edit.
That is correct.
Okay. Are you prepared to swear under oath that each and every photograph provided by Ms. Heard and entered into evidence in this court
Oh,
is an
this is the
authentic
bit.
original?
Based on the metadata that I have reviewed of the specific photographs I have reviewed, I can confirm that those are authentic original photographs. For the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified, I identified photos that were authentic originals.
No,
But what
I'm
about
asking
the
a broader
photo-
question than that.
What
There
about
were
the photo where it was the
multiple
same?
photographs that Ms. Heard provided that were entered into evidence in this court. Are you testifying
The
that
iPhone X
those are
wasn't out in
each
2014.
authentic originals?
I have no testimony or opinion on those because nobody's provided me opinion that they're not.
Okay. Mr. Gibson, will you pull up defendants exhibit 712 and defendants 713 next to
This
one
is
another.
fascinating.
Your
This
Honor,
is,
these have already been admitted. And I
this is
ask-
the one. This is the one where it's the same
Okay, permitted,
photo.
we can publish.
Oh, let's see what they do with this. This is exciting.
Can you see this, sir?
Yes, I can.
Oh,
You'll
what's
agree with
happening?
me that those are different pictures?
Visually, they look different to me, yes.
All right, we can take that down.
So this is interesting. This is the photos that he laid on top of each other yesterday to show that it was the same. Why have they stopped? What's happening?
Mr. Gibson, can you pull up plaintiff's exhibit 1308?
So this is
not
trying
been
to,
admitted, Your
again,
Honor,
go
and
into the
I
photos.
propose to use it as a demonstrative.
Any objection?
Not as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
All right. Be identified and published to the jury as.
So we're not going to see it as a demonstrative.
Any objection to entering it into evidence?
I would object it's cumulative, Your Honor. Actually, no, no objection, Your
No
Honor.
objection. All right, it's in evidence then.
1308 is in evidence. Mr. Gibson, can you blow up the time, date, and file name? Sir, you just agreed with me that those two photos are different photos, correct?
I agreed that they were visually different, yes.
Right. So they are two visually different photos
9:25:12.
that were created
the
at the
timestamp
exact
number.
same hour, the exact same minute, the exact same second as each
And
other,
they've got the
correct?
exact same file name, the JPEG file
That's what
name.
the datetime metadata shows, yes.
And the metadata shows something else too. They have the exact same file name, don't they, sir?
Thank you.
Yes, but that's not embedded metadata.
Right. How would you have this jury decide which one is real?
Good
I think you
question.
would need to look at the software metadata field, which I haven't looked at. I don't recall if I looked at for this particular field, but I think that's what even Mr. Neumeister said, that you need to look at the software metadata field.
But we have
Which is what he
two
did.
photographs entered into evidence in this court that have the same identifying information, but in your view.
This is why she was worried.
Correct?
This is why she was
I don't
worried.
agree that they have the same identifying information. I don't see a software metadata field here.
The identifying information includes the hour, minute, and second they were taken, this picture were taken.
I see that.
He's really good, isn't he, Dennison? He's
further
really, really good.
All right. And just for the record, since we already have 712 and 713 in evidence as redacted, now this will be 712 and 713A. So 712A and 71213A are now in evidence, just to keep the record clean, okay?
Wow.
Redirect.
Mr. Acker, you just mentioned embedded metadata. What is that?
Embedded metadata is metadata.
You notice how they are not talking
I
about
talked
the
earlier about
veracity
the
of that
date
photo.
of the
They
letter
know that that
being
photo
edited
is
into the
fake.
file.
They
That
know
triggers
that that
with
is
the
fake.
file wherever it
And
goes.
they know that it's been changed, it's
Based
been
on all of the
adapted.
photo
They
metadata you have
absolutely
reviewed,
know
do you
that
have
for
any reason
sure.
to
I bet
question the
she's
forensic
told you.
authenticity of any photos Mr. Neumeister testified to for which you are responding to?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yes, based on
Mhm.
all of the photo metadata you have.
This is
reviewed,
really, really
based
interesting
on the
because it's
photos Mr.
absolutely
Neumeister
showing
testified to,
that they are
do you have
trying to
any
do
reason
an
to
end
question the
run
forensic
around the
authenticity
veracity,
of those
the
photos?
genuineness of that photo,
Following your
especially the one where the
cross-examination,
color's
Mr.
been
Acker,
saturated up,
any of your
because
opinions in
what
this
that will show is that
They have not.
it's been
And it's
faked.
still your
Now,
testimony that the opinions you testified to
same
today
time,
are made with a reasonable
same
degree of
timestamp
forensic certainty.
exactly, same
Yes.
J,
No further
same
questions.
file name.
Sir, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go.
You then have to
Did you want to approach
question.
this for a moment?
This has come from Amber. Why has that been given in? So yeah, this is them approaching the bench. I am sure it's going to be because the judge will be saying that Amber's team are running out of time. So each case they are the same photo exactly. That is what they're saying, Ness. So what the judges basically done, they gave them both, I think it was 61.5 hours of court time, and now they basically, they use that time as they can and as they will. Amber's team were down to 1 hour and 16 minutes. I imagine now they're down to less than half an hour. Yes, Eddie. Come on, say hello then. Come on then. So if they're down to less than half an hour, Jonny's Depp team can still carry on and bring new witnesses and all that. But I think I don't know whether Jonny's Depp team has 1 hour 16 left, so they must be under an hour now. Absolutely. Yeah, Jamie, I agree. It's absolutely been edited. Amber is clearly looking worried. She really is sat there. She is looking absolutely like this could be the moment. They tried very, very hard to do an end run around the veracity of that photo. They tried to say that the metadata wasn't there and that in these other photos you could see, but this is the damning one. That same photo where the color's been changed, that is the one that the jury are going to look at and basically say, like, but you can see this is different. You can see that this is a, you can just see, like, you don't have to be an expert in metadata to know that this is the same photo that's been adapted. You can absolutely see that. Let me just take these off while they're doing that. Oh gosh, it really does my hair in this. But yeah, well, somebody's altered it, Lizzie. We can't say for sure that Amber's altered it, but seeing as Amber gave these photos into her legal team,
Your Honor, we would
it
like
would
to
be
call Dr.
suggested she did
John
it.
Hughes to the
All
stand
right,
again.
Dr. Hughes.
Dr. Hughes! Wow! Wow! No way! Right, so Dr. Hughes is a psychiatrist or psychological expert who basically said, oh God, she was crap. She ended up reading,
Just a reminder that you're
she
still
was
under oath,
reading her
okay?
note,
Thank you.
which you're not allowed to do. She was absolutely
And could you
torn
please
to
just
shreds
remind the jury who
yesterday.
you are again?
Sure, I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. I am board certified in forensic psychology. I am the president
Trial ends
of the chronic
today.
division
The
of
trial
the
ends
American
absolutely
Psychological
today.
Association.
Tomorrow
And I
they go and
evaluated
do
Amber
final, their
over
final
6
sum ups,
visits for
their
approximately 29
closing arguments, and then
Why
it
are
goes
you
to the
here
jury
today?
to decide.
to offer
This is going to be
rebuttal
amazing.
testimony to Shannon Curry's testimony of yesterday.
So
And
Dr.
Dr. Curry
Hughes
said
gave,
you used improper methods. Would you agree
she
to
did.
that?
No, I would not.
Why? Please
So
explain.
Dr.
As
Hughes
I
did a load of
testified
psychological
to you
testing,
all
but
several
used
weeks
them
ago,
as
I
check
used a
sheets,
standard
not
forensic
as,
procedure that is well established in our field. It is a multi-method, multi-hypothesis driven procedure where you're looking at a variety of
so
different
she did this
details
yesterday,
and tests
or she did
and
this before. She
external
did these
data
tests, but they
to arrive at an
they
opinion, and you're
weren't the
looking at
ones
the
that were.
consistency across that data. There are 3 sort of sets of tests
So
that
Dr.
we
Curry
use as
yesterday
forensic
came on and
psychologists,
basically
and I think
offset this
that's
lawyer,
where it seems
this
that Dr.
clinical
Curry
psychologist, and
is
basically
confused.
said
We have
she's
forensic assessment
talking out of her
instruments.
backside,
Those are instruments that
and
are
that basically
very neatly tied to a legal
the
criteria.
the
Those are most notably
criteria
done in the
that
criminal
Dr. Hughes,
court
this doctor,
for
was using
competency. If someone is
weren't done
competent to
correctly.
stand trial, we have
When
very
she
clear
took the
measures
stand before, she
that
was
can
talking
track
about
that
they gave her
criteria.
notes into
The
evidence,
next level
and it
of
was quite
forensic
clear that she didn't fill out the notes
those
part
instruments are not
correctly.
linked to a
She
specific
put things in
legal
the wrong
criteria,
place.
but
She
you
didn't
do
lay
have
it out as it was
information
supposed
that's
to be
germane
done.
to that finding.
Their team
And
brought
that
up
would be
Dr.
the
Curry
example of the
yesterday,
risk
who is
assessment
another
measure and
forensic
the
blah blah
malingering
blah
measure.
clinical
So the
psychiatrist
malingering
psychologist,
measure that I
and
utilized
basically
was
she
the
said
fast,
that
and that was the
she
only malingering measure
that this
in this
doctor
case.
used all
The
these
third
tests that
category
were wrong
are
and
cognitive
outdated. So
assessments.
now they
And those
brought
are
her back up
instruments
to
that are
argue her case. So basically you've
validated
got these
and
2 clinical
well-researched and
psychiatrists
used in the
going head to
clinical
head,
realm
basically saying
as
the other
we
one is wrong,
understand people's
which is what you get.
symptomatology and
However,
diagnostic
this
and
doctor
functional capacities.
used went
Those are
far
things
beyond
like
her realms.
the
You're right, Lovey.
MMPI, the PAI, the
This
CAPS,
doctor
the
went far beyond her
TSI,
realms and
because they
basically
are
was
clinically
saying
relevant and they still give us very valuable
that
information
she,
to individuals who are
like,
involved in the
Johnny
court.
did this, Johnny did
And the
that,
reason
Johnny
that
did
we
the
do
other.
that and we
She was
use these
repeating
clinical
stuff that
measures is
Amber had
because
said to
the
her
majority of the
as if
people
it
that
was
we
fact,
see
which you're not
are in a
supposed to do.
clinical realm. They're
So
not in the
now
court.
she's trying
And so they're
to
well validated and well
come back on and
researched.
defend her credibility
What we
because it got
also do is use
ripped to
a
shreds
very different
yesterday.
types of
Is
tests
she looking
in
at
that
notes? I
category.
love that
We
comment,
use
Yaz,
some
because
checklists, some
when she
face
took the
value
stand
tests.
the first time,
We
she had
use
her
some
notes. She
tests
had
that
an
are those
entire
broadband
like page and a half
personality
of
indicators.
notes.
We use
that she wasn't allowed to use. They have to give evidence from memory, and she wasn't able to do that. And his lawyer said to her, "Are you reading this?" And she said, "I've got my notes. I'm glancing down." And basically, it turned out to be like a page and a bit of notes, and she had to give her notes over to Jonny's team and all of that. She wasn't allowed to have the notes because you're not allowed to have the notes in trial.
That is not accurate. They were not on the checklist. I mean, people sometimes do. They go, all the time. This happens to me all the time, frequently. And that is not how she endorsed these tests. She endorsed them in a very moderate way, in a very nuanced way.
The only thing Amber did is make it harder for real victims. I don't think she has. She's shown that some people lie.
Curry also suggested that
Allegedly. And she's shown that, you know, certain people are able to.
Could you speak to that?
Sure. So, I mean, she said a lot of things. So let's go through those tests. The first was the PAI, and that's that other broadband psychological
Objection,
measure.
non-responsive.
I think it's very responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about the PAI test that Dr. Curry addressed?
Yes. Thank you. So that's
she's getting really irate. She wants to defend herself because yesterday she was shown to be
indications about how the individual
bad at her job. And it all comes down to basically two professionals in their field
or exaggeration or
having different opinions about how these tests should be done.
This tendency to put your best foot forward to minimize faults on this.
I don't know, Lizzie.
That scale was right at the cusp. And then there were two other measures that we look at that to say, you know, is this enough for an elevation for me to consider that as a serious response distortion, of which Dr. Curry was saying, and it was not. What was relevant on this test was there were elevations on anxiety, on affective anxiety, meaning anxiety, tension, worry, on traumatic stress, on hyperactivity, and on affective instability. Those were the four scales that were elevated on this test. The borderline scale was not elevated on this test. And this test—
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
Go on, keep objecting, keep flustering, keep getting the doctor to go over it time and time and time again, because all you're going to be doing is running out the clock on Amber Heard's team. Now, I am fine with that happening. I think that her team are horrendous. I think they've been incredibly bad in this case. I think they've shown the legal system in America to be a laughingstock. Her side, I think Jonny's team have been amazing. They've worked really well together as a team of legal professionals. I actually feel bad for Amber Heard to a certain extent because she's paid out $6 million for this team and they aren't good. They aren't good. Exactly. 4 tests holding up 5 fingers. She's doing this because obviously the 4 tests, she's trying to say to the jury, look, there's 5 things, blah, blah, blah. But this doctor, look at the way Elaine's stomping back.
Let's move to the TSI 2. Dr. Curry testified about.
So she's lost. They've lost that objection then.
Testimony yesterday.
No, again.
Please describe why. Explain why.
What Dr. Curry went back to, which is this 98th percentile, which I told you in the manual. All you have to do is read the manual. It says specifically that we do not use the percentile ranks for this test. That
absolutely, Jamie. They've been.
Dr. Curry does not know the psychometric properties of this test, and then she is therefore not qualified to interpret it. That score, the one that's elevated, she's talking about that percentile rank, has a raw score. Amber's raw score is a 10. The cutoff score is a 15. She's nowhere near that level of exaggerated symptoms where I can't further look at that test. Secondly, there are 3 scales out of about, maybe there's about 20, a little more on the TSI that were elevated. Intrusive experiences, that's when thoughts and memories of the trauma come into your mind when you don't want them. Defensive avoidance, sort of behavioral ways that we try.
They're trying to bamboo the jury basically by saying
way of having difficulty in interpersonal relationships. Those are all trauma-based symptoms, and those were elevated
trauma symptoms.
Thank you. Dr. Hughes, The MFAS, Dr. Curry addressed that as well.
But one of the things that Dr. Curry did talk about yesterday was that those trauma signals can be
No.
there, and
So
that
the
Dr. Hughes
MFAS,
didn't
as I told you last time,
differentiate
is a
between
measure of
childhood
malingering.
trauma
It's the only measure of
and
malingering that
trauma
we
of
can in this
being
case.
a,
Dr.
you know,
Curry
an
did
abuse
not
victim,
independently
and that there weren't,
administer
those
measure
signifiers
malingering,
weren't
and the
there,
other ones that
and
she
that
could have
Dr.
done
Hughes,
to
this one,
augment her
basically didn't
evaluation.
differentiate enough
And
between
she
the fact that,
kept
yes,
saying
there are
something,
trauma
MFAS
markers
is not
there,
for malingering
but we can't tell
PTSD.
exactly what they are.
That's wrong on a couple levels. People who are going to malinger and feign don't only feign one diagnosis. They sometimes talk about all different symptoms that they have, and they exaggerate and they make themselves seem much worse than they are. So when you're doing an evaluation, you're giving a malingering measure to get a sense of how this person is responding to this evaluation. Now, what you do is you take those 3 tests that I talked to you about, the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAS, all with valid validity scales, you have greater confidence in your results. And that is in the literature, and that's literature that Dr. Curry cited in her report. That bolsters the methodology that I used. That in the study that had the PAI, the MFAS, and the
She's
TSI,
so
and the
pissed
title
off.
of detecting
She is so
feigned and
pissed
bona
off.
fide PTSD.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry also talked about the danger assessment scale and suggested that you had inappropriately
come on up
interpreted
then.
that. Do you agree?
That's also incorrect.
Please describe for the jury.
Which I told you last time, the danger assessment scale has.
Which I told you last time. Oh, she's
validated
trying to be
risk factors
sassy.
for serious or lethal domestic violence. Those risk factors exist whether we go forward, we're sitting
Hello.
with someone in an acute setting and assessing them right now, or if we look backward and we look retrospectively about what factors may have been present in a case that indicated severity.
Baby.
That instrument is used in what we call, there's called domestic fatality review boards. Those are boards after somebody has been killed, a homicide has occurred in a domestic situation. They look at these risk factors to see what was there and what could be done.
All right. Dr. Curry also criticized your administering of the CAPS 5. Do you agree with her criticism?
I do not.
Will you please?
Well, of course she's not going to agree with her criticism. This
CAPS
other
5,
doctors just said you were
all have
crap.
heard multiple times, is a structured clinical interview in determining PTSD
Rufus.
according to DSM-5 criteria. On this measure, Amber Heard scored in a moderate range. She did not over-exaggerate on this test. She could have said no, mild, moderate, severe, and extreme. All of hers were either 2s or 1s or 0s, none above that. So she's scoring in the moderate range, which still has functional impairments. I mean, we don't want someone to be having moderate PTSD, but that's not an exaggerated profile or exaggerated response style of someone who's answering an instrument.
Right. And the last of these Dr. Curry referred to was the PCL-5. Do you agree with her criticisms of your administration?
No, I don't agree with her criticism.
No, so the PCL-5 is a checklist of symptoms of PTSD. It is, as she said, it is a face valid instrument. It seems it's very clear about how you can endorse this. But what the person has to do is say, how disturbed am I by these symptoms? And when you have face valid measures with these other measures that have the built-in sort of validity scales, you're sort of controlling for that response bias error. You're controlling for that individual to sort of over-exaggerate. But then
I don't
you
think
do
that
with that test, because this
personally,
we're not just administering them like robots, is you go and you do a clinical assessment. And that's what I did. I took what she wrote, what she endorsed on that test in January of 2021, and I did a clinical assessment of those symptoms to see if they meet criteria for PTSD. That is something we do clinically, and I do in my office all the time. And yes, she did meet PTSD from that in January 2021.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry said you misinterpreted her test results. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree that I agree that I interpreted them, that she misinterpreted them.
Okay, and please explain.
Yes, so I said that before. My stance on the MMPI and how she interpreted it is, I believe, wrong, and I think
Objection, Your Honor. That's
because
the
of
issue
what?
we just addressed.
Okay, so while they're approaching, shut up, Dr. Hughes. They're approaching the bench. You can't give evidence when they're approaching the bench. Shut your trap. Oh, she's so annoying, this doctor. Basically, what the other doctor was saying is that this one doesn't know what she was doing, was basically not doing the tests wrong on purpose, but doing the bare minimum and coming in with an attitude of trying to prove
PTSD has to
that
effectively
PTSD
prone and
happened.
unable to function at all. Would you agree with that?
Objection misstates the evidence.
She didn't say that.
They couldn't hike, they couldn't move.
Absolutely.
They couldn't function in any way, shape, or
Overruled the
form.
objection.
Thank you.
No, that is not
I
correct.
hate
That
the
is
way
often
Elaine
actually a myth and misconception
argues with
about
the
individuals who
lawyer
are
in front of the
struggling with
jury.
PTSD or trauma-based disorders, and I'm often called to answer that and speak to that. People who are struggling with trauma and PTSD are very strong, courageous, resilient people, even though that they're struggling. They get up, they have to go to work and drop their kid off at school and go to the market, even though they're struggling with these symptoms.
What, all of them? All of them have to go to the market?
Rather
All of them have to drop their kid off at school?
flour on their backs, just sort of trying to get through the day, where sometimes that
See, this is the
button's
thing
gonna
she does.
press
She
play,
generalizes
and the
as an
start
example, and then she
activating
says
in their
all
head,
people.
having to think
And that's
about it, they'll
bullshit.
startle and have physiological reactions until they can find a way to hit that pause and shut it off again. So they still have, impairments in other ways, but they go about their lives. They're not, totally debilitated. If you have someone in that high range, the highest score is an 80 on the CAPS, Ms. Hurd had a 28. If you have someone in the higher range, we have seen people who are, severely disabled because of it, but that's not the norm of people who have this moderate PTSD.
And did you find functional impairment with Amber?
Yes, I did.
Now, Dr. Curry also said that it is not within the scope of a psychologist
Exactly, Liz.
to evaluate domestic
Exactly,
violence.
my
Do you agree
darling.
with that?
Of course, I don't agree with that. This is what I do for a living, day in, day out, for 25
Why
years.
has it come up as Liz? Oh,
We
no,
are
it's come up as Lizzie.
specifically
I read
trained
that. I
to
read that wrong
understand
completely then.
profound
Apologies.
impact that trauma has on people's lives. That's what we do in the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. We disseminate that knowledge. And domestic violence is one of those profound traumas. Domestic violence is part of state licensing boards, that you can't get licensed in some states unless you take training on domestic violence. You can't renew your license unless you get training on domestic violence. So people who have, specialized training in this area, it is, beholden upon them to accurately assess for intimate partner violence and sexual violence. And it's more important to assess for the sort of scientific understanding of what domestic violence is. So you have to assess for the physical violence, the psychological violence, the surveillance, the economic, the emotional abuse, and the sexual violence. That is not gratuitous. That is
Objection.
understanding.
Narrative.
All right.
Exactly. Oh, look at her giving him daggers.
Now, Dr. Curry suggested that you.
She was just giving her own
just based on
narrative there. She
personal
was just
opinion
talking.
and just
She wasn't
on
giving her
checklists
medical opinion.
and a
And this
couple
is
of
what she
tests
did
that you
before.
misinterpreted. Would you agree with that?
I vehemently disagree with that. As I stated to you, over 29 hours and 12 psychological tests and reviewing a slew of documents in this case, most importantly, therapy records and interviews, collateral interviews with therapists, using all that data. That is what a solid forensic methodological exam looks like. And then I made my conclusions based on my clinical education, knowledge, and training to come up with a professional expert opinion.
I think
And just to
my gut instinct.
to make sure we're reminded here, you were qualified in this court, in this case, as an expert in forensic psychology, specifically in domestic violence and in the.
Get your words out, Elaine.
I just lost it. And in violence, correct? And in trauma, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the record.
Yes, it does, because she forgot her words.
Totally should do that. You were qualified.
She's a fucking joke.
I gotta find my note. You were
Come on,
qualified as
Elaine,
an
get it
expert in
together.
Forensic psychology.
Oh my God,
with a
Elaine.
specialty in domestic violence and in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was in this case.
That's correct.
Finally got your bloody words
Do you
out.
still hold the same opinions you did that you gave the jury earlier?
Yes, I do.
And do you still
But
hold
she
them within a reasonable
went in
degree of
premeditated.
psychological probability and certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, but can we approach?
Come on,
the-
Dennison. Oh. Thing is, Amber Heard's team haven't got a lot of time left at all. They need to be so careful with this. Now, this is really interesting because I think like my instinct reaction, again, let me know in the comments if you're watching this on the live, let me know in the chat, what do you think? Because my gut instinct is saying that Dr. Hughes had no interest of coming up and shutting down the other doctor for the veracity for the legal aspect, for whether or not Amber Heard is a victim of this, and this. She just wanted to come up and basically clear her name because somebody else has said, you've done this wrong. Now, yesterday, Dr. Curry's evidence was really clear cut. This is why this is wrong. Today, she's just basically going, no, I did it right. She hasn't given any evidence to say why it's right. Whereas yesterday, Dr. Curry was basically saying this test shouldn't be done in this format. This test shouldn't be done in this format. This test wasn't be done. I agree. Yaz says that she was just trying to save her reputation. Absolutely. But I think my gut instinct is that she went into this with a premeditated, a predisposed idea of what
Morning, Mr. Dennison.
Amber Heard would likely have,
last
or
time
what
you
she
were
would be looking
here,
for, and then she's used the evidence to back up that idea.
You
Let's
had
listen to what
diagnosed
Dennison says.
Ms. Heard with PTSD before you gave the gold standard CAPS-5 test.
Exactly.
Right. And that diagnosis is actually reflected in the first of the disclosures you put forward in this case.
I believe the first disclosure was February 2021. And at that point, I had done 11 psychological tests. That's correct.
Right. And your disclosure.
But you hadn't done
Ms.
the
Heard's
CAP-5,
responses on the
the
PCL-5
gold standard.
support a DSM-5 diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder with an etiology of intimate partner violence she experienced by a former partner. Remember writing that?
That's correct.
Okay. You just testified that you need to read the manual, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Come on, they've got her on this.
Demonstrative.
Right, DSM-5 is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 5th edition. It's something that they update every few years, which basically tells you what...
You want to approach?
Yeah, right. So it tells you what the different categories are for getting a diagnosis. Now, the reason I know about the DSM-5 is that for people that are going through gender services, we have to go through the DSM-5 criteria for transgenderism, as it used to be known, or transsexualism, or as it's called, gender dysphoria now. That's the new diagnosis. But that under the DSM-5, basically every few years they update it, and it's basically the Bible of what is this criteria. So if you have ADHD, this is the tests you do. This is the 5 out of 10 is a no, 10 out of 10 is a yes. It's that is the DSM-5. So this is talking about the latest minimal criteria for diagnosing mental health conditions, mental health disorders. So she's just said about going to the manual. They've now got the DSM.
Okay, 1312 can be published to the jury.
They've got the DSM and they are now
do you recognize
publishing it to the jury. Oh, this is so good.
What it is? Yes, I do.
It is the Cheshire Cat colours, Yaz.
The PTSD checklist for DSM-5.
That's correct.
That what we've been calling the PCL-5.
Correct.
All right. And do you, are you familiar with the document that's on your screen?
Yes.
Right. What is it?
It's the instruction manual to how to administer the PCL-5.
Okay. I'd like to move for the admission of 1312.
Any objection to 1312 coming into evidence? All right, 1312 in evidence.
Right. Can we go to the second page?
It's going to be fascinating.
Can
Let's see if we can
blow
get
up
it on a bigger screen.
the second
Oh, yes,
paragraph?
let's. Right. I'm gonna jump off. There we go. Let's see. Why have we gone mute?
PCL5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool. When considering a diagnosis, the clinician will still need to use clinical interviewing skills and a recommended structured interview, e.g. the CAPS-5, to determine a diagnosis, correct? That's what the manual says.
Absolutely.
Right, and this manual also says that this is a screening instrument, so when you do the clinical interviewing, you absolutely can determine diagnosis.
So the
after
answer is
somebody
yes. The manual says you
still need to use
PCL5
clinical interviewing skills, which I used.
Let me finish my question. The PCL5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool, and they recommend using the CAPS-5 to determine a diagnosis, correct?
It does say that, yes.
Yeah, and you made your diagnosis before you did the CAPS-5.
Yes,
I
yes,
made
yes,
my
yes, yes.
diagnosis doing clinical interviewing and 11 other psychological tests that supported diagnosis of PTSD and symptomatology consistent with PTSD.
Okay, you said that we should read the manual. Would you also agree with me that we need to read the directions on these tests?
Sure.
Okay.
They've got her. They've got her.
Tom, can you pull up 1309 as a demonstrative?
Did he just say hun? Did he just say hun? No, he said Tom. It's Tom. I thought he said hun. It's like, hey hun, can you pull up this please? Hey hun. But no, he's talking about Tom.
Yes.
So
Thank you.
fascinating. This is fascinating. The reason I'm saying it's fascinating, have they gone to sidebar?
Any
Oh no,
objection
he's given
to
her the
1309
the enough rope and she's going to hang herself. She's not happy, is she, Dr. Hugh? She does not look like a happy bunny here. Oh, they have gone up for a sidebar. Ooh, interesting. Oh wow. It's just breaking news. Kevin Spacey has just been charged with 4 counts of sexually assaulting 4 men.
9.
Let me go to the BBC News. I think that was in the UK. Wow.
Doctor, do you recognize the demonstrative that's in front of you?
Yes, but I didn't put the red lines on that.
No, I did.
Yes, I know.
Okay. So this, what do you recognize this as?
I recognize that we previously discussed this, and I told you that I oriented Ms. Hurd to a different time frame because she was already out of the relationship.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, it gets
a little. This is the CTS-2 that you administered as part of this battery of tests that you indicate you did in relationship to your diagnosis.
Did it just, Yaz?
Conflict tactic scale 2.
And you'll agree with me that this test specifically asks, in front of every single question, how often did this happen in the past year?
Correct, and I
Right.
oriented
And
the
you
individual
know-
to not limit herself to the
correct.
last year to get an accurate assessment of the violence and abuse that she experienced in the relationship.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right. I'll move strike the last part of the answer. Strike the last part of the answer. Thank you. Next question.
Yeah, and you know that at the time that
Look
you
at Amber
gave this
smirking.
test to Ms. Hurd, she had been away from Mr. Depp for far longer than a year, correct?
Yes.
Which is why I oriented her to a different
Yes or
time
No,
frame.
you're not answering the question, Hughes.
Of course,
Okay, you knew she was gone for more than a year.
of course.
All right, let's look at another one of these.
So basically, she's got a test that should only be done contemporaneously. So it should be done at the
Talking
same
about the
time that the
dangerous
abuse is happening.
That's
It should be done within that 12-month period. So she's using a test that is designed to be done contemporaneously, and she's using it for historic alleged abuse. Now, that is instantly showing you that she is not doing this correctly. She's using tests that shouldn't be used in this format. And this is what Dr. Curry was saying yesterday, is that she's using tests that are not equivalent.
Any objection
Now,
to
Dr.
13
Hughes
and-
may be a good doctor,
Okay.
but she's adapting things and tweaking it. And it's a bit like a plumber saying, it's fine that I haven't got the right pipe work. We'll
Dr.
just
Hughes,
use this and I'll bodge it. This
is
doctor's a
blatant
bodger,
the dangerous
whereas
essence
Dr.
of the test that
Curry
you
was by the book.
To Ms. Hurd, correct?
I didn't give it to her. I filled it out based on the data that was provided to me.
Oh, so you asked her the questions and then you filled it in.
It was somewhat collaborative.
Okay. Can we blow up the second full paragraph?
Right, let's go and have a look on this one.
It says, using the calendar, please mark the approximate dates during the past year when you were
Past
abused
year,
by your
yep.
partner or ex-partner. You didn't use any calendar, did you?
I did not use a calendar because she was already out of the relationship. As I said, these are static risk factors, so they don't change. So I
But these
orient her to the
exams-
time of the relationship.
No, you're
Yeah, it's
wrong.
fair
You
to say
can't.
that this examination that you gave specifically indicates that you were supposed to
He has.
look
He has,
over
he
the
has.
past year. And you,
Yes.
That's
not the
one,
language?
no, that's one administration. People use this instrument for if you're in an acute situation.
Not
with
in a court
relationship,
case.
Trying to get a
Not
better
as a.
assessment of the current behaviors. We can use it
You're
retrospectively,
s-
like I just stated, and in homicides and looking back about what are the serious risk factors that were in this
In a
relationship.
homicide, it's different because the person is dead. You're supposed to be a forensic
limit this
clinical
test to
psychologist.
the previous year.
You can give this test not only on the
Nope,
previous year,
asking you about the instructions.
but I'm telling you how the test is administered in clinical practice and in
And-
forensic
and-
practice.
And opposing counsel can come up and ask questions about it. I'm asking you about the instructions. And the instructions say, look over the past year. And-
Yeah, on this, yes, that it says that.
And you had actual knowledge.
It would.
You gave the test.
It would. Absolutely, Yaz. Absolutely. And there is a reason why these tests are done this way.
All right, let's look at more instructions.
Right.
Can we look at
So I've
both
done my
these
level 3
things?
counseling, and it's nowhere near to the levels of these people. But there is a reason these things are worded this way, because if you are looking at something from within a year, you've got a different frame of memory. You've got a different way of remembering. If you're looking at something historically,
You recognize
you
this
can
one too, right?
downplay the elements of
This is
abuse,
the-
you can downplay the
the
effects, you
Russell
can
Caps
downplay
Right.
the memory, or you can increase it. So our memory plays tricks on us, which is why when you're talking about something within a previous year, that's a finite time. So this is all going to the fact that these
Standard
tests are designed to
administration
be
scoring of a
administered
Cat
within a
5
set period of
potential
time
reliable
to get a
valve
snapshot of
scores
how things are
and
there,
diagnostic
not
decisions.
4 years later.
Correct?
Correct.
And you know, you have to do this in a standardized way because it is the first instruction, correct?
Standardized, because this is a standardized.
Go
This
to
isn't
the-
like,
To the next page.
this is the reason these tests are standardized and have to be done in the same way is so that
This
this
is the page
doctor's
on
result
scoring.
will be
And
the same
we
as
talked
Dr.
about this
Curry's
last
result,
time.
as the same as
You
Dr.
score
Smith's results
these
and Dr.
tests
Robertson's results.
by
This is why they're trying to be
frequency
standardized, and the
and
DSM-5 has these criteria.
And you
Now, what she's
remember
saying
that.
is, I use this in a
Every
different
single
way
instance
to do this.
You were asked to fill in the blank about.
Shocking. No wonder she's trying to defend her
You
case.
failed to do so.
She could get
correct?
struck
That's
off
not
almost. Well, probably not, but
You
her
filled in
ethics are called into
any blank on
question.
this form with respect to frequency?
I filled in the frequency on the side of the caps where I am actually scoring the caps.
No, I asked
Where
you
is-
whether you filled in a single blank on this form with respect to frequency. Is the
No,
answer
she didn't.
yes or no?
I don't know what you mean, a single blank.
All right, let's page. Let's keep going. All right, we'll stay at this page for a second. This is the very first box you're asked to fill in as to, I think, a fairly fundamental question, right? What happened?
We talked about this before, Mr. Dennison. I had 88 pages of notes of what happened. It would have been redundant to put it there.
You know.
It
that
doesn't
you
matter
are
that it's
obligated
redundant.
to
This is
produce
done for the
this
courts.
test in a way that other people can meaningfully review them. Yes?
The people in this case who are meaningfully reviewing them have my 88 pages of notes.
Right. But you chose
Not
to put
standardized.
absolutely nothing in the box, the standardized box that said what happened.
You don't have to put it in the box if you have it somewhere else. It's not
Because
a,
this
if
is
it's
not
not
a
a,
standardized test.
well, if it's not a research instrument that is used for research, if you're using it for a clinical diagnostic purpose, no, you don't. If you have that data elsewhere.
Okay, let's go another page or so.
Wow.
All right.
She's absolutely just saying, I did it my way. And now the form is clear.
Let's look at item.
I decided not
484.
to fill it in love. I
And I
ignored
asked you,
the
you
boxes
filled in the
here.
blank
They didn't
about
agree
frequency.
with what I thought
And there's a
love.
blank in many of these items that
Yes.
asks number of times. You didn't fill a single one of them in, did you?
Right, because I filled them on the right side of the instrument where I am scoring it.
And
I
that
did
is
it
the
my own
that
way.
you believe that you followed the instructions of a standardized test.
Yes, correct.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Very briefly.
It has to be brief because you're running out of time, Elaine.
Static risk factor, what did you mean by that?
Static risk factors are risk factors that don't change. It's maybe if you smoke cigarettes, you may have a risk of lung cancer, right? That's a factor that doesn't change. You can look forward if someone's smoking, you can look past if someone's smoking. So these lethality risk factors are present whether you're evaluating them in the last year.
That's a really bad example, Dr. Hughes, because if somebody quits smoking, their risk values go down.
Related to the
It's not a
interpersonal
static.
violence that we discussed. Why is it
This
important?
doctor
to
is
get
terrible.
the time frame in which the relationship was in existence?
Well, you want to see the amount of trauma that the person experienced. The longer that they're in a relationship, you have more successive trauma. And one of the things that we know from the research is more trauma is not better. So the more successive traumas that you have, the greater likelihood that somebody's going to have psychological consequences and symptomatology as a result.
And therefore you need to get it within the relationship.
Objection leading.
And so how does that relate to needing to get the time frame in the relationship?
Well, you need to understand when you're trying to evaluate the impact of something, you want to have to understand what happened to the person. And that's sort of the core and the basis of trauma-informed care and of trauma diagnoses. You have to understand, the traumatic event and how it transpired and how it played out for that individual so that you can better assess for the symptomatology that's falling from it.
You said you had 88 pages of notes. What were in your 88? And without going into the specifics, can you just describe what was included in the 88 pages?
Absolutely, yes. Her team just
In
look.
the 88
They know
pages
that they're
were,
losing the battle.
Many of the documented incidents of intimate partner
Objection, Your
violence.
Honor.
She's just describing it. That came up. He said you didn't fill those in the boxes. She said it was in my 88 pages. I'm just saying what was in your 88 pages. I'm not asking her to give each of the specific events. She can describe the summary of it.
Can we come up?
Okay.
Wow. So basically, right, my analogy to this would be that as a tarot reader, I now have a very different relationship to the cards as when somebody is learning, right? So when I look at the Empress card, for example, I have, see you later, Ness, my darling. When I look at the Empress card, I have an understanding of what that card is. That may be different to the keywords in the little white book because my relationship is adapted.
Clinical evaluation and research evaluation with respect to the CAPS 5 and the other.
If I was teaching, I would teach the standards and then explain how you move on.
Your Honor,
If I was doing a tarot reading,
it might be confusing to the jury.
Sustain, next question.
Okay.
if I was doing a tarot reading that would be picked apart by my peers, I would explain why this information has changed and why I've done it this way.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound.
Overruled, good.
Sure. So the PCL and the CAPS-5 are frequently used in research. And when they're used in research, that means the document stands alone. They don't have 88 pages of notes to help understand the
Keeps going back
background
to this
of the
88
trauma
pages
and
of
what
notes,
the person has
but it doesn't matter
experienced.
because you were,
And why those
oh,
boxes may be relevant in research is because, you know, back in the day when I was a research assistant, I had to input that into the computer. And then they would maybe look at some of that data for the research study. So that becomes very important in research.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hughes. You can have a
Thank
seat in
you.
the courtroom or you're free to go, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess. Our morning recess. Let's take our 15-minute recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
wow. Wow, 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 wow. Absolutely bonkers. So this, right, I'm gonna try and jump over. So yeah, Kevin Spacey has been charged with 4 counts of sexual assault against 3 men, the CPS says. So that's in the UK. That is, I mean, wow, that is immense. So he's been charged over here,
Back at 11:05 then? Okay.
as well as what was happening in the States. So 11:05. So 4:05 in the UK to the UK times. Oh my God. So there is so much that pissed me off with that. Yes, it can be argued. Let me jump back to this. We'll keep the split screen on, but let's jump to this one. There we go. No, this one. This one, where is it? There we go. I know they've both gone back to the time clock. That's really annoying. But anyway, the reason that Dr. Hughes' testimony there really pissed me off is because she's basically saying that she doesn't have to fill out these forms. Let me take my headphones off as well. Hang on. Saying she doesn't have to fill out these forms because she's got this 88 pages of notes, which is fine, except if you're then using these forms, if you're using this information and you've been asked by the courts to provide basically you've been asked to provide evidence of a clinical diagnosis, then you know that that's going to be held up in court. You know that that is going to be picked through by lawyers. So why the hell would you not do that? Your whole time with Amber Lynn Reid, your whole time with Amber Heard is all because the court has appointed you, her legal team has appointed you. So you know every single time that this is going to get picked apart. So why would you not fill out all these forms like completely correctly so that Depp's legal team haven't got a chance to do what they are doing now, which is basically to say that you have not done things correctly. Now, this shows me that there's a certain amount of arrogance with this Dr. Hughes, where the minute that she is questioned over her methodology, she's basically jumping back on to try and defend herself. And I can understand that from being in a rebuttal situation right now. But what she's basically doing is defending her methodology rather than explaining. What she's saying is, I didn't do anything wrong, rather than explaining, because I've got these existing notes, because I've got this, this, and this is how I did this as a shorthand. If she had said something like, actually, I didn't feel it was necessary because I've got this huge backlog, that might give her a little bit of leeway with the jury. But I think the jury are going to look at that evidence, that statement, and basically go, screw you, you don't, obviously you haven't done this right. Now the thing is, in this situation, when, again, from my extremely limited amount of knowledge from the counselling sort of world, and only the very basics of the counselling world, she's like 10 times, 100 times more advanced than I am. The reason you fill out these forms is because they are standardized forms, and the reason you have a standardized form is to try and eliminate the sort of bias from the psychiatrist, the psychiatrist, the doctor themselves. You're trying to eliminate that. You're trying to standardize this testing so that one patient going to the doctor will get the same diagnosis if they are presenting with the same issues, that they will get the same diagnosis as the next patient, and that if they went to another doctor, they would get the same diagnosis with another doctor. That's why the forms are standardized. That's why the questioning is standardized, because that way it can be picked over by a team of your peers, and it can be, you know, double checked and cross-referenced. Now, obviously, this doctor's been doing this for a hell of a long time, and she's got her own way of working things, which is fine. But when you're doing this as a forensic clinical psychologist, psychiatrist, you are being asked to provide this information in a court setting to where an entire case is resting on this. So by not doing things in that way, it's really crap. You all right, love? We're just reacting now to the Amber Heard case. You're all right?
Yeah.
You're still feeling a bit snotty? So Rufus is up and about and around and doing stuff. I know, but I did my face, as you can tell, and then like 2 hours ago we moved on to the Amber Heard trial, so we've been sat talking about that now. Oh, I've got something for you. Here, it looks like a packet of sweeties. No. It's just a address label. So yeah, so let me know if you want me to carry on reacting after when the court comes back in 15 minutes. All right. Let me know if you want me to carry on reacting, because I am loving this. I have been following this case all the way through. I've been following Emily D. Baker, the badass lawyer, since she was on 60,000 subs. And I know she's at now like 500 and some odd, 500,000. But I am more than happy to sit here and have this conversation and to react in real time. If that's what you want me to, if you want me to. If not, I can just go and watch it. It's not tissues, no.
Oh.
But so for me, Dr. Hughes, the way that she's administered those tests does bring into question her methodology, and it brings into question because if she's not using these tests as a standard, as Dennison said, she already gave a diagnosis of PTSD before she administered the CAP-5 test, and that CAP-5 test is the pinnacle of basically saying this is how you test for PTSD. And the fact is that if she hasn't done that, if she's gone in with that pre-existing, then that will be. Do you like them?
Yeah.
So can I show the
Yeah.
chat? So this is something I bought, Rufus. It's by the brand On That Ass. And they are boxer shorts.
Yeah.
It is a monthly subscription. And yeah, so these are, I think they might be a bit big. They're a 2XL, but what I thought is they might go all the way up around your tummy because they're really long.
Yeah.
So they might go up around your tummy. There's a lot of stretch to them,
Yeah.
but these are, they're really nice quality, aren't
Yeah,
they?
really soft.
Really soft cotton. When I saw the design, really stretchy as well.
Also, they are really soft.
Yeah, really soft. And when I saw the design, I thought they've got sharks on and koi carp. So sharks and koi carp.
Really.
And I thought, okay, let's go and get them for that there, Mr. Rufus. So there you go. We want to see you parading around in them later, and I'll take a photo for the chat.
Yeah.
So okay, go on then. But yeah, so there you go. So I have signed up to a subscription. So every month you will get a new pair of boxer shorts coming through. I can change the size if these are a bit big, but I thought that they might be ideal for up around the tummy. And then you'll get a brand new pair. And as you go down in sizes, you're always going to have pairs that are really good quality and nice and smart. There you are, my darling.
Yeah.
So yes, Rufus Pants live on air. Yes, if you want me to, we can do that quite happily. But yeah, there you go. Yeah. So if you let us know if you want to see his pants. No, don't. But let me know if you want me to carry on reacting and sort of giving you a bit of commentary on this case. I've got to say it is fascinating, and I can completely see why. I know they do, because they look like a bag of treats.
Yeah, they're like.
What's that? Is that a label? Oh, it's a little Sharky label. Oh no, what's that? It says follow on that ass _official on Instagram and use on that as to be featured. We've got a little silicone gel, and maybe you'll receive some unique on that ask gifts. So it's got the washing instructions, 30 degrees, and you can iron it, but don't tumble dry and don't whatever that triangle is. I don't know what that is, but yeah, that's quite a cool sticker thing or a little card. It's not a sticker.
Normally they just have little tag on them.
Yeah.
To your pants.
Yeah. No, well, that's cool.
They didn't want to kind of pop hole in the pants.
No, but yeah, I've got to say, I am loving this case. I am loving the fact that it's such a high profile case, but beyond that, it's so complex, and there are so many different moving parts. Like, so we've already seen that the metadata guy hasn't got a way to explain why those two pictures are the same, even though they're different, even though they've got the same JPEG file name and everything. We've already seen that TMZ got given the video. So let's do a quick sum up. Right. If I was in the jury, these are the things that I would look at. So the only thing that they are suing for is defamation. Jonny is suing Amber for defamation for the tweet that she sent out saying that it was sexual violence and damages. And Amber is saying that when Jonny's lawyer said that they were engaged in a hoax, that was defamation against Amber Heard. So my response is basically quite clear, right? What we've seen in this case so far is we have seen that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard were in a toxic relationship. We've seen there was alcohol and drug misuse on both sides. We have seen Amber claim that Johnny Depp took 8 to 10 ecstasy in one handful, and then backtrack on that. We've seen that she said these photos were the same, and then backtrack. She said these photos were separate days, and then backtrack. She has said that this video footage of him slamming the cupboards wasn't given to TMZ by her. TMZ said it was. We have seen various different people. She claims that the bottle of vodka that got smashed, there was glass all over the floor, that she sliced up her feet pretty good, sliced up her arms, and that, yeah, and that there was blood everywhere, even though the next day there was no signs of that. When the doctors came and the nurses came to look after Jonny, there was no sign that Amber had any cuts on her feet. None of the security team said that. There were no photos of that. There were no photos of any of the evidence. There was a photo of the damaged bed that Lauren Lumber has already gone on record and basically did a viral video to show that that bed could not be damaged in the way that she said it was by Jonny's boot. There's lots of footage they've used to show that Jonny was unconscious because of drugs. He's never denied using drugs. He's never denied using alcohol in the way that she said she's never done drugs and she's never done this, even though other people have said they have, or said that she has. The guy yesterday from the trailer park basically said that the entire damage was $65 for 2 sconces. She claimed that the damage was that the caravan, the trailer was wrecked. She claims that that was absolutely like completely wrecked and destroyed. So we are 8 minutes away from the coming back in after the recess, by the way. So she claims that it was completely like destroyed. So every which way she has at least exaggerated what happened, whilst, and that's been shown to be the case. Now, both sets of doctors, both sets of everything, I think as somebody who's watched this, didn't really know who Amber Heard was, had believed that Johnny Depp was violent. Amber Heard, yeah. Was quite aware that Johnny Depp had been charged for being violent, not really a Johnny Depp fan. I guess I came into this in the way that most of the jury would. However, I genuinely believe that Johnny Depp was the victim of violence. There's been numerous times where he has shown or given his evidence to say that Amber was violent, that she would fly off the handle at a moment's notice. There's been lots of audio clips played which has shown her and him saying vile things to each other. There's also been things where there's been text messages where he was talking about, I've got other uses for your throat. I'm not going to slit your throat. I've got other uses. It was a sext. And yesterday's text where they were talking about Molly, I am going to rip Molly up and do this. Molly is another word over there for ecstasy, MDMA. So again, a lot of things have been put forward by Amber Heard's team to say, look, this is showing you how evil Johnny Depp is. And those things can be not written off, but they can be explained by, you know, that it was a sex text or that it was talking about something else. So all the way through, I don't think the evidence is there that Johnny was violent, as in an abuser. I think fights happened, and I think that there were times when Johnny defended himself and possibly pushed her out of the way. I don't believe that he was a violent abuser. I don't believe she was sexually assaulted, R-worded with a bottle. I just don't believe that, because her testimony seemed fake. Basically, it didn't seem genuine. When you then double that up with the photo evidence that is lacking, all of the times where she says she's got all of these massive cuts and bruises to her face, but then there aren't photos, and when there are photos, it's stuff that, you know, she's got little bruises here that look like it's from Botox. I am completely coming on the side that I believe Amber was an abuser. I believe she was violent, and I believe that she has tried everything she possibly can to paint Johnny Depp as that abuser, and as the violent one. And I believe very, very firmly that it was a toxic relationship and that both of them were at fault. However, on the case, on the things they are suing each other for, the defamation, I believe that, I don't believe that, hang on, let me put it this way. On the counterclaim, Amber Heard is suing Johnny Depp for defamation because his lawyer said that she was hoaxing and faking all of this. I think there is evidence to say that that is true, that she has faked a lot of this, and that it isn't what she has said. So I think there is more than enough evidence to say that her case, I don't think she's going to win. In Johnny Depp's case, I think he could win on defamation per se, because she has not given enough evidence to say that she was a victim of sexual assault. And it's that wording in that headline that she retweeted that is at the key of this. I don't think the evidence is there to say that she genuinely was. And I'm not discounting any other abuse victim. I am a survivor myself, and I just do not believe that what she went through, or what she claims to have gone through, is what happened. Particularly because there just isn't the reaction doesn't feel genuine to me. There isn't the medical reports. If you had been assaulted with a bottle and had that forcibly inserted, there would be bruising, there would be bleeding. She said that she bled. She said that she was worried it was a broken bottle. She said this, that, and the other. She said that she was in pain for days and days and that there was bleeding. You would go to a doctor. You've got your own medical team on hand. You would speak to the medical team. She didn't. And the next day she went off and did like all these other things. It doesn't ring true. This is somebody who's taken a picture every time there's a little bruise, every time there's this, that, and the other. She's taken pictures of Johnny, you know, when he's falling asleep holding an ice cream. All of these things she's taken pictures of, and there's not one picture of her cut up feet, her sliced arms, and, you know, any evidence that she was SA'd. No evidence there whatsoever. And as much as I would, honestly, I believe we should err on the side of caution with victims, because as myself, I did not react when I was assaulted, when I was R-worded. I did not react in the way that a lot of people would. Afterwards, I shut it down, and I completely shut that down. I didn't get support until many, many years later. And in terms of Amber Heard, she doesn't have that reaction, and it just, none of it rings true. So I think when we're talking about that case of defamation, I believe Johnny Depp could win that. Absolutely. As somebody who's watched this case, I think he could win that. I don't think she has proven her case enough. And I think there's plenty about her case that looks shady. So when we're talking about, the cases, defamation against Amber and defamation against Johnny, I think the defamation case from Amber against her, where she's suing Johnny Depp for something his lawyer said, I think that will get thrown out. I genuinely believe that in terms of the tweet that she sent out saying, look at this piece that I wrote, blah, 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 I think that case, there's been plenty of evidence to show that was defamation per se, and that damaged his career. I don't think he'll get 50 million in damages. I think depending on the jury, he could get 100 million, because they could go, do you know what? You get all the damages that she was claiming for, or he could get legal fees and $1. And I think for him, it's about clearing his name. And for me, I now genuinely believe that Johnny Depp was a victim in this, that he stayed silent, that he was the victim of horrendous acts, that various times you can see him bruised and battered and black-eyed, and, he lost his finger and all of these things. And yes, I think he was on drugs and he was on alcohol. He did have addictive issues, but I don't think that in any way, shape or form reduces the fact that he was a victim. And so therefore, I genuinely think that he will win his case. Not on all three, but I think he will win his case, certainly for the tweet, possibly for the article itself, but maybe not for the print article, but certainly for the tweet. I think he'll absolutely get it. That'll be my prediction. But yeah, I'm going to go now. I'm going to watch the second half of this. We've only got 3 people on. I don't know who's still on. I think Yaz or the Major may still be on.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
But I'm going to go back and watch this now myself. They're going to sidebar. Okay. So what I will say then is I'm going to go back and watch this off camera. You've got my thoughts. You've got how I think this will end up going. It'll be interesting to see what's left to come on the case. Now they're just confirming with the timekeeper as to how much time is left. But yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one. You've been listening in the background, Neil. Oh, okay. So Neil is here as well. Well, again, let me know, because I can just carry on watching this if you want, and just have it kind of on. Or I could recommend that you all go over to Emily D. Baker's channel and watch her commentary, because I think she is absolutely amazing and she has the legal background. So shall we all go over to Emily's stream and join the chat over there? There's probably going to be about 140,000 people on her stream at least. But yeah, I think that's probably what I'd recommend that we do, because then I can nip for a wee and do things like that and have something to eat in the background without sort of worrying about doing all of that on camera. But yeah, so while they're at sidebar, I would recommend that. So if you're able to, Emily D. Baker, let me just find her on here. She's got 181,000 watching, and I have 4 people watching. So yeah, I would recommend that we all nip over to Emily D. Baker's stream. I will find that up now, if I can just find it. Oh God, my computer doesn't like having all these windows open with all these different YouTube channels open. So I will find that now. Copy, here we go. I've copied that. I will put it into the live chat. You've been enjoying listening. Well, again, I'm happy to carry on, to be honest with you. I'm happy to carry on because I'm finding this absolutely fascinating. We're looking at the gallery. So who's in the gallery? Anybody we know? Lots of people with funky hair. That's really cool. I say people we know as if I know them. But what I mean is, like, where's the rest of LawTube? Go on, pan across. Or let's have a look at LawTube then. Let's have a look. Let's go. Is LawTube? Where's LawTube? We've got, right, so that's halfway. So they were sat on this side before. So we've got, I don't know who that big guy is in the blue. Oh, DUI guy's there. Runkle seems to have gone. Could Runkle be? Hi, DUI guy. Hi, we've all subbed to you because you're amazing. That's Chanley thingy from Law and Crime. There's Runkle coming back in, the guy with the white hair. He's a Canadian lawyer and YouTuber. So yeah, he's obviously just been tweeting out. So it's making your doing work fun. Okay, well I can happily stay on stream. I don't mind. Oh, hang on, I've lost it. There we go. No, that one. So the jury's coming back in now. You're happy to listen as well, Jamie. Okie dokie. I'm quite happy to carry on. I don't know what other things I need to do, to be fair. I might have to do a couple of bits and pieces, but
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. All right,
we
your
might
next
be
witness.
or something. I don't know.
Your Honor, defendant calls Amber Heard.
All right, Ms. Heard, if you come to the stand, please.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Look at her. She's power walking.
Yes, ma'am. Water.
That did not look good, Amber. That's it. Now power strut back on. God, that looked dodgy.
Thank you, ma'am. And just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Of course, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, your question?
Amber, just to orient you and the jury, at this time, we are in the rebuttal to your counterclaim against Mr. Depp. So I'm going to confine my questions to that, okay?
All right.
How have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
I am harassed, humiliated, threatened every single day.
Oh my God. This is,
Even just
her
walking
acting is
into
so
this
bad.
courtroom, sitting here in front of the world, having the worst parts of my life, things I've lived through, used to humiliate me. People want to kill me, and they tell me so every day.
Oh,
People
that's
want to put
troll.
my baby in the microwave, and they tell me that. Jonny threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
She's not going to cry,
Same
Nate.
objection,
She
yes.
can't cry.
Did you want to ask a
She'll
question?
go.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
In the harassment and the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media and now in front of cameras in this room. Every single day I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake. I wake up screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have
Watch
to
how
live with
she comes
set of
out of
unspoken
it. She's talking
rules
to the
about
jury.
how
She's
to
like,
not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Unspoken rules
Overruled. Go ahead.
about how to not touch me, not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors, medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see. I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow for me not to have a panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, I'm training for Aquaman, a combat
just drop
scene,
Aquaman back
and
in.
a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because of the
I
damage
don't
I
believe
walk
them.
around with every single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not
Yes, you
sitting in
were.
this
We
courtroom
saw
laughing,
you.
smiling, and making snide jokes. I'm
Yes,
not.
you were. We saw
This is
you.
horrible. This is painful. And this is humiliating for any human being to go through. And perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being. And even though Jonny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on. The statements, the attacks on me, the campaign.
She was talking about the attacks on the campaign as if Johnny Depp is sat there behind the scenes saying, don't do this, don't do that.
Foundation.
Torture me every day.
Speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Exactly. Crying with no tears, Yaz. Exactly.
Depp Waldman's
This is what she's doing. She's like, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. But look, the instant she snaps out of it. She snaps out of it.
You know, the only reason that people like Dr. Curry can sit up here on the stand and say I'm high functioning and I do things like have hobbies and have interests is
Objection,
because I'm not.
non-responsive.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp gave long-winded responses yesterday.
It's because I found a solution to that pain. I woke up every morning with panic attacks and trauma until I realized I could do something with it. So to answer your question, Ben, it's I was able to turn the things that I've lived through, my pain, my life experiences, into work, into action, into providing a voice for other people. I'm not a saint. I'm not trying to present myself as one, as you all know, but I selfishly found relief in being able to use what I've lived through to advocate for others, to bring light to these issues, to give a voice to people who don't have the voice and the platform that I have.
No, what you've actually done
wish this
is
situation on my worst
to make
enemy.
the situation 10 times harder for people.
Gives a voice to someone who doesn't have it. But I now, as I stand here today, can't have a career. I can't even have people associate with me because
we've all seen you acting on the stage. Oh, on the stand, rather.
And
Sorry.
I can't do my charity work.
Sustain the objection.
Amber, other than the threats that you've described, what other threats have you endured since the Depp Waldman statements were made?
I receive hundreds of death threats regularly, if not daily. Thousands since this trial has started. People mocking my testimony about being assaulted.
Because it's fake.
Objection, relevance, non-responsive.
Goes to damages. You can continue.
See, where were the tears? Where's this big, huge emotional reaction she has?
Agonizing, painful, and the most humiliating thing I've ever had to go through. I hope no one ever has to go through something like this.
I just don't believe her. I don't believe her. This doesn't come through as genuine.
Leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone. I've said that for years now, and I thought he would after
Objection,
2020.
non-responsive.
You wanted him to leave you alone, and yet you wrote an op-ed piece in 2018 that absolutely, no, Major, trust me, if she was crying, but look at her there. Look at her right there. She's literally gone, objection, and then she's like, if she cried, genuine
the
tears,
secret that I
it would go in
did
her
for
face.
as long as I did has taken enough of my voice. Jonny has taken enough of my voice. I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name. He took it long enough.
But you don't have the right to
I
lie.
have a right as an American to talk about what happened to me to own my story and my truth. I have that right. I hope to get my voice back.
Oh my God, she's
That's all I
using,
want.
God,
And I
she's
said that from
so,
day one.
this is so manipulative.
Thank you.
She's
Amber.
using the same language that Jonny was using
Cross-examination.
about getting your voice back, and that is histrionic. Come on, Camille's going in for it. Come on, Camille Vasquez. We like this lawyer. She had a smirk on her day all day yesterday. She was laughing all day yesterday. That evidence will absolutely come up. Like, absolutely. Look at her. She's wiping her nose, wiping. Is she wiping her eyes? No. Is there any tears? No. Is there like one split second of a tear? No. Because she's lying. Oh my God. It's so infuriating. Oh, is this about I wanting my voice back? No. You haven't got your voice back because your voice was never taken, my darling. You have tried to shut him down at every time. And the fact that, like you're saying, oh, I just wanted him to leave me alone, then why write an article in 2018 talking about being like a victim and everything else? Yes, talk about women's rights, but you know full well when you are writing an article saying my ex-husband did this and this. I understand if you were a genuine victim, I understand that you have the right to your story, but she isn't. There isn't the evidence. It's never gone through. And so of course Jonny is going to stand up and say, you can't say that, love. Of course that's going to happen. So she hasn't got a fucking clue, to be honest. And look, now she's looking so cold and calculating, and she's looking scared. She's looking at the lawyers like, I could lose this. And when she's talking about, like, she's got the right as an American, she's got the right to her story, she's got her right. She does have the right to her story. If it was true, she doesn't have the right to make up lies about Jonny. And the fact is, she keeps glancing over at him. He has not looked at her once. And there's two reasons for that. One, as Camille said, he said in a statement, you will never see my eyes. And there's also the thing that as a victim, it is difficult to look at your abuser in the face. It is difficult, especially when they are calling you a liar. It is difficult to do. So let's see where Camille goes with this. Are they still at sidebar? I think they are. Yes, they are. And I find it, I just find her completely unbelievable. I don't think she's a good actress. I don't think she's like, it feels like she's telling someone else's story this whole time, and that this isn't genuinely connecting with her emotions and her feelings. And I think that that is something which, for me, it just doesn't ring true. Let me know. Like, we've got some people watching this now. You've watched her on the stand now. What is your gut reaction? What do you think? Do you think she is telling the truth? Like, now she was just talking about the damages and the effect that the defamation has had on, so-called defamation has had on her career and on her mental stability. What do you think? You're watching this live. What do you think? Just the way she sat there now, she's looking over at I imagine, her attorneys. She's looking very, very cold, very kind of difficult. Whereas moments ago, she was reliving this pain, reliving this anguish. I know from my perspective, if I'm ever reliving something, I don't just snap out of that emotion. It takes a while for me to kind of put myself together, even if it's something I've prepared for. And I might be saying, you know, oh, I'm sorry, or I might just be like, right, pull yourself together. Just like there's things that happen. And whilst I'm not saying that everybody's the same and that she has to do what I would do in that situation, there are just things where it doesn't particularly ring true. And yes, she's in front of the world's media. She's gone through this with the defamation case now. She's gone through this with the legal case in the UK with the Sun. She's gone through this numerous times. So, you know, arguably, she's been able to say her case and say what's been happening. And for her to then turn around and say she's lost her voice, she's not able to do this, I don't think it rings true to me. It really doesn't. So I really wish I could see what they were talking about at sidebar. It's fascinating. I'm trying to see on the screen if there's anything coming up on the screen, but there's not. There's nothing we can read. But the stenographer who's sat there, she's typing up, she's putting in shorthand everything that's being said by those two. So this is going to be a really interesting point of order, because I think when they're talking about the defamation, what Amber Heard was trying to do is to effectively reframe and go over the entire case again, to bring it into the jury's mind that this is how she is the victim, and pity me, you know, this is about getting my voice back, blah, blah, blah. But this is not talking about, you know, the fact that the defamation very specifically was that Jonny's lawyer said that this was a hoax. I don't know who that is that they're focusing on, but she was giving Jonny's lawyers and Jonny's team absolute daggers. Is that the sister? Is that Amber Heard's sister? I don't think that's Whitney, is it? I don't know who this person is, and I don't know why we were focused on her for so long. But they're still at sidebar, so there's definitely something big going on. It could be that there's some evidence coming in, or they're just trying to work out how to handle. That was her sister. Oh my God, that was Whitney. She does not want to be there, does she? And she keeps eyeballing Jonny and eyeballing that legal team. I think she knows that they're in trouble. Or is she eyeballing her sister? She could even be eyeballing her sister, you know. Where are they on there? So she is. Oh, what's happening in court? What's happening? Oh, I thought they were removing someone then. So where she sat, they could absolutely, she could absolutely be eyeballing Amber Heard. I did wonder, because her hair looks almost grey there. I wonder why everybody's like, oh, that looks amusing. This looks funny. I wonder what's going on in court. Something is happening. Need to go sort through, but we'll have you on in the background. Okay, yes, my darling. I think that various people from LawTube will be nipping out and tweeting or stuff, but this is a really long sidebar. So I don't know whether there's a new evidence coming in, or whether there is, you know, whether they're just working out how they're going to go after Amber. But this is taking a long time, a real long time. Absolutely bonkers. So yeah, right. So where is she sat exactly? So she is sat in front of Runcorn. Oh, go cut back to the. No, that wasn't Runcorn. Come on, give us the shot. Give us the gallery shot. Now they're going through. Is that the case folder, or is that the There's something, they are absolutely going over a legal question. I love the way that Amber's just watching them, trying to get a read on what's happening. That's really funny. That is really funny. Wow. Camille's got her hands up like this. No, Your Honor. All I'm trying to do is do this, this, and this, and this is what we're trying to do. I'm not trying to do this. I'm trying to do that. So looking at reading the body language, I think the judge is listening to Amber's side, but Camille is absolutely fighting her corner for whatever it is that they're wanting to bring in. Again, Jonny's just talking. See, Amber must be getting so pissed off. Jonny's just talking to his lawyers, like having a conversation. Ben's just going, no, like, don't lean back, don't completely chill out. Like, you're still in court right now. I love the fact that they're eating jelly babies as well, jelly beans. I think that's really, really cool. You think Amber forgets the camera's always watching? I do as well. Absolutely, I do. I think that she thinks this is just like a movie set where they do just take the bits that they want. And I don't think she's aware that this is like being on Big Brother. This is 24/7, Jamie. I think you're entirely right, my friend. I would love to get an idea of what is actually happening in terms of the actual sort of sidebar itself. I'd love to know what's going on with the sidebar, but obviously we're never going to know that. Yeah, let's have a look. Oh, there we go. Is this what I'm wanting? How do I get? Ah, right. Subtitles are unavailable. I don't know. I just think it is absolutely fascinating, but we'll see what's going on. Eventually they'll have to come out of the sidebar, just because they can't obviously carry on. But yeah, like that look on Whitney's face was absolutely just daggers. And again, it's trying to work out who was she sending daggers to. Yeah, no, I think it's I don't know why they're spending so long on this sidebar. I mean, this is really like, there's obviously something. Amber has brought something up here where that they're trying to either rule out or rule in as evidence. So there's something that they are trying to either basically say, look, this is not legally admissible, or this is definitely something that we want to get into. Whether they can do that on rebuttal is going to be the interesting, because they're now on the basically Amber's team on the rebuttal for her case, if that makes sense. So she's got the case against Jonny, so they're going to basically, so she can get up and say, these other witnesses, these other people that were talking about there being no damage to my career, these were wrong because, right? That's what she should have focused on. What she said was this whole boo-hoo, 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 and how there are death threats and all this stuff going on in the media and how that's affecting her. Now, whether or not that's legally admissible, I don't know. As soon as it went to, as soon as he sat down and it went to Camille, she got up instantly and said, can we approach? So this is a point of law that they are trying to clarify. I think they're trying to bring something in or rule something out. And I think that this is going to be really interesting when the judge comes back, because there is definitely something here that they are really going over. The fact that she's got the evidence folder up and keeps going through it. There is obviously something that either Amber has said that was on a previous judge's statement that she's not allowed to say during this trial, which again could be because the jury they're not sequestered, so they're not like held up in a hotel, but there is a jury ruling that they're not allowed to look at anything online. Now I do question whether that could be coming up, because Amber was talking about the the fact that she's getting all this abuse online and that people are threatening her and threatening the baby, threatening this, threatening that, threatening the other. So it could well be that is bringing in and opening the door for other evidence to come in. I find it really interesting looking at the legal team. Jonny's legal team, you can see where they're not even really paying any attention to the stenographer. So they're just letting Camille argue her case. Oh, we're back. Oh. What happened? What happened? What happened?
Just testified that this case has been very hard for you. So let's talk about that and why.
Yes.
All right.
Your lies have been exposed to the world multiple times, right?
I haven't lied about anything I've been here to say.
You sat here and told this jury that the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened, yeah.
You testify that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
Is she coming
And
in?
told her that he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure
She's
it took to
doubling
break the
down on
human
this. I
wrist.
wouldn't double
But
down
your
if I
own
were you.
witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
No.
I'm not quite sure what part of that night she saw. There were a lot of people there.
She didn't testify that Mr. Depp grabbed anyone's wrist in Hicksville.
Again, I don't know what Rocky saw. There were a lot of people there that night.
You testified that once you brought Mr. Depp back to your trailer, he trashed it, correct?
That is correct.
And the manager of the Hicksville trailer park was furious that Jonny had wrecked the whole thing. Do you remember that testimony?
That's correct.
Well, we heard from that manager of the Hicksville trailer park, Morgan Knight, on Monday, didn't we?
I'm not quite sure who that guy was or if he had any involvement in this. I know a lot of people have come out of the woodwork to be involved.
So you're accusing Mr.
Wow.
Knight of testifying and committing perjury?
I'm not accusing anyone. I just don't recognize that man.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was upset with Mr. Depp spending time
Yes.
away from him. Isn't that correct?
How would he know? He wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was yelling at Mr. Depp.
Again, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things to be involved in the Johnny Depp show, but he wasn't there. He doesn't know. And he certainly doesn't know what happened behind closed doors, like most people.
So you're calling Mr. Knight a liar?
I am saying he wasn't there, and what he testified to doesn't match what I know happened. But I don't fault him. He wasn't there, so how would he know?
He testified he was there, Ms. Heard. Did you hear that?
That's his testimony, yes.
So you're calling him a liar?
I'm just saying he wasn't there.
You
So
heard
you're
Mr.
calling
Knight
him a liar,
testify
then?
that the trailer wasn't trashed, and that's why you're calling him a liar.
He testified that a light fixture was broken, similar to the way that
Yes, other
Johnny's
than a light
employees
fixture, that was
testified
the
to
only
my
thing that was
closet being
broken, right? Ms.
rearranged
Heard?
and things
Ms.
like
Heard?
that.
The only thing that was broken in the trailer, according to Mr. Knight, was a light fixture. Yes or no?
I realized that he summed it up by saying a light fixture was broken, just the way
Objection.
his security guard summed up him trashing my
Objection.
closet as being rearranged.
Your Honor, I'm going to
You're not.
move to strike everything after he summed it up, that it was a light fixture as non-responsive.
She answered the question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
In the security guard testimony, Your Honor?
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Mr. Knight also testified that he charged Mr. Depp only $62 for the damaged light fixture. You heard that, correct?
I did.
In Hicksville, you were the only one that was jealous of Mr. Depp people. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
That is incorrect.
Really,
In
really
Hicksville, you were the
bad
one who was
at-
upset that
at
Mr.
this.
Depp wasn't giving you enough attention.
Incorrect again.
Ms. Heard, you told this jury
Trying
that you
to
had no
reclaim
idea the
everything.
press was going to be at the courthouse when you got your TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember
Yeah.
that testimony?
I said I did not have anything to do with it. Yes.
No. My question again. You told this jury that you had no idea that the press was going to be outside after you got the ex-party TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I apologize. I must have misunderstood Ms. Vasquez. I actually had no idea whether they were going to be there or not. When I walked into the courtroom that day, it was completely quiet, still, empty. Even though I had given Johnny's team notice that I was filing the
Objection, Your
TRO,
Honor, this is not
we had no
responsive.
reason to
Move
believe
to
the
strike.
press knew.
And Your Honor, I would also ask that you instruct the witness to please stop talking once I lodge an objection.
Your Honor, she's trying to answer the question as best she can, and Ms. Vasquez is misrepresenting to her what she testified to.
I'll strike the last part as
Thank you,
non-responsive.
Your Honor.
Just if you could just answer the questions asked. Okay, thank you, Ms. Heard.
In fact, you testified that you were, quote, shocked when you saw press when you were leaving the courthouse. Yes?
Yes.
You weren't shocked at all, though, were you?
Incorrect. It was
You knew the press
horrifying.
would be at the courthouse, right, Ms. Heard?
No.
Well, you did bring your publicist to the courthouse with you on May 27th, 2016, didn't you?
I sure did. I'm a public figure. I brought my publicist in case it blew up. In case. And
You
I'm
actually
glad
had
I did.
alerted TMZ that you would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp that very
No,
day,
I did
didn't
not.
you?
No, I did
The
not.
one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
I did not call TMZ or any other news source or paparazzi source. No
Wow.
one.
Well,
I
we
never
heard
did that.
testimony from former TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Did I hear his testimony?
Yes.
Yes, I was here.
Yes. And you heard Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the courthouse on May 27th, right?
I heard him say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah, and that he dispatched paparazzi to the courthouse to capture a picture of an alleged bruise on the right side of your face. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Heard?
Absolutely not. Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
Exactly.
Now, the video of Mr. Depp
You're
beating
not
up some
an
kitchen
actual
cabinets, you
survivor.
admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's
You
existence
heard Mr.
online.
Tremaine testify that about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX, yes?
I don't know if I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it, yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source, yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because
And
it
you
didn't come
heard
from me. I was
Mr.
flying.
Tremaine
So
testify.
I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand.
I just know that that's incorrect.
Right. And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband, yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband, yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video. And
The
yes,
cabinet
that was my
video-
husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce, yes?
That's correct.
You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified that at the beginning portion of the video where you set up the camera, that wasn't included in the video that TMZ received.
I don't know what video TMZ
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Heard. Let's just
So you're
focus on
asking me to
Mr.
repeat
Tremaine.
his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes,
Under oath.
I heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not
Go on,
included in the
Tremaine.
TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You
That
edited
video
out
did
the
not
portions.
come to me. I
Ms.
mean,
Heard.
come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
You're very wrong about that.
So that
If I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because you
I
knew
was
exactly
living
how to
with
do
a
that,
mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
I thought you testified earlier in this trial that you didn't know how to leak
Getting
things.
angry.
I
Remember
don't.
that?
This is what they want. They're pushing the buttons.
You edited that video before you gave it to TMZ so that only Mr. Depp would look bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
I'd like to show you a picture that's already admitted into evidence. It's
Doesn't
Defendant's
say.
Exhibit
No, I
799.
She doesn't say no. She just says, that's absurd. You were wrong. You're this. She doesn't say no. No, I didn't. No, I didn't do that. Camille is so
This
good
is you
at
at the
this.
courthouse on May
Grinding her
27,
down.
2016, when you
Absolutely.
got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
It is.
And next to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes, yes.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist.
And dear friend.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316. This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington, right?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit this photograph.
Any objection to 1316?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1316 in evidence, you can publish to the jury.
This is a picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this was taken.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is there?
Again, I don't know when this was taken. And also I'm outside. I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was taken. So I have no idea if I can speak to what bruise you can see or not.
Let's refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken. Can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315 just for the witness? This is an article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what it says, yes.
And this article contains the same photograph of you and Ms. Pennington we were just looking at, yes?
Yes, I see that.
And the article is entitled, Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
I know that's what the title says, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish the article with everything but the headline and date and the photo redacted.
Objection, Your Honor. That's inconsistent from the way you treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Let's take a look at picture Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Wow.
This is also a picture of you and Ms. Pennington on May 28th, 2016, isn't it?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but it looks like the same outing as the picture prior.
Wow,
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Any objection?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1317 in evidence, you can publish.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture either, right?
I disagree. If it is taken when you represent it was taken, then obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup as per usual.
Yeah.
Let's zoom out of that picture for a moment, please. Thanks, Tom. That's Josh Drew in this picture, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Pennington
That is correct.
in there too? Ms.
That is
Pennington submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining order, didn't she?
I believe she did, yes.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes.
Mr. Heard, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence.
Where are they going with this? They're going somewhere.
You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
Yeah.
On the second day of your direct testimony, you testified that this was taken in the downstairs of the main apartment on December 15th, 2015. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to Penthouse 5 that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident. Yes?
I'm not quite sure from what incident this is when I see this photo in a vacuum without context.
Let's give you that context. Can we please, thanks. If I could have day 16 trial testimony.
They're going to go after her own testimony.
All right.
Could you please turn first to page 4585?
Could I have some crab sticks, please, love? Could you pass me some? I mean, because I'm kind of... Oh, and a drink, please. Thank you. See, my husband does look after me when I am very poorly, not just being a lazy bitch and sitting on the sofa watching the Amber Heard trial. I keep saying Amber Lynn.
Specifically starting on line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
You said 4585. I'm on 4485, sorry. You said 4585.
4585.
Pardon.
Line 16.
She does this all the time. She basically goes, okay, thank you. She does this all the time and she's like, oh no, did you say this? Oh, well, I'm on this. Whoopsie. Oh dear. What a shame. You're going to try the mum? Oh. I thought he was going to put his pants on for you, neat.
Line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'll ask him when he comes back.
And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th, 2015 follows?
Let's see. It's just the first line or two.
She's so obviously faking. Rufus, can you read the message on the screen just there at the bottom right-hand
Yes.
corner?
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 4603, starting at
Yeah.
line 12.
Yeah, so Nate is asking,
4603.
can you, no, Anita says, do you want him to feed your cats to our dogs? No.
Starting
No.
at line 12 and going
You
on
need
to
down
page
where?
4604,
Where she
line
lives.
4.
She's not in then.
No, she is in.
Oh.
She's just busy. She's busy working right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do
So,
you
yeah,
see that you
okay.
testify that defendant's exhibit
Can you do us
512,
dinner
which is
and
on
feed
the
the cat?
screen,
Yes,
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
that's correct.
And the main apartment is penthouse
Quite
5
far
in the
away.
Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, well, depends on what, the main apartment's penthouse 3 generally when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
The downstairs is kind of like had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet.
Got it.
Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that defendant's exhibit 512 reflects damage to the penthouse 5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from which incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even
a
though your
partial
counsel
floor.
was asking you
It's your
questions about December
photo.
15th, 2015, and then admitted this picture into evidence
Don't feed the
again,
cat
in
to the
relation
dog.
to that incident.
She's
Sorry,
finished
go ahead,
working.
In
Lola.
She's now
relation
busy
to
watching
that
this
incident on
Amber
December
Heard.
15th, 2015.
Not
This
busy.
exhibit, defendant's exhibit, you are the defendant, number
Mhm.
512, was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking at a picture of a partial
No,
picture of a
Ms. Heard,
floor.
you didn't just
so
look
I
at a
can't.
picture. You looked at your testimony.
You pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was submitted in relation to that incident.
Oh
Let's
my
pull
God.
up- Let's actually leave up defendant's 512 and please pull up defendant's exhibit 725, which is evidence
Thank
in
you.
redacted form, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can publish.
Just side by side. You've seen this photograph as well, right?
I have.
On the third day of your direct testimony, you testified that this photograph reflected spilled wine in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, didn't you?
Again, I don't know because I'm looking at a partial picture of a floor. So unless you remove the metadata you've covered up, we could then tell. If you
I didn't cover
remove-
it up, Your Honor.
Could we unredact
Your Honor,
them so we could get context?
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how
All
it's in
right,
evidence.
Next
Well,
question.
the metadata next to it is so that.
Ms.
to
Heard,
avoid this
Ms.
sort of
Heard, there is
confusion.
no question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I
It's
thought you had
inappropriate.
asked me about it.
No, I didn't ask you about anything. Let's look at your direct
Come on,
testimony
Camille.
from the third day.
Did she just do a head tilt then? I absolutely stan Camille. Camille is amazing.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Take your time. No rush, Camille.
Thank you.
Where are we going with this?
Let's turn to page 4750 in day 17 transcript.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
4750.
Hi, Lizzie. You're back. You picked up your monsters. How was their day at school then?
Specifically
Well,
line
much.
16.
Just more of Amber Heard's lies.
Do you see where Ms. Bredehoff asked you to describe for the jury what took place on May 21st, 2016?
I see that.
And do you see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015
Yes.
that follows? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's turn to page 4804 at line 14. 4804. Starting at line 14
Yes.
through
They've got
4805,
all
line
the time
4.
in the world to go through this, and her team has so little time. They can't.
Going to what line?
Line 4 at
No, they can't
4805.
interject. And I think all of this, what was that? Who was that? What line?
You
That's
see that you're
trying- her
testifying that
trying to
defendant's
run out
exhibit
the,
725,
time
which
on
is
top.
reflected on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor in penthouse 5.
That's correct.
Mini Man's been a good
Defendant's
boy.
exhibit
No eating teachers.
512 and
Fantastic.
725 seem to be different versions of the same picture, don't they?
That's correct.
So which is it? Which one was taken on December 15th, 2015, or May
Lizzie,
21st,
Rufus is saying
2016?
If
Your-
you
your
remove the
teacher will-
redacted metadata, you can find out. It's right there.
Or if you're telling the truth, you would know.
Wow.
Recognize a portion of of spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've
No.
lived through 5 years of this stuff? I don't think so. That's not how that works.
Rufus says that
Thank you,
you've
Tom.
obviously fed your son. That's why he didn't eat the
Ms.
teachers.
Heard, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week,
Oh, that's just disgusting, isn't it? Yes, there is. Top cupboard. There is, I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Lizzie says it's true. Lizzie says it's so true. Yeah. He went to school with a packed lunch today, therefore he didn't have to eat any teachers. There's a cost of living crisis, you know what I mean?
Better school meals are terrible, and they leave the children hungry
And then they eat their teachers.
because they don't eat the school meal.
True. Right. While they're on sidebar,
All right, ladies
I'm
and gentlemen in the
desperate-
gallery, I would ask that there be no words or no phrases, no words, no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more sound, I will clear the gallery and we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom. Understood?
No.
All right, your next question.
Ms. Heard, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the
I'm going
jury,
to a wee.
tell the
I'll be back.
judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse.
You'll be back
Didn't you?
after this break.
I said I find it hard to
There
believe
you are,
that
yeah.
he would do that, knowing that
Thank
he
you,
himself
Jane.
beat me up for 5 years.
But he has told the world that he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations. I was the only one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at the time, and he signed his name to it.
You didn't expect as many people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
Incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted, actually, strike that, sorry. When you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Ms. Moss to agree to testify that never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So
It
you
is
think
clear
Ms.
by this
Moss
courtroom
needs
how
to
many
come
people
out
will
of the
do that.
woodwork to testify for Mr. Depp?
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister. Of course I thought of that. I did not expect her to show up or not expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
You told this jury under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and testify that was untrue, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you had no idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed, is I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him and will fall to his power? He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
And I know
favor
that
and
firsthand. I've
risking
lived
jail
it.
time for committing perjury?
Excuse me? I didn't hear your
You
question.
didn't hear
Excuse
my
me?
question?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do mind,
Curry-
please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom
I have
for
seen
a
people
powerful
do this.
man?
I have seen people do this time and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You didn't expect Ben King, the house manager in Australia, to show up from England. He flew from England to testify that Mr. Depp's fingertip was found exactly where he said it would be. Did you?
I have never heard Jonny testify to knowing where his finger was, or really, frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've never heard Jonny claim that.
You didn't expect
Jonny
King and Wyatt.
Jonny has never
Ms.
actually
Heard,
said that.
Ms. Heard.
And
I think the
Ben
jury
King,
can,
yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question pending. You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know how
probably-
his team treats him. Of course I expected that.
Okay, so you probably expected Isaac Baruch to come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
I'm not sure I thought about that.
Yeah, but you didn't expect Mr. Baruch to weep
Get it.
for Mr. Depp after what you've put him through and so many others with your lies.
I
did you?
relate to Isaac because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who have
questions, Your
cried
Honor.
on this stand.
Nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, if Mr. Baruch felt misled.
Right, 2 seconds.
misled him.
Jonny, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him from crying. This is horrible.
Ms. Vasquez has suggested that you faked bruises on your face. Is that true?
Absolutely not. I didn't need to.
Did you ever fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
No, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine was taken, why might that be?
Objection,
Because there's so
lack of
many-
foundation.
Overruled.
Because there's so many incidents of violence. There's so many pictures. There's so much evidence. Most people don't have this kind of evidence for years, 5 years. And when I was saying that to Jonny on the phone in that recording, I was saying for years, this has been going on. And I have pictures, we have texts, we have everything. Normally you don't get this amount of evidence. That's what I was pointing out to Jonny. It would be crazy to try to challenge this in this way. It's crazy. It's easy to not know the context of a picture of spilled wine because there are so many more important details, pictures, and also so much I didn't photograph, so much I didn't have the presence. of
Objection,
mind to document.
non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did Mr. Depp abuse you physically,
Yes,
verbally,
yes,
emotionally,
yes,
psychologically?
yes.
How did the threats that Mr. Depp made against you individually years ago resemble what you have endured as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Beyond the scope of cross, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Jonny promised me he would ruin me, that he'd ruin my career, he'd take my life from me. Death was the only way out. And if I got out, this is what he'd do to me. He'd make me think of him every single day. He promised me global humiliation. You saw those texts. What he couldn't do, the work of one individual, meaning Jonny, when he was inviting a disgruntled employee over for a spot of purple to fix my flabby ass up, that revenge that he sought back then was just what he could do as an individual, calling the studio to get me fired, trying to block camp.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation, speculation, hearsay,
all in
non-responsive.
I'll sustain as to non-response.
Ms. Heard, how did those things that you just testified to that Mr. Depp did, how did those resemble what happened to you after the Depp-Waldman counterclaim statements were made?
Those are
Objection, Your
just-
Honor, lack of foundation.
She's,
Overruled.
thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Those are just an echo of what I'm living through today. It's like what I'm living in right now. What you see in this courtroom is an echo. This courtroom and the other courtroom he dragged me into to do the same thing again. That's just an echo of the violence and the abuse that I suffered within our relationship. The campaigns to have me fired, the blocking me to try to ruin my career, the threats he's made to humiliate me globally are being lived out in real time in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 weeks and for the whole world since our camera's here.
No further questions. Thank you so much, Amber.
All right, Ms. Hurd, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. If I can have the attorneys approach.
Yes, she is answering to the jury. I missed the end of her. I'll have to go back and rewatch. I missed the end of that then. That was interesting. Right, let's see. Actually, if I would go back and replay it, but with sidebars ended. So let's have a look.
Your Honor, the counterclaimant Amber Heard rests.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this matter. What I propose doing is to go ahead and give you the rest of the afternoon off so you can have a good restful afternoon and evening, and we will do closing arguments tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and then the case will be submitted to you for deliberations. Just to give you a little logistics of how that will go. Tomorrow, I won't give you a time limit as far as how long you can deliberate in the afternoon into the evening. I will tell you, within reason, I will tell you I do not serve dinner, so keep that in mind, okay? You will not be deliberating on Saturday or Sunday or Monday, because Monday is a holiday. I would like to have you back here Tuesday morning, at least by 9 o'clock. If you want to come earlier, that's up to you. You can decide as a group if you want to come earlier than 9 o'clock, but you have to be here at least by 9 o'clock to resume your deliberations again. And again on Tuesday night, and if you have to go to Wednesday or Thursday, that the time that when you take your breaks is up to you, as long as you take them together, as far as not having any deliberations unless all of the jurors are in the room at the same time. When you take your lunch is up to you. And then again in the evening, within reason, I'll let you go as long as you'd like to go. Okay? So have a good evening and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research.
Okay, and we're out. Wow. So then, they start closing arguments tomorrow, and then they go through. Now, 9 a.m., they normally start, I think, at 10, which is 2 o'clock our time. So that should be 1 o'clock tomorrow.
We'll go ahead and take a modified lunch recess just till 12:50. We'll come back at 12:50. We just have a few jury instructions left we have to do. Make sure we get the verdict form taken care of. I want you to review the laptop that we have mocked up and make sure everybody agrees what's on it. And also I want you to look through all your exhibits and make sure we're all on the same page. Before you leave, I'll make sure you have copies of the jury instructions in the order that I'm going to read them, and you should be able to prepare for your closing arguments for tomorrow, okay?
Right.
All right, we'll see you at 12:50 then.
All right. Okay. So then, that is the case over with. So 1 p.m. tomorrow, closing arguments start. If you want, I can jump on a live tomorrow and we can look at closing arguments together. I'm more than happy to do that. I don't think it's going to sway my argument. I really don't. I don't think it's going to sway my opinion. 2 p.m., but it's normally 2 p.m., Yaz. It's normally 2 p.m., but they're starting earlier, I think. Or is that right? I don't know. Let me find out. I'll do some research. I'll find out. So either 1 or 2 p.m. tomorrow we'll go live. What I might do, 9 a.m. is 2 p.m. our time, right? Okay, so 2 p.m. So then we'll go live at 2 p.m. for closing arguments. That'll be interesting. We'll see what happens, and see whether or not any of us are swayed by the closing arguments. I think they're going to be really powerful and punchy. Closing arguments is normally only 2 hours maximum per side. So the maximum it will go on for is a 4-hour stream. But yeah, I'll set that up now then, and we'll do that tomorrow. So that will be a really interesting. Who's this? Oh, that's just somebody wanting to take Amber out of the court, basically. Or was that the timekeeper? Oh, that might be the timekeeper. Or one of the one of the judicial assistants. Go live earlier to summarize the case so far. Okay, I tell you what then. I will go live at 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, right? I'll do a quick get ready with me. I'll do my face and we'll talk through the case as to my level of understanding so far. So we'll talk through it in terms of what the various testimonies have been, what the exhibits are, what the depositions were, and all of that. And I've got to say, I think Amber's team have been dreadful throughout this case. I really do. But yeah, so we'll do that at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon then. We'll go through it. The closing arguments will start at 2. I do not think we will be still on the live stream much later than maybe 5 o'clock tomorrow evening. And then that will be it. The case will go to the jury. They will be back on Tuesday to start their deliberations. Technically they'll be deliberating through the afternoon tomorrow, and then they will be back on Tuesday for more deliberations. If they go in, deliberate for an hour and come out with their final verdict, then we could see that tomorrow evening as well. So I will keep an eye on social media and I will jump on. If you want me to give my layman's kind of perspective, then make sure your notifications are set to all, and I will jump back on when that happens. If I'd known that you all would have been interested in this case all the way through, I could have done this all the way through. I've watched it every day, you know. He's like,
world of your own.
Yes, I'm in a world of my own. I know, right? I'm in a world of American judicial system. Yeah. Absolutely, I have found it fascinating, and that's really interesting. That the court reporter is just standing, and Amber stopped and posed for the court reporter. So yeah, that's the court photographer. That's really interesting. I wish the jury could see all this bit where it's obvious that, and now we've cut to the clock. So yeah, the bits where it cuts, but like after the scenes, I think are very, very interesting. But yeah, I will be back on then tomorrow, 1 o'clock, and we will be back with the closing arguments, and we'll see how it goes. I'll do a quick face tomorrow just so that we all, so I'm ready. And while I'm doing that, we can talk about the case so far. I will try and see if I can grab some notes.
I'll see you tomorrow at dinner time, dear.
Yeah, pretty much. Have we got anything to do tomorrow? We don't have anything to do tomorrow, do we? Good, because I'm in court tomorrow.
I've been doing garden. I'm probably going to start trying to dig the garden up.
What about my lipstick? What's the state of my lipstick?
I destroyed half the garden by pulling some root up from a tree next door. And the root took under, was it half of our lawn at the back?
We did. So then, yeah, I will stay on for tomorrow, and I will react to the closing ceremony, if you like. I have thoroughly enjoyed watching this case. I really, really have. But yeah, in that case, I will see you all tomorrow, 1 o'clock. You've been on for over 6 hours. I know, right? It doesn't even matter, Neil, because I've got time blindness. It feels like I've only been talking for about an hour. It really does. The rest of it makes no sense to me that it's now been 6 hours. But anyway, thanks ever so much for joining, those of you that have. This is going to be one of those streams that no one is going to watch all the way through to the end. But if you have watched it, do please make sure your bell is dinged, that you've subscribed, your bell is dinged and changed to all. I'll let you know tomorrow when I go live, obviously 1 p.m. here. And I will then keep my notifications on when we go for the live, when the results come in. We should know roughly, there should be a bit of an advance warning, because obviously the jury needs to come in and give their verdict, but also all of the legal teams need to come back into court. So they're not going to be sat around in the court waiting, because it could be a couple of days, could be a couple of hours, could be a couple of weeks before they come to a decision. But yeah, I will see you all tomorrow for Lisa's Kangaroo Court. I like that. Coffee in court. That's what this will be tomorrow. Coffee in court. We'll see you very soon. And as we always say, stay you, stay true, stay authentic. And I will definitely see you tomorrow for Coffee in Court. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye. See you all tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining. Bye.